comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, scat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. To the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. To the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you whacked up. Hit you with a bang if you whacked up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, sklat, we ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the blacklist if you act up. Hit you with a fan if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, yeah. Sklat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, sklat, we ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop.
Good morning. Morning, everybody. Just realized my hoodie strings uneven. That's gonna bother me. How's everybody? It's a good day today, you know. It is a good day. I'll tell you why. It's NBA play-in day. Gotta fix this. It's gonna drive me nuts.
Hey, yo.
What up? It is NBA play-in day, you know. Big day. And your prayers worked again. They did. No Rudy. Not just no Rudy. No Vanderbilt. What's his name? I think it's Vanderbilt. Timberwolves. Hold on. Timberwolves player. Punches wall. Pray for me. I need $1 billion. I got you. I'll toss one up. Jaden McDaniels. Yeah. No Jaden McDaniels either. You know? So we got no Jaden McDaniels. There you go. Look at you winning. Starting the day off right. Let's see. Strings. Okay. Strings are good. Let's all play the lottery, you know? I'll toss one up. I got my jersey ready for tonight's game. You know? Got my Bron. Got my Bron jersey. You know what I'm saying? We're ready. We are ready for tonight's game. We're ready. I am so excited. I'm so excited for tonight. I can't spell. You had it the first time. It just, there's a cooldown. You know? I think it's like 15 seconds or something like that. I don't know. I don't know why it's taking forever. Let me look. Let me lower the timer for that. Now I'm looking at it. 15 seconds is probably too long, huh? Probably too long. Dashboard. Then we need to go to our chat bot. Chat commands. And let us look at... where is it? Roulette. Where is it? Set points. Add points. I can do that. Yep. Raffle. No, that's not it. I wish I could add more points to the raffle, but it won't let me. Bingo. No, it's not bingo. Why was I about to do it as bingo? Where's Gamble? Points. Gamble. There it is. User cooldown. I'm going to go 10 seconds. 10 Actually, we'll go 7. 7 seconds is about right. I think 7 seconds is about right. You know? Today, I'm definitely going live on TikTok for like 30 minutes. Look at you. You're on a streak. You're on like a win streak. So before we do any games, I'm going to go live on TikTok for 30 minutes because it's been weeks. You know, I don't want to get away from the roots of what we were doing beforehand. You know? Damn, I just realized you have like 500,000 points. Yeah, play-in day. I think if the Lakers win, we're just automatically in. Play-in. I lose like way over 50%. Yeah, the bot. I don't know. I don't know how the bot works there. I don't gamble. Yeah, you've been like racking them up, racking them points up. I keep my stimmies. That's the good way. Some people get the stimmy and I gamble certain amounts. Like, I think you can do percentages. Yeah, I think I've seen. I think Curse did it one day. I believe so. You actually might be able to use the mods online because they're only visual. Okay. Yeah, so you can. Okay. If I have to reinstall it, I just don't want to do it. I'm not going to lie to you. You know? Yeah, like, it's just a lot. There's one. Oh, look, yeah, you did it. You can gamble percentages. We're good. Okay. Yo, what's up, Sora? What's up? It is I, Roy. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Where's the name? Let me pull it up. It is I, Hispanic Jamal, Adriano Santiago, Carl Danny Jordan, Jesus Miguelito, Jonathan Roy. There you go. Howdy, Cal folk. How we doing this morning? We're good. We are good. It's a good morning. You know, it's an exciting day today. An absolutely exciting day today. We have the Lakers play-in game. So, could not be better. You know, I have my jersey ready. We're all ready, you know. It's gonna be a good day. What team are you rooting for and who are they playing? I am rooting for the Los Angeles Lakers and they're playing the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yo, what's up, Mozzie? How are you? How are you? And the Minnesota Timberwolves are down 2 players. One, because this guy, boom, broke his hand punching a wall. You see that? He's out. He's out. And then Rudy Gobert, out for punching a teammate, you know? So, we have good odds. And we got the Lakers jersey today. We got it ready. You know what I'm saying? We got it. Bron James. Yeah, Lakers should have easy W. I'm saying. The mods took 9 hours to install. Good, bro. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. Pretty good. 9 hours. Jesus. Fresh as fuck, right? Isn't that cool? What's the blue alternate for? It was their alternate last year.
John, I was being fair. I didn't.
It was
say,
their you know they do like those
bitch,
special jerseys every once in a while. That was their one from last year, so I had to get it. I had to. 9 hours because the website has 200 kilobytes per second download limit. Damn. 200 kilobytes per second. Yo, I do appreciate that. Yeah, he's putting together graphic mods for Red Dead. Red Dead. It's cool. I love it. I want to get some other ones. But this is my play-in one. When we actually win and make the playoffs, we got the Kobe jersey ready. The Kobe jersey, you know, the classic 24. Got it ready. You know. So we'll see. You know. We win, we're the 7 seed, and we're going against. Who are we going against? Let me reopen the tab. That's Jaden McDaniels. Go to Instagram. Do you bet on the games? No, it's not allowed here, unfortunately, or I would. Here we go again. Yo, what's up, Doc? If we win, we're going to be playing the Memphis Grizzlies. So, which means I can see Dylan Brooks for a while, and I hate him. But no, sports gambling is not. Sports gambling's not allowed in Texas. I can do like DraftKings, daily fantasy, but I can't directly bet on it. Give me all your personal information and I'll do it. I think so. The problem is it has to have my license from a different state. You know what I'm saying? So like on DraftKings, unless it's a different site. Because when I tried signing up, it was my license that fucked me up. unfortunately. Because I would love to, and I wish it was legal here, but it's not. You know, not that I advocate for gambling across the board, but I love it. Love it. Europe, since that's what we usually get. Yeah, you know how it works here. You know how it works here. You know? I saw a crime video that I wanted to watch, but it's an hour.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
It's our new Grills redemption, you know? It fits him. What's up, Feeve? How are you? How are you? I was going to bet, but sadly I don't have a viable ID. Yeah. I really wish I could bet on the games. Texas is weird about it. How are you, Feeve? Texas is weird about gambling. Sick and busy at work. Yo, I hope you feel better. It's like a cold. Like a cold, I think. Right? These fucking customers. They need to learn. Did you see the new gambling bill? No. Are they talking about making it legal? Because, oh God, I need it to be legal. Because I'm sick of doing daily fantasy, bro. I'm sick of it. I want to just bet on the game straight up. Oklahoma's pissed? Yeah, they are. Sons of bitches, I'm saying. Slight, yeah. I hope the cold goes away. Daily fantasy sucks? It does. Because one player can tank your whole thing. It's just let everything be legal. It'll be great. Give me some parlays, baby. Yes. I want to play a four-game parlay. Arkansas sports bets now too. Who's my team? So in the NBA, I'm a Los Angeles Lakers fan. It's my favorite team in all of sports. In football, unfortunately, I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan. Mike Vick really did me dirty, you know? He really did me dirty and made me love the Falcons. And I can't break that habit. And they've hurt me so much as a fan. Do I root for any other sports? Not really. College basketball, I'm kind of agnostic. Baseball, not really. I don't really watch baseball. Milwaukee Bucks, baby. Yo, we have another person in here named Glitched, who's also a Bucks fan. They got OBJ. The Ravens did. So I saw the news that the Ravens got Odell Beckham, and with like the guarantee that Lamar's coming back. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to come back. Word, can't wait to meet him. Yeah, he loves the Bucks. Because there's this joke going around where I put my hands together to pray on the downfall of teams. Bad stuff happens to them. Just like I said, I was praying on the downfall of the Minnesota Timberwolves because we were going to play them. And now Jay McDaniels broke his hand and Rudy Gobert's not playing. And he told me to leave the Bucks alone. And I said, I'll leave him alone. I'll leave him alone. I'll leave him alone. Yeah, I saw Odell Beckham's on the Ravens now. And then he said Lamar's coming back. But I thought Lamar was leaving. So I'm confused. It doesn't make sense. Leave my boys alone. We agreed, even if we meet in the finals, that we'll play fair. I will not prey on the downfall of the Bucks. And I love Giannis. So, I root for Giannis. And plus they're in the East, so I'm not too worried yet. But man, wait till we get them Grizzlies next round. Blessing. I love Giannis. He's the best player in the game, I believe. Some people say Kevin Durant. I say no. Is the play-in thing just a one-game elimination? So how it works is if the Lakers win, they're into the next round. But if they lose, they have to win the next game to get in. It's a weird thing. Yeah, Giannis is a dope person, IRL. He's so funny. And I love how whenever his wife posts something on Instagram, he's just thirsting in her comments. It's so funny to me. I love it. He's cool. Man, this season turned out pretty good overall. The Lakers, since trading Russell Westbrook, second best record in the NBA. Winners and loser brackets. Kind of. Every time, yeah. Every single one. Like every single one. So how it works is it's like this. So we have the first rounds of games. We have the first four. And then the loser of the 7-8 game plays the winner of the 9-10 game. And whoever loses 9-10 is just out. They're gone. And so this will decide whoever loses this, whoever wins this matchup is the 8 seed. And if the Lakers win tonight, they're the 7 seed. and they'll play the Grizzlies. And who's the 1 seed? Let me see. NBA playoffs bracket. Look at it. Okay. So if the Lakers ended up as the 8 seed, they play the Nuggets. Which this may sound crazy, but I think I'd prefer the Nuggets over the Grizzlies. But that's just me. But I would rather just win and get in instead of stressing me out more. So I'll take the Grizzlies. You know? So I feel like Anthony Davis really steps it up against Jokic. Because he's been going crazy. This side is pretty obvious who's winning here, I feel. It's going to be Heat. The Heat are coming in. I know that. So the Heat will play the Celtics, and God, I hate the Celtics. I hate them. And it doesn't matter who wins here because the Bucks are taking them out easy. So, you know. The Bucks are getting through the first round easily. Like, it's not even a question of who's going to win. Like, the Bucks get through easily. There we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot to go live. I'm going live on TikTok now too. Yeah, it's pretty much a sweep, I think. The Bulls, like, I think we're aware that DeMar DeRozan is one of the worst playoff performers in the history of basketball, statistically speaking. You know? I don't see neither team winning a game in the first round. Yeah, I just don't. I don't. Like, either team, they're gone. This is an easy series for the Bucks. Like, you could pretty much rest Giannis and they're still winning this series. This one, I hope the Heat, if the Heat Celtics is like last year, I'd love that. And hopefully Jimmy doesn't pull up on a fast break for a wide open 3 and just takes the bucket this year, you know? But, because God, I hate the Celtics. I hate them. Like, Jimmy pulling up for that 3, I was so mad. I hate the Celtics. I hate them. I hate Paul Pierce. I don't hate KG because I can't blame KG. But God, did I hate Paul Pierce. And I hate that team as a whole. They act like they were so good. I need them gone first or second round. I feel like the Heat could do it because playoff Jimmy's just different. He's different, except for that 3. You know? That 3 he took, my God, I can't get over how bad that was. I hate them. I hate the Celtics. The Celtics and Suns are my most hated teams. Well, and the Clippers. I hate the Clippers too, but I hate the Suns slightly more. So I have to root for Kawhi and the Clippers to handle the Suns. Even though the Suns are stacked. They're stacked. But I can't handle Chris Paul if he wins a ring with the Suns. I just can't do it. I still miss the Supersonics. They should bring them back. They should bring them back. I think the plan is they said they're going to bring a team to Vegas, and to even it out, they should put a team in, and they should bring back the Sonics. I like the Sonics. Back with like Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis. He had his chance. I don't see Chris winning one. If something always goes wrong for Chris. Howdy, partner. What's up, Illy? That should bring him back. I agree. Yeah, Chris, it's over for Chris, right? Like, there's no, if you didn't win the one time where it was the easiest chance, it's over. Howdy, Illy. How are you doing today, partner? I wish they need like a fillable one. I want to fill this out. Let me see if I can find one. I need one where it's just like a click. Online. Fill NBA bracket. This one let me? NBA. This is not what I wanted. Not a stranger, but a stranger in Red Dead. I get what you're saying. There's a FanDuel one, but my FanDuel account is gone right now, unfortunately. Like, my FanDuel account is locked because someone keeps trying to hack it. Okay. Didn't know Red Dead Online wasn't crossplay? Yeah, unfortunately it's not. Who's hacking what? What'd I miss? So I was talking about the NBA tournament, the NBA playoffs, and I was looking for a fillable bracket, but I can't log into FanDuel because my account's locked. Because someone keeps trying to hack into my FanDuel. Even though, like, I don't really use FanDuel. I use DraftKings, but, you know. Oh, this bracket's just wrong. I can't find one that's fill-outable, unfortunately.
Leventis Thesoid.
Yo, Lev, thanks for the gift.
A subscription. Leventis Thesoid
Thank
gifted
you.
a tier 1 sub to She Call Me Mazi. They have
Thank
given
you.
20 gift subs in the channel.
20 gifted so far. Fucking piece of shit rack hackers. I'm saying. You like the sub sound? That is JoJo the Mofo when I sub to him. You know what I'm saying? My favorite streamer. JoJo the Mofo. Yes, sir. Welcome. Welcome. Back at 60 subs. Back at 60. Yeah, the sub sound is JoJo the Mofo saying scrats when I resubmed. You know what I'm saying? I love that one. We're also getting close to 300 followers. We're at 281. Not the Kawhi laugh. It's the best laugh sound out there. I can't find a better sound than the Kawhi one. I just couldn't believe that was Kawhi. You know, I couldn't believe Kawhi Leonard laughed, to be honest. Like, Kawhi looks like no matter what happy thing happens in his life, he's just very stoic, you know? Close to 100 followers without streaming. I mean, Illy, I think that's a sign, you know? That's a sign, Illy. That's a sign. You know what I'm saying? Not dead ass. I watched the clip at least 100 times. Same. Like, even this picture of him smiling, sign of what? Got to stream. Even this picture of him smiling, he looks miserable. Doesn't he? He doesn't look like he laughs at all. You know? Like, he doesn't look like he follows at all. I mean, not follows, smiles at all. That look photoshopped? It does. Signing titties, I'd probably do that. Would you? On Kick? Like, look at him. They look like, yo, Kawhi, you just had a baby. And he's just like, Where are my sound requests? Let me do that. I forgot last night. I went to bed. I'm not going to lie. Let me get it. Was it in memes? Let me do that right now. No, it wasn't in memes. It was in general. General. It got lost. Here it is. Copy link. Blurp. Doing it right now. It is a good sound too. Explore. Next. I wish there was a better way to sort out my channel points like in the menu. I figured there will be a lot of opportunities for it with Red Dead. Oh, there will. Create a blurb off of this. TikTok is currently down. This is not a TikTok. Oh, wait, I gotta go to YouTube. Hold on. Let me actually open it. Here we go. Where's that Nick Pickler Oswald? Oswald. What a time, huh? Oswald. Okay, we got, it seems very quiet though, doesn't it? Next. He owes me gold. You got to take him down, Illy. You got to take care of him. You got to take him down. Lots of gold, partner. A while ago, I found a streamer who had all his sounds at 1 to 2 points without knowing and banned me after spamming. He also had TTS for 10 points. I was just spamming Lila. That's why I do not have TTS, because having been someone who watches XQC, I know how that goes. You know? I'm very aware of how that goes. You know? So I just prefer not to have text to speech. I want him dead, not alive. I'll put a 5,000 bounty on him. I'll get to looking because, you know, in RDO, I'm a bounty hunter now. I am a bounty hunter. Publish. Confirm. Bookmark. My library. Add. 2. Add reward. Oh, too long. Oh. So drink that shit. Appreciate you. There we go. Thank you. I'm just going to name it now. This is a man, and you'll know what it is because it's too long. Well, then, partner, you got yourself a deal. I will hunt him down. I'll hog tie him. He'll get hog tied. Okay. It should be there now. He'll get hog tied. What happened?
And now, this is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
Wait, did my message not send? No. What message? Definitely hog tied. You know it. Hog tied and delivered with the most premium of rope. With the most premium rope. Peep the cord. Gotcha. General? What's your response here? Okay. If it's too long, it won't show. Yeah, how long, what'd you say? Okay. Hi, Romeo. Yeah, you may have to break it down. How are you? I don't know if you still remember me. You did a photo shoot for me at my wedding in Durban in 2019. Hey, I'm okay, thank you. Trust you're well. As I remember, how may I be of service? Definitely one of my shorter messages. One sec. Okay. Well, now I'm divorced, and those pictures, I and my ex-husband don't need them anymore. You did a wonderful job on them, but they went to waste as we're now divorced. I will need a refund of the amount we paid you. I'd have stopped right here. Refund? You want a refund? No, that's in the contract. Refund after years? No. 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 It's not happening. No. I see, he was nice here. Pardon me. This has to be a joke, right? I'm like, no refunds. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I can't. Refund? No. No. We don't do that here. Did she really think that would work? That's what I'm saying. There's no way. There's no way. It's just not happening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it didn't work, but no refunds. I just tried catching up a bit with a friend, and I said I want to get on my edit grind, and he must have confused me with someone who knows how to edit because he said you're a really good editor, and I want to take the compliment, but I don't deserve it. I think the big brain strat would. Oh, you should just take the compliment. Just take the compliment, Sora. You know, just take the compliment and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Just take the compliment. Because some people just, you know, they hype you up. You know what I'm saying? Take the hype up. I think the big brain strat would have been to say, how much did I charge you? Get the price and send a request instead of sending money. I like that. When would a photographer refund the money for real? So I have been in a situation where I've had to refund, but that's because the event didn't happen, right? But you don't get a complete refund from me. That's not it. You never get 100% unless, well, COVID times I did, but other than that, you never get a complete refund from me because you pay like a deductible that's non-refundable, and it says so in the contract that you sign and all that. Yeah, after literally years of marriage, that's never happening. This is not happening. Get someone who knows to Photoshop and edit out your husband. Yeah, like do that. That's the most you can do. You drink? So rarely. That's why they're divorced. He found out she's really dumb. True. 3-day refund time. I believe I have to look at my contract again, but I believe it's like 3 days to a week. Like if you try to cancel like day of, you don't get refunded. It just doesn't happen. You know, it just doesn't happen. But like if it's within like a week, it depends on what kind of shoot it is too. Howdy fellers. Howdy Killmonger. How's it going? That clip yesterday, I'm not gonna lie to you, I laughed so hard at that clip. That clip in Resident Evil. My God, was that clip hilarious? How much to fly you out for a photo shoot to take some pictures and have a drinking contest? Trying to get you to shake ass. I don't drink that much. I don't drink enough to win a drink contest. You know what I'm saying? Good, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't drink that much. I'm not one who gets drunk in public. You know what I'm saying? Hunting time, baby. Yes, sir, Solo. We're actually hunting today. You know? Oh, we can do it in private. I still wouldn't drink that much, to be honest with you. I'm not a huge drinker. You know? I think I've drank. Well, me and Lev did a wine. What's that thing called that you get at Christmas where you open a different thing every day? It's I forgot what it's called. It's a something box. No, it was like a box and it had 24 days of wine in it, right? But I forgot, like, it's a box. Like, kids get it and they have toys in it, but I forgot what it's called. But we did that. But that's like the last time I've drank in like years. Advent calendar. That's what it is. Thank you. We had a wine advent calendar. Kwanzaa. Have I celebrated Kwanzaa? I don't think so. I should. A normal month? No. Just in December. But that's like the only time that I drank anything in like years. So I don't really drink often. You know? It's very rare. Never celebrated Kwanzaa in my life. I only heard about it. Drugs and stuff? No, I do not. I does not. I've never celebrated Kwanzaa. We should do it on stream. You know? Let's have a cultural one. When is it? December 26th. Oh, it's right after Christmas. 26th to the 1st. You know? But I've never celebrated it. You have once? What do you do? I see they have like the candle thing. Merry Kwanzaa. What we'll do. We'll have a Kwanzaa. Sent a legendary animal map in Discord. Okay. Thank you. Actually, I've been sober for a while now. Good for you, man. Good for you. Cue the Boondocks teacher. That's what we need. I forgot to show my beautiful horse. Yes, you did. Scratch, don't forget today's the day. Today's the day for the Scratch. Yo, what's up, Sheps? 8 days of gifts, but they represent different things. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. It's AOT and Fortnite also. Ad really? No. Oh, Taco Tuesday? We do like Taco Tuesday. I got the map. Thank you. Check Discord. Oh, your message really didn't send that time. Up with hope, down with dope. Exactly. Yo, this is actually really cool, Sora. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Good for you. Good for you. But I never was a dope user, and when people would ask me as a kid, I'd just blame it on asthma. You know what I'm saying? I would blame it on asthma. Which I did have, to be fair. Please don't put fucking Attack on Titan on 4 fuckery. It's already here, Illy. It's already here. Ever seen it anymore? No. Last night, what was I doing last night? I was working and listening to a book. I was editing. You know, I didn't get a chance to. Yeah, it can't be stopped. It's already in. Let me look. I'm not going to show it on screen because, you know, I don't want to upset Illy, but I'm going to look. Not being able to breathe due to the amount of intoxicating smoke entering your lungs is great. Yeah, I prefer to breathe. Having almost died, you know, I prefer to breathe. Let me look. That's not the worst anime. Strange started a whole, like, Strange just likes to, he likes to start that AOT. Scratch the Zobble, put me on a t-shirt. Same. Yeah, like, it's not worth it. I earned myself. I'll set you up with the gravity bong. What does that do? One Piece deserved it? Is One Piece coming through? Easier on the lungs? Ah, okay. The AOT slander can't happen? Oh, it's going to happen when Strange is here. He hates it. He hates it. I have not watched One Piece. I can't. I hate to disappoint you. And I don't want to revoke my weeb card, but I have not watched it. I've watched a ton of others, but I haven't. Plan to stay sober for a while longer, but I would like to see what greening out is like. Isn't that when you like pass out basically or like fall asleep because you're so high? It's gonna happen when I'm here and I have a good reason, bro. Like my heart, yeah, he just oh, it's actually, let's see. Let me look at the store. Mikasa in yet? Oh, they are in. You get stuck or something? I don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay, I gotta buy it all. Levi and Mikasa are in. Okay. Reincarnated Slime. I love that show. I can't wait for the next one because no spoilers, but like Rimaru's power up, I love it. I love the power up that he has with no spoilers. What do you mean? It's actually, did you not believe me? No, I thought you were like, remember when I didn't know it was today. I thought I was looking at Yaren for a second. I just had to check because I need to buy it and I need to see how much it is. I'm glad it's this Mikasa though. I'm glad it's this Mikasa and not short hair Mikasa. As much as I love Mikasa, the haircut she's rocking right now is ass. How do you use? Oh, I get it. I gotta take it off. I did. Don't worry. I just feel gigantic things and monsters have been overdone. That's fair. Not this slander on 4fucker. I get it. That makes sense. 2200. Okay, I got it. I gotta get the cape. I gotta get it all. I'm jumping on right now and I'm gonna hunt all those scouts. Interesting. The emotes are interesting, so I gotta get it. All of them are gonna die. I'm the guy that runs the super basic skins in Fortnite though, if I play, which is very rare. Still can't believe Kanye West made My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy a light 6. Anthony, what? I'll jump on a little later after I flood coat my wood again. Okay. Ooh. How's that going? Did you see the ugly collab of AOT and COD? No. Did they actually? My brain died while writing that? Wow. I'm making clips for TikTok. Yeah, you're just hunting down all the scouts. COD did a collab? Let me see. Wait, what? Ew. The fuck is this? Oh, that's been there? Ew. Look at the original Levi one. Images. Yo, Levi looks fucking terrible. What is this? Ew. Levi looks terrible. They did Godzilla too? This doesn't even... Like, let me go to the bottom. Look at this. What is this? This is not the Levi I know. What the fuck is this? This is that, I'm glad we agree Levi's terrible. This is, like, what the fuck is this? Ew. What? Oh, Godzilla. Let me see. Yeah, that's like live action, and live action is always terrible. Right? They did King Kong and Godzilla? Don't look at the King Kong skin. I just did, unfortunately. Just looked at it. Why does it keep saving it? I don't want to download this fucking picture. Guess who turns 19 next month? You? Do you? Check the whisper. Okay. What the fuck? It's the finishers? Okay. Tell me not to invest 2200 in its 2200 CNC machine. I mean, that sounds cool, but don't do it. Don't do it. It sounds so cool, though. Let me open my whispers. So people can really call me a monkey and COD and not be racist? No, they'll still be. I mean, if you're wearing the King Kong skin, you know, then it's a little different. But, you know, waiting for my whispers to pop up. Okay, let me see these finishers. I accidentally clicked a link. Okay, let me look at these finishers. Yo, hello? Okay, there we go. But it's $2,200. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. The finishers aren't bad. Jesus. Like, the finishers aren't bad. Holy shit. Like, I mean, that one was kind of bad. Like, the one of him throwing him was cool. I would use that if I played Call of Duty. Which I don't remember the last time I played Call of Duty. That was good, though. That, the Godzilla skin, ass shaking compilations. I mean, you can find those on, like, TikTok, right? You know, those are on TikTok. Oh, I keep forgetting to go live on TikTok. Damn it. All right, let me do it now. Not searching on YouTube right now. Nah, I'm good. It's not in a good state right now. Yeah, I want to see Scratch shake ass. What? All right, I'm posting this and going live. Hands. They're right here. They're right here. I'm just posting it. I'm posting a TikTok and then going live. You know. Yeah, Call of Duty's not in a good state, huh? It's just not in a good state. We played after stream last night and we were frustrated. Really? One hand looks a little lotiony. Which one? Because I'm left-handed, you know. So the right hand, if it was the right hand, that's a mistake. You know, I'm a lefty. Definitely a lefty. Good. Yeah, lefty, you know. Let it burn. Call of Duty, man. I feel bad for those who love it because it's let God burn. Nah, the non-dominant hand is the stranger danger mode. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't trying to show all the tactics here, you know what I'm saying? You know, I wasn't trying to show all of the tactics. We're not playing Mass Effect anymore. Red Dead. All right, we're live for 30 minutes. For 30 minutes on the TikTok, and I'm getting off. Oh, that's what they get. I think I'm gone, but you're gonna buy it? Do it. It's a good investment, to be honest. They don't deserve fun. Just sit on your hand for a few minutes. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that strat. I stopped streaming it because it's not fun. Yeah, it just doesn't. It doesn't seem fun, you know. Plus, I heard there's a shotgun now that's like crazy OP in there. I don't know if they fixed it, but I heard it's pretty crazy. And I've seen people just get mad. Yo, what's up? How are you? Hello, TikTok. Don't let him buy it. I mean, he does do good work with it. He does good work. So it'll only make it better. I can make you a sign for your wall. That would be cool. You see what I'm saying? Like, Curse would, like, all right, get it. Just get it. You know? I'm not the person to ask to tell someone to not get stuff. I don't scratch the other day that too many people take it too seriously. They do. Stop telling him to get it. I'm not the one. Like, they think they're gonna go pro. I think everyone thinks they're gonna go pro. Like, a lot of people. I knew Scratch was the right person to ask. Yeah, you know, I'm not the person. I need Evil Kermit. That's a good email to have. I'm not the person to ask to not tell someone to not buy stuff. You know? Yeah, the Mickey Mouse Funko, it's right there. Right there. Evil Kermit. Tell them not to buy it. Bad influence. If you need to save money, hit me up. I'm decent. So like if someone else wants to buy stuff, I am, in his defense, he did say not to buy it first. Yeah. And then he talked me into it. You know? There we go. Evil Kermit's in. Let's see. It should work now. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? It's in. To buy it for me so I can save money? That's a good question. Yo, do you like Starbucks? Not really. I'm not a coffee person, though. I'm not a coffee person, so I'm the wrong person. Every day. That's quite the offer. It says it's in now. It's just not, I guess it's not showing up. I don't know. But I added it. I guess it'll pop up eventually. Eventually. I mean, like, a CNC machine would be cool. You know? Starbucks is what I would try there. That was a nice try, though. That was a nice try. That's like 220 times at minimum, though. $10 a pop. I'm with the CNC machine now. You know what I'm saying? I'm with the CNC machine. I'm like the Ash Cash before Ash Cash. Damn. That's high praise there. You know? High praise, I would say. Very high praise. Okay. Let me see. What was I doing? Stop doing this. Turn yourself on. My recommended page on my VOD channel is crazy. Stop telling him to buy the CNC machine. I didn't. I just said, I'm a fan of it. You can do some cool things with them. You look cool dabbing next to a CNC machine. True. That is true. That is true. That's true. Come on, bro. What are y'all doing? I just, I've seen the light. I've seen the light. You can do some cool stuff with it. You can do some really cool stuff. Y'all are fumbling the bag or increasing his bag, by temporarily decreasing it. If you make Apocalypse a bomb ass custom rolling tray. See, true. There's just so much cool stuff you can do. I think it's worth it. I say go for it. I say go for it. A CNC machine is too cool. Yeah, we're helping him reach his peak performance, Like this is it's encouraging. So I say you got to get it. You got to. Like I'm looking at what it can do now. And look at this sign it made. Look at these divots and stuff. It's just too cool. Look at this. Look at it. I can make the dog a wooden dildo go have himself whatever he wants. I think you have to get it. What on earth are we listening to? I feel like I'm traveling around in the anime forest. It's just a lo-fi. That just reminded me. So we're just listening to. I always have this in the background, but that just reminded me. Have you know the channel Lo-Fi Girl? Like the one that live streams all the time. Let me go to it. Having images, are we? TikTok. Okay, let me see. So apparently there's something going on with the. There's like people are talking about. I saw it yesterday on TikTok. Let me find the video. But I've heard there's something crazy going on subtly in the channel. Where is it? Where's the? I like too many videos on here. Oh, here it is. You pause it. So you pause this as well. Drag this over here. This is what I saw yesterday. Up, tabs muted. Hold on. Bruh, get off that and get on Mr_Momo music. Hold up. Is that?
A few hours ago, on April 10th, something happened to Lo-Fi Girl on YouTube. She just
went to college and graduated? Really?
Nobody knows exactly where she went or what happened to her. No, seriously, but what we do know is that a blue window in the dark city started to blink, and viewers noticed this blinking, a message in Morse code.
She has been studying for years.
It was a cry for help. This might sound shocking, but another
That's a good
stream
point.
appeared on the channel's page.
And so now this is showing up on the YouTube channel, apparently.
Just depicted an empty room.
I haven't
with a
looked. I need to
door
look.
And nothing else. The lo-fi community reacted immediately, and if you go to the chat today,
this is
you will
sick.
see people
like
shouting random numbers.
murder
and
twist.
then immediately deleting their comments.
Have you watched Demon Slayer? Of course I've watched Demon Slayer.
There
Not
is
the new one,
something
though.
unsettling about empty rooms.
I need to watch that one.
Girl knows exactly how to frame a mysterious event. However, others have suggested that the disappearance is a sign the stream is ending for the last time. But anyways, a few hours
So
ago,
we're not sure what is going on with the channel. Let me look. Let me go to Lo-Fi Girl right now. Also, if your game acts weird with mods, you have to delete the mod files that I sent you. Just got to write down which files are mods. Okay. Got you. So now, if you search Lo-Fi Girl, it's a question mark now. Like the logo isn't even the same anymore. And this is what we're looking. It is just a room. I don't want to see her go like ever. And there's a countdown. So in one day, wait, no. And then we have to check in over in an hour or so. We have to see what's going on here. Are you a Norwegian fella? No, I'm not. Look up Mr_Momo. Okay. So in about an hour, we need to check on what's going on here. That's actually kind of crazy. Strangest shit today. Literally got 0 views on my TikTok, which is the first. Thinking of deleting the video and re-uploading it tomorrow. You could. I think I've done that once. He does dope anime music and trap bass music. Is it copyright free though? That's the only reason why I play the lo-fi. The thumbnails are sick. It is copyright free? Does he stream? If he streams, that makes it easier. Japanese trap. Okay, which one do I want? Which radio? I'll do whichever one. Trap radio? That sounds too... Yo, what's up, Glitched? What's up? Deku wearing the All Might pajamas Funko is cool, bro. Thank you. The first one? Okay. Glitch, it's a big day, Glitch. It's a big day today. You know? It's a big day. The live stream recording is not available. Hello? Let me see. Try it again. Oh, I think it's done. Oh, here it is. It's this one. Let's just fall in love with that emote. It's not letting me play it. It's not letting me. I guess I have to go with the... Yeah, like it's just not... It's not letting me play it. Like it won't let me play a single one of the live streams. Look, Glitch, I'm ready for today. Look what we got ready. We're ready. We're ready for today's play-in. And did you notice, Glitch? It's time for the play-ins. Yes, sir. And did you notice, remember I said I was praying on the downfall of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Remember that? Remember I said that? What? Have you seen the news? Have you seen the news about the Timberwolves? Watch. So first, what happened? First, Jaden McDaniel punched a wall, hurt his hand. He's not playing. Okay? That's one. And two, Rudy's not playing either. No Rudy. See what I'm saying? Because he punched a teammate. Like, you know, it's working. The fuck he punched the wall for? I have no idea. But you can see the video right here. Look.
Right here. When he swings,
bam.
He grabs.
Punch the wall. Punch the wall. Got it. Play that one? Okay. There we go. Thought the wall was a teammate. True. Rudy always gonna ruin shit, dumbass. Oh, I do like this. We'll put this in the background from now on. I'm subbing to Mr. Momo, so I keep it. And so, you know, I prayed on the downfall, and look what's going on so far. So we got the jersey ready, you know. Lakers win, they go against the Grizzlies. You know? And LeBron's beat harder teams than that before. Oh, I love this time. Rudy ruined this. Remember what he did during COVID? Exactly. I was saying that yesterday. I was like, honestly, he should be suspended retroactively for that. When he was touching all the mics and coughing on everything, got Donovan Mitchell sick. Like, this is better than the lo-fi. I'm closing the lo-fi tab. You're right. There we go. This is much better. And so I'm happy with it, you know? I'm happy with it. It's going to be a good night of games. Who else plays today? Oh, the Hawks at Heat? I mean, the Heat are taking that. He's just a disaster waiting to happen? Yeah, he is. He is. They gave up, what, 4 first-round picks for him, too? That's crazy. What time is game 1? Game 1 is 7:30 Eastern. 7:30 Eastern on TNT. And the Lakers, 10. I thought you liked Mr. Momo. I do like it. This is better. This is better. I sub to it. Hopefully the streams will work tomorrow so I can just keep it playing. We have similar tastes. I agree. Plus, the art is fire. I'm going to take some of these screenshots and try to make a new intro screen and a BRB screen and ending screen. That's what I'm going to work on. Do it would be dope. I've been working on it a little bit. They only play one game and that's it, right? So how it works is if let's say the Lakers, I'm not going to say that. Let's say the Pelicans lose, right? Or actually, let's say the loser of this game, right? They go down to this game on Friday and they play the winner of this game. So the loser of the 7 and 8 goes down to play the winner of the 9 versus 10. And then the winner of that game is the 8 seed. But when the Lakers win tonight, they're automatically the 7 seed. But if they lose, they have one more chance to go in. You know? That's pretty much how it would be. I've been working with Midjourney a little bit, though. For screens, it's just not quite up to where I want it to be yet. Let me see if I can find what I've been working on. Let me download it. It's in my Google Drive, I believe. Oh no, it's probably in Discord. God. Just glad we don't have to worry about this. Yeah, you're lucky. You know. And whoever wins to play you guys, I feel like that you're gonna sweep them. So this is what I have so far. It's not animated, but I've been working in Midjourney to make one, and I have to fix this part. But so this is one of the screens I'm working on. And you can tell who this is based off of, obviously, you know. So we're slowly starting to work on it for new screens. So it's more like personalized stuff. That's dope. I want to animate it and put like flames and stuff in it too. So it looks, and probably make this darker. But so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of these. I think we got to play whoever gets the 8 seed. Yeah, you do. It's going to be either, let me look at the matchups. I'm going to take some of these screens and put it through Midjourney and try to combine some. So I think it'd be cool. Let me see. So I made one of Lev's too in Midjourney. Like I'm starting to get it down. Let me look at the bracket again. Love the screen ideas. Yeah, I think it like Midjourney makes it easy. I need to get it again though. I think I need to re-up on it. You get like 25 free image generations, but then after that you got to pay like monthly, which is fine. Yeah, so you would play the 8 seed. So you're going to play whoever wins between the loser of the Heat Hawks and the winner of the Raptors Bulls. So I'm going to be doing some resin shit for about an hour, then I'm going to hop on for some BTB since Strange said he's hopping on. Okay. Okay. Like, so you have a pretty easy first round, I think. You know, like you're not worried about DeMar DeRozan. Let's be real. The Raptors are not good, and the Heat are going to win anyway. So Trey and them wants to play the Hawks low key. I just don't see them winning. I don't think they're going to make it. I saw news earlier that Trey Young's like they're entertaining trade requests for him. Yeah. They have the green light to entertain trade proposals on Trey Young already. You know? I think it's up. I think it's up for them. Unfortunately. I just don't see them being good. You know? I just don't see it. Time's up. All right. See it, TikTok. Been good streaming again. Boom. Thank you. I just want them to barely make it by struggling. Easy first round. I think you have an easy first round regardless, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see any of these teams touching the Bucks. Like, quite literally, the Bucks could not play Giannis and handle these teams. The only one that may be difficult, because playoff Jimmy's a little different, is the Heat. But the Heat aren't going to be in this. They're going to win and go play the Celtics. And, you know, that'll just be it. That'll just be it, you know. I think they have a really easy matchup. And then we're going to go play the Grizzlies, and I have to deal with Dylan Brooks, who I hate. I hate that man. I hate him. I'm nervous about the Heat and Bulls, honestly. I can understand the Heat, but not the Bulls. Like, everybody's been hurt off and on all year. And DeMar DeRozan, with the exception like last year, is a terrible playoff player. You know? It's pretty bad overall. I don't know. What do they have right now? Let me look. I mean, Zach LaVine's good, though. Zach LaVine's legitimately good. But who's hurt? So Lonzo's still out. It looks like they have they had the most of their key players. Yeah, except for Lonzo. Lonzo's gone. They have Patrick Beverly. Look, let's be real. Patrick Beverly, Caruso. They have everybody, but I just don't see them beating the Bucks. You know? Like, the Bucks can handle this easily. 37 mil. Damn. Good for him, man. NBA contracts are crazy, aren't they? They're pretty nuts. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't see it. They may win a game, right? I can see them getting a game. But I don't know. I can't see them winning more than that. Open up Red Dead 2 so we can start hunting. Time to start hunting. We got some animals to, let's practice, then we'll go legendary. Yeah, I don't see it. I really want to see the Lakers play Memphis just because of Dylan. I hate him. Memes in court? Got you. I hate Dylan Brooks. Like, he's my least favorite player. Oh, hold on. Oops. Okay. I gotta mute the music. I like this, though. That's gonna be my new stream music. Hold on. I just want them to see I hope LeBron. It's been a while since we've had like playoff LeBron, right? Been a while since we had 0 Dark 30. I need 0 Dark 30 LeBron, you know? Okay.
Please have the red. Say it slowly like that. Kylie, can I have the red? You have to put a please in there. Please. Can I have the red? Yeah. Please. Can I have the...
This is so much nicer than me and my siblings were.
No, you may not.
She said no. Okay. She's like we were then. I thought she was gonna be nice.
No, you may not.
Damn. Damn, me and my siblings would have been fighting right there. We'd have been fighting for real. After all that, hell no. You're not just gonna turn me down. We'd have been fighting. 100%. We'd have fought. But me and my siblings fought for less, to be fair. Hey, that's a life lesson right there. It is. Me and my siblings fought for way less than that. You know? Like, we was fighting just to fight, to be honest. My mom would be like, be nice to each other. And we were like, fuck them. We're fighting. They can't little bro me. You know? Like, we was fighting just to fight. Fuck them kids. You know? Like, we just needed a reason. Our daily interactions were just like powder kegs waiting to be ignited. Howdy, partners. Hello, Justin. How are you? How's it going? But I feel like that's almost every sibling. I just kept to myself, honestly. Especially because we were poor, we were very close together in terms of space, right? And so, especially like summer times, oh my God, we were at each other's throats. To the point where sometimes my mom would make us sit, like me and my sister, not Lev, but my other sister, she would make us sit and hug each other to get along, which obviously didn't work, but fan-fucking-tastic. How about you, my guy? I am great. It is a good day. I need to open the map up. I forgot. Let me open the map. Not the hug. I hated it, bro. The hug is the worst. She'd be like, one day, you're going to thank me for this. And we're just like fucking mad. We're like, let's look at the map and decide upon what to hunt. I think, because we already have one on the map already, right? So this is the map that we got. Good to hear. Yes, sir. You know, it's a good day. The cougar's over here. Let's start with something not threatening. I have the legendary buck. Yeah, go hug your sister. I hated it. She'd make us sit in front of her and hug each other. And we'd be like ready to fight each other. We'd be close and I'd be like, yeah, motherfucker, wait till we get out of this. Wait till we fucking get out of this. You know, growing up with a sister made it easy to decide on only having one kid. Yeah. Sisters, I'm not going to lie to you. A legendary fox or coyote also sounds easy. Well, I also have on the map already, I have the legendary buck sign over here somewhere. Like I've seen it when we were in the area. But we can always, let's go buck first, then coyote. Thoughts? Buck, then coyote? The buck is in Weston. Okay, yeah. So it's over here. I love my sister, but she thinks I'm really annoying. I think that's just siblings, you know? That's just siblings. Don't want easy? Where's the legendary Wendigo? Zoom in to look for the mark. Oh yeah, it's right here. Let's take a train. And then, did I unlock any other legendaries? I don't think so. There's a legendary fish, but I don't have a fishing pole either. 60 FPS is so good with this game. What am I running? I think I'm running a little more than that. Am I? Can't wait for the PS5 update. Are they updating it? Fuck them fish. Yeah, we're going to go get buck coyote, then we'll go get like something that's crazy difficult. You already went to Saint Denis? I did. Can you dynamite? Yeah, Legate, can I dynamite fish? We've been in so many regions and are only on chapter 2 still. There's a PS5 update coming? You can blow up fish? Ooh. Look how much of the map we've already uncovered and we're only on chapter 2. We need to go here. Stagecoach is not going to give me a ride, though. Just make sure you take each of the skins to the chapter in Saint Denis. Okay. Got it. I need to go here, actually. Got it. First person it. They give dope fits. Oh, yeah, we did say we're going to do that. You're still on chapter 2? Yeah, it's been a while since we've actually done a story mission. Not sure there's an update yet, but I'm hoping for one. That would be cool. I want to get a PS5. I need to actually stop fucking around and get one. But I already have it on here. But Nope.
Happy to assist you in a moment.
I need a train ticket, sir. The PS5 GPUs is equivalent to your your CPCs. Okay. We're going to. I need to look at the map again. Hold on. Only chapter 2, but we up in gambling. We had our first net positive money day yesterday. We're going to. Where'd my marking go? Oh, I got rid of it. My bad. Rig station. Okay. Let me put that there. I say it's better. I love mine. I need to get one. Have
yourself a nice trip.
Thank you, sir. PS5 is where it's at for new games, to be honest. They have much smoother launches and shit. Couldn't leave chapter 2 on that L. Exactly. We had to be up. We had to. We were losing too much money. So now that we finished on a W yesterday, we can advance chapters. Pretty sure most games are being made for PS5 and ported to other things like PC. That's what I heard yesterday. I think me and Killmonger were talking about that last night. But if I get a PS5, I also get a capture card and shit like that, and I have to set all that up. So it'll be a little bit. It will be a little bit. Especially after I saw The Last of Us on PC, all the glitches and stuff, it looked like I'm scared to get new games and shit. Not that I'm getting new games to play for a while due to our game list, but can't wait until the games are made for PS5 only, not 4 or 5. I think that's really when they're going to step. When are they phasing out PS4? I feel like they should have did that already. It's been years. Like, at what point do they stop? PS4 is in 2025. Like, they're about to announce the 6 in 2 years. Like, at what point do they stop with the PS4? Like, damn. It's been years, bro. At some point, you gotta be, that's tough. Get a PS5 when they go to the 6. That's kind of crazy. The 4 is super popular. I know, but like when the PS4 came out, the PS3 was popular too, right? They were just like, yo, that's tough. Get a PS4. Like, move on. It's tough, bro. Keep it pushing. No, it's going to be a long while because think about it. Like this, they're still making PS3 games. 3 was never popular. That's true. I guess let's say like, I feel like still they're like, you know, move on. You have to think about the 4 is still insanely popular in the PS5 until just recently was out of stock everywhere. That's a good point.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
That's a good point. FIFA 2019 was the last PS3 game, and the PS3 outsold the 360. Up, smoke trail. Yeah, you're gonna die to the wolf, bud. Last time I did that, I got smoked. We're not doing it. Was that fog? That was fog. Good boy. I guess the PS5 being out of stock is a good point. The mods are 21% done downloading, by the way. Okay. I mean, uploading. Yeah. Okay.
You okay, boy?
Got you.
Yeah. There, boy.
Okay. So for the legendaries, do I have to hit a headshot on them to get a perfect coat or perfect pelt or no? Also, PS5 right now seems like it's for serious gamers that like quality, and PS4 is more budget. Shoot them as many times as you want. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Looking at it that way makes sense. I guess that would be kind of like their Nintendo Switch Lite type thing. You can't mess up a legendary pelt? Oh, thank you. B-Diz, my schniz. I like your name, by the way. Welcome in. Thank you. Are people who don't want to overpay PS4s are selling on eBay for like $90 to $100? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I was just kind of like, I thought we were moving on from it. Like they were trying to make everyone get a PS5, you know? PS4 is still supported and cheap. Why not? Exactly. Like if it's cheap, I guess I just thought like business-wise, they'd want everybody to move over to the PS5 already. You know? But I guess it makes sense to do it that way too, as long as people are still buying games. and PSN. It does make sense. I get it. Now they recognize that things aren't realistic for everyone to get a PS5 right now. That too. That's true too. I only got mine because I won it at a weed shop. That's the coolest way to get it. That's still like the coolest way to get a PS5. They're like, I work at multiple BGC and the kids tell me their parents told them they're getting a PS4 for their birthday this year. The same shop is having a raffle for a fucking Lambo. Yo, Curse, you got to enter that. See if you can get, like, win a Lambo too. We need to fill our cores up. It's been a while since we ate. Hello? It's $200 a ticket? Ooh. How cool would it be if you won, though? I don't know if you can see this or not, but I'll be back. Internet's acting up. I can see it. I can see it, Just Ant. Hopefully your internet gets fixed. PlayStation continues this pattern. I'm staying a PlayStation behind forever. Yeah. Now I'm anti-CNC machine. Well, $200 worth of weed. Oh, so do it. You're good. Do it. That's 11 entries. True. Yeah, we can't do the CNC. Yo, what's up, Trip? How are you? How are you?
You all right there, boy?
Yeah, no CNC. Just get 11 entries for the Lambo.
You're a good boy.
Yo. What the? Oh, that's just its breathing. Okay. This is fucking blasphemy. What are we doing? Hunt. Oh, it's breathing. That's what I'm seeing. We gotta hunt. We're hunting and still talking, to be honest.
Easy, boy.
Good, how are you? I'm pretty good. Pretty solid today, you know.
Okay.
Excited for the play-in games today. You know? That's not it. So we're in the area. No, we have to be sidetracked. Oh, speaking of sidetracks, I need to see if my VOD is updated. Because the other one got taken down. So, because of Chappelle Show. Which is fine. You know. Hell yeah, brother. Like, I have to check if the VOD is up. Now you got to use your eagle eye to find a gold mist thing there to investigate. Snookum Strike. Only way I can get the CNC on the credit card and then a ticket when my taxes come back. There you go. That's what we like. Yo, Justin, thanks for the bits. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Content. Comedy Central hit the button so fast. Yeah, Viacom does not fuck around. You know, Viacom hit the copyright before faster than WWE did. Mwah. How dare you sweet talk the man himself, I'm saying. So the VOD won't be up until 11 tonight. It won't be up until 11 p.m. tonight, unfortunately. It's crazy I came in here and y'all talking about CNC and I'm actually a machinist. Really? That's cool. Because Curse is thinking about buying one because he does woodworking. And so we were talking about it earlier. Yeah, it's not going to be up for 12 hours. So, you know, if you're a VOD watcher on YouTube, which I'm sure you're not because you're here, it'll be up before midnight. But at least it's done uploading. It took forever to upload. Viacom was like, "Where's our money, Mr. Nigga Pants?" Right? Like, damn. The 6.5 hour one? Yeah, so this was up already and they took this one down. There were so many copyrights on this one for Chappelle Show, they took it down. So I had to speed it up. I sped it up and everything and took the sound out and I uploaded it. And so now I think that's going to be a bitch and a half to upload. Yeah, they upload fairly quickly. It's the processing that takes forever. But maybe the HD will take forever, but we'll get it. We'll get it up. Let me check. It may be up now. This the SD version. Let me see. Yeah, I built submarines for the Navy, and I'm an outside machinist. Is it? Am I saying it right? Machinist? I almost want to say machinist, but I know it's machinist. That's cool, though. Damn, that's a cool job. I can't build shit like that. Can you build a scratch pack sub? Yeah, we need that. Yeah, you saying it right? Okay. That's one of those words that I've never heard spoken, but I've read it. I have like a few of those words, you know, like where I've never actually heard someone say it. Also, when you open the mod files, make sure to open README idiot. Got you. That's a pretty clear sign to read it. That's a pretty clear sign to read, you know. We're looking for a gold trail. Hey. Yo, Leon, thanks for the follow. Leon Atreus. I like your name. The other way you said is cool too. Machinist sounds like machinist. Hola, welcome in, Leon. How are you? You prefer Leon or Atreus? I can call you either one. Just let me know. Just let me know. So we're looking for a gold trail. Oh, wait, we gotta go back. We need my bow. Right? You can't just shoot it, right, with a gun? Or can you? Atreus, learn to control yourself, boy. Do not want the fire. What you like? I kind of like Atreus. I like Atreus. You know? You know what I'm saying? All right, we got my bow. Or can I just shoot it with a gun? Okay. That was a good one, Saul. You can do either? Oh, we're gunning it then. We're gunning it then. Atreus is my real name and Leon is my middle name. Oh, cool. There, yeah, that was a good one, Saul. Good morning. Springfield. That damn scream, I'm saying it. That's a dope-ass name. It is. Atreus is such a cool name. That was me last night. Yo, Killmonger, I gotta play that clip, bro. I gotta pull it up. That clip is just too good. It's too good. Let me mute the tab real quick. It's too good. God, I love that clip. It was so funny. Where is it? Videos. Please do. I am. My friends come and say, come up to me and they say, boy, clips. Here it is. Thank God Twitch clipped that. Let's make it the best of quality. Oh, hold on. I have the tab muted. It was so great. Here it is. Here's Killmonger right here. You see?
Oh! Oh, help! Oh, God, help me. Bruh, I don't want no...
God, that was so funny. That was so funny. I have a friend whose name is it Pookie? Pukey? And my Malaysian friend, Pukey means pussy in Malaysian, keeps laughing every time. I would. I would laugh too. Pure terror. It was so funny. I love those. I love the jump scares. Even though that one got me too. Oh, I think I see it. It's right there. That's it right there, right? It's flashing gold. Right? Like I see it. Fuck it. Making tacos? Fucking love tacos. Got it. It's we did it. That was our first no cap of breakfast sounds fire. I love like breakfast tacos. You hear a bear? What? Get this shit and move on. Mexican so I can make them good? I fucking love tacos. Breakfast tacos. I love them. This is it, right? It was flashing gold, but it may not be. That's not the legendary. Damn. All right, we'll leave this one alone. Sorry you died for no reason, my boy. We'll take the antlers and stuff, though. Gotta find something on the ground, flashing gold. Oh, I thought because it was flashing gold, it was... This one's poor. We gotta drop it. Sorry. We're wasteful, I know. Wrong place, wrong time for that elk. Yeah, it got profiled. You actually have to oh, I thought I just got lucky and it just popped up. Damn. That's tough. That's tough. Okay. Whoops. Make sure you're within the zone, by the way. Let me look at the map. I'm in it. I'm in the zone. Yeah, I profiled him. Damn. That's fucking racist. Whoops. Damn. I gotta put out a press release, you know? It attacked me first. Elkis? Yeah, it fit the description, you know? I was going off a general description and I saw it. It was me or him. You know? This isn't like tracking the bear where I see stuff like on the ground. Okay. You do see stuff on the ground, you just gotta look more? Okay, so it is gonna be like when we did the bear. I'm gonna call the police. I am the police around here, brother. Huh. I am the police around here, brother. Come on, Atreus. Yeah, it looks like the gold sent a... Okay. Oh, that was me right here, right? So that shows like flowers. Okay, I get it. I remember how it looked when we did the bear. So I just have to look for gold. So I'm going to run down over here and see. Not because you're black, by the way. No, it's because I killed stuff. I know what you meant, Atreus. I know what you meant. Let's go down a little bit over here. Let's see. Oh, so they all flash gold. Got it. I was like, man, hunting's really easy. It's not. I just profiled. Or it is. Oh. Oh. No, I'm joking. I know. I know. Yo, does that scent line, the white scent line that I'm seeing, lead me in the direction? Or am I tripping and thinking that? You see like this white scent line right here? No? Okay. That's just random. I'm not racist. I'm glad. That's your scent in the wind. Okay, I was just making sure it wasn't like the game trying to help me. Direction of the wind. Okay. It doesn't show your scent direction if it's facing the animal. It shows the animal to smell you and run. Oh, it's showing you where to not put an animal. Okay, so like if it's blowing that way, I shouldn't be looking at an animal that way, like the way I'm facing, or else it'll run away because it can smell me. No, if the animal's behind me, it'll smell me. Right? You see if I'm still in the... Yeah, you want to feel downwind. I'm not in the zone. I need to go back over here. You want to be downwind. Okay. Look at all these other horses. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah. can be around the area, and also the gold marks only appear when you're near. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of walking around. If you're up when it carries your scent to the animal. Oh, okay. Got it. Eventually we'll be near. They actually use hunting techniques as a basis for some of the mechanics. That's actually cool. Like, I actually think that's cool to put in. Don't see any gold yet. I have to go, my guy. Yo, Atreus, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you, man. I hope you have a good day and enjoy your tacos. What the fuck? Holy shit. They're gonna fuck this up. Hurry up. There's bounty hunters coming. We gotta deal with them.
Okay, fella. Get up.
Okay. Not gonna jump over the rocks. Keep going up. Up a little bit more. And you stay here. Stay right there. I'm gonna go meet these sons of bitches. They're ruining my fun. I'm trying to hunt, and they're getting on my way. Where are they? Oh, they're this way. Yeah, we're gonna run up and go that way. Yo, Meek, thanks for the bits. How are you? What? Okay, didn't think I'd flip like that. Okay, up, get up, Arthur. Okay. Okay, but damn, this is not. That did not go how I wanted it to. Yeah. All good, mate. How are you? I'm good. I am good. Hold on. Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, hold on. All right. Hey, it's just like Death Stranding. Yeah. Near the legendary zone is a word with a B, and apparently the legendary scent is sometimes by the B. Okay, thank you. I'm good though, Meek. I'm good. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you, man. It's just like Death Stranding. Yeah, I fell everywhere. Anyways, give me your loot, stupid bounty hunters.
Give me a hell yeah!
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
I love that sound. I love that sound. I fell twice in Death Stranding. I've never played, but I watched
Ass and she jumped.
Cold Carnage play the whole
I
game.
didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
I watched Cold Carnage play the entire game, and the story was cool. I can say that. Isn't there a second one coming out? I'm not doing that again. Yo, Kate, you lying bitch. We took those bounty hunters out. You said by the B, right? The walking mechanic is hella easy. People are just impatient. I'm pretty impatient. I'm not gonna lie. You said it's over here? What are you saying? By the B, right? Near the legendary zone is a word with a B. The cursive B. Okay. It's like by there. Okay, I'm out of channel points now. We have a lot of sounds. We have a ton. Oh, my dead eye's out. Yeah, I need to up that. We do have a lot of sounds.
And now, this is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
There are a lot of those. We're gonna fall. Okay, let's just fall this way. Yeah, there you go. Yep, stand up, Arthur. But it was worth every point. Yes, sir, it was. I do love the I love the channel point sounds that we have so far. All right, get back my horse. Get my horse back. Here we go. If each of your redemptions was like 2K to 5K, like some streamers, you wouldn't have the epic blurb sponsor. True. I would not be an affiliate because no one would use it. Me and Lino were talking about the scare ones. He said they're too cheap. His are like 10K for the jump scares. Keep them cheap. I actually prefer them. I like that you guys like the sounds. You know? I like that you guys enjoy the sounds, so. Let me check in this area. Let's see. No. If you make them 10K, I'm divorcing you. I don't see me making a sound 10K. The only one that's super expensive is the over 9,000 because it's over 9,000 points, you know? That's about it, though. Yeah, like, that one just kind of makes sense. But other than that, like, this is by the cursive bee. No. Nothing. All right. Let's mark the zone now and work back that way. We're just going to kind of work straight down into the zone thing. Oh, so Legate, yesterday I was in Pam's stream, you know, once I raided her yesterday. And she's playing Mass Effect Andromeda. People were saying that it is really good. But I heard that was bad. Do you like it? Did you like that game? Have you played it? Like, some people were saying it got low ratings because multiplayer was bad, but I didn't know there was multiplayer in it. Wait, it's a little to the side of B. Like, here? Like, where I'm at right, like, where my horse is? Like in the circle part? Like here? Between the E. Okay. There you go. Get these daggum animals. What are we looking for? We're looking for the elk. Looking for the elk. Hey guys, how are you? Yo, Twitch, how are you? Welcome in. Good morning. How are you? Legendary Flapper Girl, exactly. Did you get the you've entered the area notification? I got it when I was actually legitimately in the elk area, but not over here. No. Not over here. I got it when I was over here. So maybe it spawns differently. Should I just go back in here and just keep tracking? I'm good. How are you? I am fantastic. You know, it is a good morning. We're just doing some hunting. We're still on chapter 2. We have not made any progress in terms of story. You're close to the center of B, so try it. Okay. It spawns during specific. It spawns during specific times, I thought. I guess we'll find out. We got nothing but time here. Hey. Yo, Yorubel. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Is it Yoru like the Valorant character? You're looking for the legendary elk? Yes. I am. This is my first. Yeah, I didn't get the noti for here. So I think we have to go back. I didn't get the noti. Then we got to go back. Hey, how are you? Is it Yoru like the Valorant character, Yoru? Yoru? Have you checked the Eagle Eye yet? Yeah, but I usually get an alert, right, that says that we're in the area. Like there's... Nah? Okay. I was going to ask if you played Valorant. Let's go closer. I'll go about right here. But yeah, we're looking for the legendary elk. So we're on the spot. You play it? I have not really played. But my brother played yesterday, and it was one of the funniest moments I've ever seen in my life in terms of rage quit. It's less to the middle and slightly above. You got to slide down the hill. But it's not the character. Okay. Slide down this hill? Yeah, that one? All right. I love this game, by the way. I played very little of the story, but online is a blast. So me, Curse, Strange, and we're still getting other people, have formed a gang. We have formed a gang on RDO. We are a group of women bandits called the Big Titty Bandits. We're going up against a very organized Red Dead gang called the... What are they called again? What's the name of that group? Let me look. We watched a documentary on them the other day. The Reaper Lords. Yeah, the Reaper Lords. You know. And so, can I join? We have to do you can apply to join. Just join Discord, and then I'll join if it's crossplay. I don't think it is, unfortunately. I think it's like PC only. Can play with PC, and then... Unfortunately. I think that was before crossplay was getting big. On PlayStation? No, we're on PC. Unfortunately, it's like, I think it was before crossplay got big. Red Dead Online is so much fun, though. Rip. Yeah, we were playing Red Dead the other day online, and we met a hacker who gave us copious amounts of gold and money just to be nice. But I have to edit the video because then they got naked, so can't just post that, you know. It's fun though. I do enjoy Red Dead Online. Yeah, they were very nice, and then they just got naked for no reason. It was very weird. I didn't get the notification when the territory here either. Did it just move or something? The Big Titty Bandits, yes sir. No noti. It was quite the experience. Did they ever accept your friend request? I don't think so. From what I'm watching, exit the radius and come back for the notification. All right, we'll ride out. I don't think so. I'll check online in a second. Causing a ruckus today. I'll be distracted though, because you know the Lakers are on. I think it's fine. Let's actually gallop a little slower. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be highly distracted solely because the Lakers playing games at 9 our time. But, you know, that aside, I'm down. But, you know, you follow me on Twitter, you see how much I love the basketball stuff. What is this?
Hold up. Easy. Eat, boy. Good boy.
Is that a snake that we just saw that's scared of?
Get away! Ah! Anyone! Oh, Jesus!
Fuck. It's coming from this way, but I don't see where. Normally it pops up on the map. Are they up here? What the? Native burial site. Interesting. You're letting the man get mauled? Yeah, I'm busy. You know? Yeah, don't come out here if you don't have weapons. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I'm busy. You know? He caught me at the wrong time. Have a heart. Grizzly bears in this game terrify me. Yeah, I've been attacked by too many. It was too ruthless. Let's go back this way. You know what else we tried to do? Stupidly enough. Sick, let me know what time. Okay. I tried to kill a gator with a knife. And God, was that unsuccessful. We were trying to do the stab and run, and it didn't work. Holy fuck, I got hit with a Thunderbolt in Red Dead 2 Online. I've never been hit with thunder. Yeah, it did not go well. At first we got a stab in, you know, we got to run. But then after the second stab, it had enough. It is so fast. It makes no sense how fast it is. I had a tough time getting the buck clue to show. There are a few legendaries that aren't quite by the animal on the map. Just try going north of the buck on the map and slowly move north. Okay, thank you. So go here and then just slowly start working up. All right, let me start from here, and then I'll work my way up. We go like dead to the center. Okay. I'm down. Now, since we're there, we will now start working this way. We're not going to follow the line. We're just going to follow the mark. Let's go this way. Slowly but surely. I love that I don't have to be too careful with legendaries. Is there a legendary gator? That'll be interesting to hunt. We gotta hunt something crazy. Once we've not focusing on the animal track. There is? Oh, perfect. I was shocked that there's like, yeah, it's albino. Ooh. That's cool. I was shocked that there's like 560 animals in this game. Because I swear to you, I couldn't name 560 animals. Nope. Eventually we'll see a gold mark. Rain looks good in this. It really does. I was worried about playing this game on Ultra. Oh my God, they're back. Why won't these bounty hunters leave me alone? Like, go away, bruh. Deal with these bounty hunters. Then we'll get back to what we were doing. Make sure my dead eye's filled up. Clear your bounty. It's too much. It's a lot of cash. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's too much money. Can't shoot them from here. It's like $80 or something like that. And we have like $90. You know? Oh shit, they're like way up there. Hold on. Oh, he's behind me. Got him. What did you do? It's probably someone I accidentally killed or some shit, to be honest. I've accidentally killed a decent amount of people. You know? Or it is also probably because of Micah. Because of Micah's quest, and he went on a rampage in town. You know? Because Micah's a psychopath. I didn't know. I was just doing my mission. And then he's like, I got one more thing to do. And he goes in the house and just completely kills the whole family over a gun. You know. Just something light. You know. Guess eventually I'll clear it. But I have a lot of bounties to clear. Hostage and a live person and feed it to the get. Ooh. I like that. Yesterday we hogtied someone and threw him in the river. Was it accidentally? But the Micah shouldn't have been a problem in terms of bounty. It was. I have not purposefully oh, wait. No. It could be also because yesterday kids tried to rob us. They like led us down a back alley and people tried to rob us and we killed all of them and ran. My biggest inspiration is Micah. Micah's a psychopath. You know? It could have been that. Now that I think about it. But that wasn't my fault. That was self-defense. What was I supposed to let him do? Rob me?
You what?
You know, like, I couldn't just let him rob me. If I ever worked at a game development company, I would want to work at Rockstar so I could know if GTA 6 is actually in development. Yeah, what if they're just lying to us and it's not actually in development? That probably was it. I think so. Mike is a dude that gets left alone because everyone knows he's off. Yeah, 100%. He's definitely crazy. If you chased him down, you could have got honor. Oh, well, I didn't. You know, we just, All right, so we're here. Stop. Stop. Nothing. You should spread on the ground and just stay in Eagle Eye. That's my strategy. How long does it stay up for? So you said work north. I have my bow and I have my gun. Let's work north. We're gonna work this way towards the B. So I'm just gonna put a thing there. I'll put a mark there and we'll just work our way straight. Wait. Okay. Takes me out of Eagle Eye every time I try to sprint. Wait for what? Get the gunslinger quest? What chapter is that in? Because if it's outside of chapter 2, we're still in chapter 2, so we have not made very much story progress. Like I'll show you. Our progress, story 16%, right? But our total completion's at 35. We kind of just been side questing it. You know? When is the gunslinger quest? No. You get cool revolvers. I have the revolver that we stole from the doctor. You know? One that we stole from the back of the doctor's place. Still nothing gold. Bro, you gotta turn your mic down a bit. No, turn your volume down. Is that naturally loud? No. Turn your volume down. Like a key feature scratch sound. Yeah, he's not loud. Yeah, you see? Turn your volume down. Let's see. No, I like it. All right, see? So we're good. Basically all the way. Your stream is the only one that's crazy louder than the others. Then I don't know what to tell you, bud. It might have despawned because of those bounty hunters. You could try leaving the area and sleep. Oh, that's true. The fucking bounty hunters. And they're back again. Yo, how many bounty hunters am I gonna... Should I just... What is this? What the fuck? It's not a bounty hunter. What the fuck is that enemy? So we need to unlock the Moonshiner class after Collector. We can have our own bar. Ooh. But the thing is, what bounty is it? Look at this. Look at all these bounties. We have bounties everywhere. Like, where are they coming from? You see what I'm saying? Look at all these bounties. Oh, it's like a bear? It's the West Elizabeth bounty. What's our bounty here? $85? That's just not happening. Your volume sounds good to me, Shrugs. I mean, like, we got a side mission. Let's take a break from the hunting. Yo, hold on. Let's see what the enemy is. He's still getting mauled, huh? I guess he's, I guess it's gone. Guess it's gone. No enemy here. Damn. Oh, that was a bear. What's a little bear? Wait, that means a mom knife it? No, that means there's a mom bear around here somewhere. Oh, it's... Is it running to its mom? No, black bears are just small? Really? Are you lying right now? Or like, are you trolling? Come back here. I'm not lying. Come back here, bud. Come back here. Good letter watch. Nah, black bears are just the smallest. Oh. Come here, bud. Damn, this bear's fast. Yeah. Black bears are so... They are. Damn. I thought this was like a cub. It's not a good bear pelt. I would fight a black bear in the wild if it came at me. A brown bear? Well, my pants would end up matching its fur. That one's poor. Black bears are the ones that climb trees. Oh. Oh, my Deadeye increased. Level 4. Okay. Oh, we got to eat. What are these? You can get perks? Let's do the nearby side mission. You can get perks? I'm actually not taking this pelt. This pelt's ass. All bear crimes. Polar bears are the worst ones, right? Yeah, with collectibles. Interesting. Side quest. Oh, this. Fucking Albert. Honey bears are the scariest? Scarier than polar bears? I've heard polar bears... Oh, honey badgers. Yeah, I hear polar bears, like, if you see a polar bear, you're fucked. Like, you're fucked. Where's my horse? Oh, it's coming. No honey bears? Honey badgers don't give a shit. Yeah, I know about them. Yes, when you kill a legendary, you can have a fence craft a trinket from it for a buff.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, honey badgers don't give a fuck. They do not care. Like, at all.
That's my boy.
What the?
Easy, easy.
More bears?
You okay, boy?
Calm down, boy. Honey bears collect bugs and honey, but they're scary as hell. Is that only when you get into their territory that they get scary? What was that I saw in it? I guess that was the bears. Right? Is that when you get in their territory? There we go. That should be better. Right there. I think that's good. I shouldn't be peeking. It's not called honey bear, but there's sun bears. I've heard of those. Search up sun bear, scariest belt. Okay, let me look. I was in a fight with a guy one time, and he was definitely a bear fighter, a better fighter than I was at the time, but I just kept Kept getting up and coming at him, and later he compared me to a honey badger. Hunting is not for scraps. Maybe in the future, try a smaller area. Drop bears are worst. Let's see. Yo, drop bears. Is that a... It looks like a koala in these drawings. Oh, I've seen sun bears. These. Right? Imagine a bear the size of a koala that dropped. Yeah, because I typed it, and this is what I'm... Yo, imagine that. Imagine that dropping down and attacking you. What is that? Like, it looks like a koala. Koalas are scary. Worst bears are man bear pigs. Oh, them damn man bear pigs. Iced tea from Tank Bear. I mean, from Tank Girl. That was scary. I can take it. Damn. Like the drawings of them. Hell no. Like, I'm just... Damn. Lord, take me now. I've heard koalas are actually like that. Like if they get to you. They were thought to be a myth, but scientists found bones to show they more than likely existed way back then. Could you imagine how terrifying that would be? You're just kind of chilling and a bear drops down on you. Saw something over here. What is that? They here, boy. Balls are savage and they have STDs. That's what I heard.
Shit! Hey, this here's a private financial matter, so why don't you keep right along?
What do I want to do here? I don't like how they just spoke to me. Stay back and watch. Okay. Let them open it and then steal it. Okay, got it.
That's right. Keep on now. That a real question, or you just being an idiot? Well, I don't know. This ain't a mine we're in. But the principle's the same, ain't it? Just think a second before you speak.
So as soon as they open it, can I just kill them and take their stuff or no?
It's taking too damn long. God damn it, this here's a proper safe. It ain't no piece of candy. Tired of watching you go on and on.
Aim that rifle.
You're goddamn now you won't get mean, huh? Get mean? When I get mean, you'll know it. Oh yeah? No trouble at all.
Oh, I missed. Can't let you run, bud. Sorry, brothers. No one will know. That's my money now, boys. I appreciate your contributions. No, Arthur, loot him. That's tough. I mean, you know, it's the West.
Gravity
So my sweet cheek
44
babies.
just resubscribed
Yo!
for 3 months.
Gravity, thanks
Sup
for the
my
resub.
sweet cheek babies.
Thanks for the resub. How are you? How you been, man? Thank you. Loot the safe? I am. There was one like that where they were using explosives. Really? Are we going to run into another one? Are you just ignoring the safe money? No, I'm looting the bodies, then getting the money, then going. Take the billfolds.
Mine now.
Take the billfolds. Oh, we can pay off our bounty now if we wanted to. I'm good, bro. Just ate some Waffle House and did some grocery shopping. Yo, Waffle House. Good choice. Good choice.
Come on now, boy.
Shoot the lantern on the horse cart? Why? What's that do? Get off my horse. Where's the lantern? Where's the lantern? Am I just missing it? Waffle House sounds so good, though. I guess it disappears. It was just there. Yeah, I was that just gonna light the cart on fire? Yeah, it's gonna explode.
Time to go, boy.
Oh my god. These bounty hunters are so annoying, bro. Let's just go. Bounty hunters. Lead them further into the woods. It was hanging on the cart. Oh. We going for that side mission? Yeah. Or just despawn? Hello, sir. What you doing out here? This was Red Dead Online. Be a little different. Noise view. Very nice. It is very nice. Okay. Keep it going. Okay. Open fields. It's on site. Let's ride through the open field. You mean here? We're going the opposite way. These blue bonnets? We in Texas right now? Yo, where are we right now? Head towards the red mark while in the open field. Are we in Texas? See some good old blue bonnets. Yeah. Lots of animals in these fields. Would love it if there was a legendary in these fields. I just kind of have to practice like finding the gold track. The bear one, it kind of handed it to you, right? But should be lots of animals because there's water. But once I find the gold track, we're good. I just need to find the initial one. Big delay to chatter, just me. Did you say something? Try refreshing. You may be a little bit behind. Is there a delay for anybody else? I'm not dropping frames. Look at the map real quick. Oh, it despawned. It despawned because of the bounty hunters? Go to that house. Oh, the cabin back here. This place right here. It's Watson's. Yeah, right here, right? Right? That's the best shotgun in the game for free? All right, bet. We need a good shotty. Yeah, this house right here, right? Just don't kill the person, you can trick them. Okay. I will not kill them, I promise. I will not kill them. They're in here, right? Just in case we do kill them. It's funny later in the game if you don't. Yeah. Are we good, Arthur, or bad? We're kind of middle, I would say, Gravity. I'll show you. There we go. Yeah, we're kind of good. You know, not too good, though. So we the anti-hero. Exactly.
About damn time. They said you'd be through 2 days ago.
Is it this person?
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Just leave what you got in the cellar and be on your way.
Yes, go in our basement.
That's giving me hell, and I ain't in a sociable mood.
Okay, bet. Let's go to the cellar.
Which one are you again? Walker? Wheeler? I don't know. Oh, you boys.
Yeah, we're more like an anti-hero. We're not a villain, but we're not like a goody two-shoes, you know?
Hey, what's taking so long down there?
Damn. Semi-auto? All right, so we just go back up and leave? Cleaning with some gun oil? Okay.
Stop poking around and get back up here.
Shouldn't I just clean it when I get up? Yeah. All right. It's a great shotgun. Blaster with it. Let me just leave. Nice meeting you, ma'am.
What the hell you think you're doing? You put that back, or we will hunt you. Stealing from me's the worst mistake you ever made.
Final total for the CNC and all accessories is 2123. Shoot that bitch? Don't we meet her later? Or is she just gonna chase us down? What we doing here? I mean, I don't mind. We can test out the shotgun right now. You can meet her later? What's the interaction if we meet her later? Meet her later? I don't know. She's kind of rude because I'm stealing from her. Do I still have my bow, though? Okay, we do. Semi-auto shotgun sounds good. It's an interaction with her and her sons. Am I going to have to kill them later? Damn. You can come back and kill her and her kid. Okay. Y'all are ruthless. Her son's getting shot too. Yeah, we'll just massacre them all at the same time. Yeah, anytime you swap weapons, you can find them on your horse again. I need to get rid of some weapons, though. Like, I feel like some of them aren't necessary. If that makes sense. Like, I have good ones, but the other ones get in the way. Now, we were going for a side quest, but it's not here. It despawned. So, let's go look back for this JE. Are we doing it? We doing JE? Or the elk? I was going to look for the elk one more time. I think it despawned because of bounty hunters. Hunting or JE? What do you want to do? Quest or hunting? Let's go check hunting one more time. Javier? All right, Javier. We'll do Javier and then we'll come back. Pull it up. Pull us up. Okay. Should Curse buy the CNC for woodworking? You can just store them on your horse so they're not taking up all your weapon wheel. Okay. We do have to pay. Let's pay the bounty off. Let's just go to the mail place and pay this bitch off. There's a mail thing right here. I'm sick of them messing. Wait. I think both options are yes. Nah, fuck the bounty. Nah, Lev, it's fucking me up. These fucking bounty hunters are ruining my hunts. Oh, we need our horse, damn it. Or hat. Put that hat on, Arthur. So my conscience is clear. Yeah, you're good. I say do it. I don't know if you've done this already, but you can upgrade how many weapons you're holding. I don't think I've upgraded it. I don't believe I've upgraded anything. I probably should though. I saw your Riz video on Twitter. Oh yeah. That Riz video was good. It was good. Let's test it out. Is he dead? I got you. Damn. No, he's alive. Look at him.
Oh, Jesus. Please. I can't take this.
Whiskey or health pain? Or health. We'll you know what? We'll heal him. There you go, bud. See, I wasn't too late this time.
Better than nothing.
Health. Welcome in, Rogue.
Look at me. I'm bleeding out here.
Shotgun him is cheaper. We put him out of his misery. Oh, he died. Well, give me that back then. Should have gave him the whiskey. Thanks for the cigs. This is a badger. Wait, why did I see a badger? I don't want this. Think he lives if you give him the whiskey? Oh. Oh well. At least he gave us cigarettes. I did try the right thing, you know. He just, we don't want this pelt. I saw a badger. Oh well. Yeah, if he dies, he dies. That's not my fault. Shouldn't have been fucking around out here. Damn, his horse died too, huh? That's tough. Well, I don't even know what to say. We did try, you know. I tried to save him. It just didn't work out, you know. It was his time. It was his time to go, you know. Shouldn't be fucking around out here. It's dangerous. You know? It's a dangerous world. If you're not ready for it, don't be out. Stay indoors, brother. Stay indoors. Let's pay this bounty off so these bounty hunters can leave me the fuck. They're coming right now, aren't they? I guess that was good. Like, I didn't kill him. They're fucking coming again, bro. Why you wandering in the woods with your iron on your hip anyway? Exactly, right? Like, fuck around and found out. He did. These fucking bounty hunters. There's 4 of them. I'm just not doing it. Go away. I'm paying it. Oh, wait. Gotta go around this one.
Out of the damn way.
Level with me, will you? You on the run?
How do you do, sir?
Oh, my God. I can't do it till I kill these guys. Yeah, you gotta kill them first. I see. I see. Blast them? Yeah, we have to. Deadeye's okay. Where are they at? Are you gonna let them arrest him and that'll absolve the bounty? Yeah, I've been arrested too many times already, you know? Yeah, like, we've been arrested too many times. They're coming. Gonna have to kill me before you arrest me. One. Oh, that's his horse. Where's the others? It's another one. Get from behind there. Stop hiding. There we go. It's over, bounty hunters. I have the high ground. Got him. Let's loot their stuff, then we'll pay off the bounty, you know? I don't want the hat. I just want the loot. Yeah, like, I'm sick of being arrested, you know? They should have took the job. You know? They knew. It was a dangerous job. I'm Arthur Morgan. Should have hunted some other guy. There's much worse people out here than Arthur Morgan. Like, what's $85, bro? It's not that much in the grand scheme of things. Oh, we got a healthcare. Cowboys and Engine. You know, we just bring in Arthur? Hell no. I'm just gonna borrow the horse for right now. We're just gonna pay off the bounty, then we'll get a little jit back. Stop your bitching. Thick ass horse, I'm saying. Or what, buddy? You know I got a bounty. I could kill you and pay the bounty off.
Costing you a pretty penny to repay your debt.
Damn, we got bounties everywhere.
May you avoid troubles in the future.
Shut up. All right.
Thanks for your assistance.
So now, let's go do the Javier. We'll do the Javier, then we'll come back and we'll hunt the elk. Is there a train station nearby? Riggs Station. All right, let's go to Riggs. Going to Riggs. Hello, sir. I need a train ticket, would you? Please take me over to Riggs Station, buddy. Riggs.
Mercies to you.
Good old Riggs Station, brother. There we go. Another feature of Xenia when you play Red Dead 1 is it has Xbox 360 achievement system built in. Off probation and paid my fines, ready to fuck shit up. Exactly. We don't like your kind on this here train, boy. What the hell do you think you doing here? So you'll get achievements in Xenia. Arthur Morgan was the start of my redemption journey, ironically. How so? How so, Alf? Welcome in, by the way. He's such a great character. I agree. I like him so far. Although we haven't experienced much in terms of story because we're only on chapter 2. But that aside, my cords are getting caught up. That aside, I do enjoy this game quite a bit. I like how I can do a lot of stuff. Yeah, no spoilers though. Yeah, just we're only on chapter 2. You're here for progress. I hate to disappoint you because we don't do that here. we really don't. Could I have taken a train into here? Got it? Got what? Let me tell you what happened. Oh, I know you don't. I know you don't know shit unless you Googled it. Riz me up left. Here, I got you. She'll riz you up right now. She'll riz you up right now. Let me pull it up. Pull it up. I got you. It's $18.99, brother. Let me pull it up. It's on my Twitter. Where is it? Where's the vidya? You couldn't have? Oh, here it is. There you go. There you go. There you go, Gravity.
Sin City wasn't made for you.
Sheesh.
Angels like you. Sin City wasn't made.
Damn. Riz.
Ass and she jumped.
About to spend all my money.
Fair. I didn't say.
She
Yo,
has
Kate,
risen.
you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Damn. There we go. Wait, this bounty was over 3K? I mean, it's paid now. Holy shit, what did you do? Probably killed somebody.
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
I'm not familiar with the cultures in Twitch channels. Needless to say, that scared me. What, this jump scare that just happened? Oh, you talking about the sound point? Oh, the channel points. Yeah, they still scare me. I have been rizzed. You know what? All the crochet materials you want. Arthur Morgan has a $5,000 bounty, buddy. He sure as shit does. If Lev was a pasta, she'd be risotto. Damn. Yo, Lev, is this volume better for you? This better? Sheesh. Like, goddamn. She out here rizzing everybody up. Damn. Damn. That was a good one, Strange. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was a good one. I know, right? Sheesh.
Gravity 44 gifted
Yo,
Strange Seed
Gravity.
underscore a subscription.
Thanks for the gifted.
Gravity 44 gifted a tier 1 sub to Strange Seed underscore.
Strange,
They have
welcome
given
back.
6
No
gift
ads.
subs in the channel.
Thank God I'm married. I'm saying, right? Let's run a test out. Crazy Diffy. Yo, what's good, boss? How are you? What's up, man? No more ads for Strange. Yo, speaking of subs, I need your otherwise I'm saying I need your input. I'm thinking about changing these sub badges. You know what I'm saying? To something more visible. You know? Like, I know what it is, but I feel like it's not super clear what the sub badge is, you know? So I'm thinking about changing them. I'm not sure yet, though. Is this the clan? It's the fucking... It's the clan! You gotta ask Addy? Okay. She's done mine and Taylor in a few. Okay. Yeah, we're killing them. We're killing all of them.
Our numbers are waning, thanks to the fools in.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
Oh, wait. Let me make sure my...
But today, we grow
Dynamite, then drag one. Do I have a bomb? Where's my bomb at? Oh, throwable dynamite? Way better. Oh, we're blowing them up.
as we anoint a new brother. You know it. Into our sacred cause. Please step forward and kneel.
What funny happens?
Choose to accept the light. Yes, sir.
Just as Dutch would say, I've got a goddamn plan.
The eternal light shall
Sorry, I couldn't wait. Oh, you're not getting away, brother. I couldn't wait. I just can't fuck with the clan. Hold on. Let's get this shotty. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't wait. You know what I'm saying? I just couldn't. Holy! Yo, what's up, girls? They were all gonna burn each other? Oh. Well, I burned them. My fault. I just couldn't. We gotta go buy ammo. We can't do Javier's yet. Welcome in, Grills. Now loot them all. Yeah, we're taking all their shit.
What did he say? Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
There it is. The burning cross among the dead clan members is straight out of a Tarantino movie. That's hard. You know what it is. Give me that. Calm down, Lil J. You're good, bud. We had to take care of him. I couldn't wait. You know? I didn't want the fire to take him out. The dynamite's great. We got to buy more of that. Oh, that's their horse. Yeah, their horse is pissed. Yeah, fuck the clan. Lil Jid is like, Dad, what we do? You know, had to. There are more clan encounters in this game, but they're kind of rare sometimes. Where it's every single clan member is getting taken out, bruh. Every single one. I've said my 2 rules for insta kills. Anyone who says hard R, and instantly the clan, even if they don't say hard R, like they're all dying. Yeah, it's on site. You know what I'm saying? Like, is on site. It's on site. You know? I have to. I think that we all think the masks were a good idea. I love Django so much. I love Django. Oh, I thought you said I could say it. You scared me there, Brickett. The guy preaching in town about being a racist, yeah, we killed him and dragged him through the street. Wait, there's a dead body over here? Who killed this person? Oh, it's another Klans member. You thought you could run, buddy, but you bled out, you son of a bitch.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Like, Cricket. Well, I can't see fucking shit out of this thing. KKKs are shit, exactly. Scratch and working. I almost fell asleep at my desk. Yo, wake up, Feeve. I'm here. Wake up. I got you. Oh man, Django's so good. You think Rockstar would put that in? Did you imagine if someone actually did it?
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Wow.
Could you imagine if Rockstar put that in? That game, people would be pissed. I wonder who would actually do it though. Made an a sound. Yeah, we put a sound through. We put a sound through yesterday. I mean, just to test, I wouldn't. Or I'd be an inside agent. The only way I'd do it is if I could be like Dave Chappelle. Oh, shit. Cops. I forgot. We're in lockdown. Imagine a Wild West game set in the times of slavery and you're an abolitionist. That'd be sick. Yeah, like Black Klansman type shit. Don't follow the road here. What am I supposed to just ride into town randomly? Oh, just go straight there. Okay, we'll just go across. We'll just cut across. Open fields, brother. Abolitionist, that'd be lit. You're welcome. You're welcome, girls. There's an Assassin's Creed game like that. If you follow the road, cops will catch you because that's where they're on patrol. Got you. I was on the other side. Damn, Lev. How dare you? Let me tell you something, brother. If they made a game where I could be like a Black Klansman, I definitely would. You know what I'm saying? Let's be some abolitionist type shit. Just take people out. Left and right. No consequences. Yo, remind me to tell you a story later today on this. On what? Oh, I would Chappelle it up? Yeah. What? What? Pow! Just like that. And then I take my hood off and be like, gotcha, bitch. Start just, pow! On this other side thing. Oh, okay. I'm just saying this because I want to kill slavers more. This game has a few instances where you could, but it ain't enough. Yeah, I feel like we need like, almost like a DLC where it's just nothing but them. You know? Just get some vengeance.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
What the hell are y'all doing? What are y'all doing out here, boy? We're wanted dead or alive here.
A lot. Uniforms everywhere.
You see Sean?
No, I don't think so.
Where is that little Irish bastard?
I'm not quite sure.
Blackwatch. Oh shit, I love this mission. They're in restricted areas. You damn right we is.
Just crawling with Pinkertons.
Not the Pinkertons.
Pictures of Dutch and Hosea.
We got a lot of money sitting.
By the way, season 3, episode 1 of Demon Slayer, best season opening episode. Gravity, I haven't got to watch it. I'm watching it today after stream. Like, it's the best one. I heard it's incredible. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to buy a new PC probably by the end of the year. It's like $700 pre-built because I can't be bothered building myself. There you go. Demon Slayer is stinky. No, I love Demon Slayer. Fucking fought. The animation is god tier.
I think he's bait.
I gotta watch it.
Gentlemen.
I also have to watch episode 2 of Hell's Paradise. Hell's Paradise episode 1 was fire.
Prison out west. Damn. Well, we can't be rescuing people from some federal prison. We either rescue him now or...
I gotta watch Demon Slayer.
We're not cutting anyone loose.
Of course not. Ike Skeldings, boys.
I can't believe anything Lugate says because he actually enjoys AOT.
Before handing him over
I mean...
So, I guess...
We gotta shave.
We need to
We're getting a little too scruffy. Time to shave again. Keep the mustache and trim the beard a little bit.
We'll head up on the other side of the valley and meet you that way.
And you can't believe anything I say yet. Bro, I'm saying Hell's Paradise was one of my favorite mangas. The anime so far is so good. The anime, episode 1, I know episode 2's out, but episode 1 was incredible. Shit gonna get bloody? Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Well, we'll rescue Sean.
It's like,
get ourselves
so the ones that I'm watching, there's like three that I'm really watching. Let me see. Let me go to Andy chart real quick. Let me look. It's Demon Slayer, obviously. I started Chainsaw Man yesterday. Top tier. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's Hell's Paradise, this one, and My Home Hero. There's 4. There's 4 really that I'm watching. So we have Demon Slayer, obviously, right? This one, which is Hell's Paradise. Hell's Paradise right here, right? I've watched 1 episode. This one right here. If I do the hollow, go to anime nickname. Don't spoil the game, Red Dead. I'm just going to keep rewatching AOT. This one right here is good. Chainsaw Man's absolute gas is going to get crazy. I cannot wait, Killmonger, for season 2. This one right here, if you're not watching this, I recommend it. I enjoyed the first episode. I have to watch the second one. This one's good. But My Home Hero, holy shit. I was not expecting this when I clicked this one. My Home Hero is gas. Absolute gas. Highly recommended so far. My brother said he read the manga and it's really good, but I didn't read it. I was going to, but I got distracted by other ones. You know how it goes. But man, it's good. It's good because every anime I watch that isn't AOT is ass. I think you watched it too soon. You know? The anime I've been kind of wanting to rewatch is Steins Gate, though. Like Steins Gate. Steins Gate was good. AOT is fire, but not the best. I agree.
Keep your eyes open for Pinkertons. They got patrols out all over this area.
Like, I gotta watch Demon Slayer. I've heard it's really great. New PC, I think the specs, if I remember, are an Intel Core i3, Intel RAM, and I think an RTX 2060. If any of these are not right, correct me, because I'm not a computer nerd. I'm also not. You watch some popular anime. Also, Jaeger's a bitch. That's where that's the part where I'm a Jaegerist. They are milking it. Like, I thought we were getting a season this season. They should just put the ending season this season instead of giving us an hour episode and be like, see you in the fall. Like, what the fuck is that? Just give me the show. Like, look, I'm kind of sad it's ending too, but it's time. It's time. It should just be like wrapping up. We've been here for forever. Hey. Yo, Alf, thanks for the follow. AOT is pulling a Naruto and it's stupid. Spoiler, this game has rocks. God damn it. Yeah, I'm like in this shit already. I didn't know they did that. They did. They put out an hour episode. They were like, oh, here we go. It's starting. They put out an hour episode and we're like, yeah, see you in the fall. See ya, boys. In the fall. See ya. It's fucked up.
I keep hearing about this woman, Heidi McCord.
Just fucked up.
Some young mother, they're saying Dutch murdered on the boat.
Well, this game has cocaine. I have cocaine in my inventory right now. Yeah, they milking the last season. It's getting annoying.
Money yet, it seems.
It's getting annoying. I just want to see what happens.
There, look. I think that's our boat. All right, gentlemen. Follow me.
Look at that camera. If the final episode isn't top tier, I'm blasting. I'm gonna be so mad. Imagine we wait this whole time and it's ass. Could you imagine if we just sit here and we're like, what the fuck was that? Imagine it's just like, just ass. I'd be so mad.
Make sure it's him first before you go starting another war.
I'd be so mad.
You think they can see us?
We just shoot the boat or no?
Just three fellas out on the trail.
Yeah, imagine like it's just a dream. Aaron just dreamed the whole thing.
So,
and he's just like some otaku in Japan. You know?
you've been gone for a while. Much as I love dodging the law and sleeping in the dirt with you derelicts, I do have other business to attend to.
Oh, gross.
You know how life is.
I think there's sites you could buy it.
Especially with you.
Brush the horse a little bit.
Nice to know I'm missed, though.
I heard it's healthy. I mean, it feeds babies, doesn't it? The problem with extending animes is the fact that there's a good point to end on, and then you're just like, but I like money, so you ruin it. Mikasa's milk. All I got is man milk. Same.
But without me, you'll not find the caliber of victim that I find. Come on, let's keep them in sight. You all right, Javier? You're quiet.
He hasn't stopped talking since we left you in Valentine. It's the longest ride of
I
my
feel
life.
like, you know, they should just give us. I want Annie to step on me. I like Annie. I do like Annie.
Pick up the pace a bit.
Bro, you the one right.
Apparently, there's a camp somewhere.
Who's a girl here? Give me your milk. Yo, chill. Chill, girls. Chill. Chill. Chill out. Yeah, chill out, bro. Chill. Yeah, hey, yo. Thank you. Chill. Chill out. Okay. Random generator took it a little too far. Chill out. Do I just have to? Am I supposed to lead this? No. What is that? I meant bottle milk. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Lean that up. Chill out.
Look, they've stopped. All right.
Can we shoot them now or no?
Let's take a closer look. Binoculars, gentlemen.
Binoculars. Looks like
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
Cambodian.
Oh. In the last year or two.
What a good one.
Certainly kicking up enough of a fuss.
We can just kill these four right now. What are we doing?
Definitely shown.
Oh, they're giving him a decent kicking.
Well, you can only imagine.
Rose has his mind on the right parties.
Oh, yes.
All of you go to bed, no supper. I'm saying. I need a spray bottle emote.
The other side.
We need a spray bottle.
What about the other two down there?
The finest, the breast milk.
Follow me.
The can't Oh man, I love Chappelle's Show. I love Chappelle's Show. God. I hate that we're riding. Like, let's just go take care of these people. Okay, now what are we gonna do? Okay, bud. Real bro, a sus alert. I'm saying.
Leave it to me, gentlemen. I'll go
It is.
and create a distraction. Then you two sneak across and do the dirty on them.
Grills me are starting the wrestling move. Yo, Scratch, throw it back for the one time.
Okay. Get your knife.
Did you see it?
Keep your head down. Wait.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
Okay, let's move down. Don't cross until he's got there.
The fuck are these AOT Fortnite emotes? The emotes are trash. The emotes are so. Oh, he said draw my knife. The emotes are trash.
Wait here. He's still reeling them in.
Gentlemen, excuse me. Dear brother,
Slow motion, Jimmy said.
gravely ill.
What's the problem?
It's dear Bessie.
You take the one on the left.
Where is she?
Okay, come on. Stay low.
I'm beside myself. If I lose Bessie, I lose everything.
Oh, calm down, mister.
I can't.
Yeah, Grills, chill out. Got it. Damn, like hurry up, bruh.
Hey, yo. Okay, let's get after him.
There we go.
Pleasure as always, gentlemen.
Yeah, we'll get after him. Hold on. I just need the money. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, just chill. You know what I'm saying? Chill out. All right, where am I going?
Come on. We got two halfway up the canyon to deal with.
Here we go. We forgot to buy ammo.
Very nice. Who's the guy you got them from? Is he alive still?
Come on, focus. Oh.
Focus.
He's gonna shoot him or what? Am I supposed to be patient here? I could take them both out.
I can't wait to get back home again.
We're gonna have to shoot our way up there.
Hello, Arthur.
Where are these sons of bitches coming from?
Okay.
Oh shit!
Oh, damn it. He's dead. Yeah, he's dead as fuck. Oh shit. Got him right in the heart.
Get up there!
Damn, I have the wrong gun. Oh well. Where'd that? Oh, he's up there. Damn. My bad. I was watching him die. My fault. I was watching him die. We're pushing up. I think that's it. I think they're all dead. Oh, no, they're not. There's more coming, brother. Got him? Thought I saw another one. Got him? I like the way you died, boy. Django. Oh, yeah, I'll be up there quick. Hold on. You know what I got to do. Let's go all the way back real quick. Just got to make sure we, stock up. Stock back up. You know? I know it's annoying you guys, but I need my loots. I ain't shoot these people for nothing. Loot, loot. You know what it is. I got to. I'm a bandit for a reason. You know? There we go. Wolves. There we go. Loot up. The thing that is always funny to me in these games too, I couldn't imagine just dressing like this to go confront someone in a shootout. They're like, we're gonna go capture us some people, but first let me put on my 3-piece. I know it's hot as shit out here too. Put on my 3-piece and go deal with some bandits. Like that. You know, just do it. This music does kind of make me want to get a Ford F-150 though. Seems like the perfect commercial music for it. Hello? Where's the other? Oh, he fell right there. There we go. Good. I can't grab that up there. Those are lost causes. Those are lost causes. Built Ford tough. F-150, brother. Can't get any better. We're built Ford tough. You get the Ford is the best in Texas. Damn. Like, come on, bro. Hold on, brother. Gotta loot. You know what it is? You driving around in a shitty ass Dodge. Let me tell you, brother. Get you a Ford F-150 and it'll change your life.
All good? Wouldn't go that far. The camp's up this way. Come on.
It will absolutely change your life to get you a Ford. Oh, y'all using pistols? Couldn't be me.
Charles, you take the right. I'll go left.
Okay.
Take them down.
Goddamn army of these.
How come y'all didn't tell me where to go?
How much is Sean's bound? Maybe we should turn him in ourselves.
Put some truck nuts on that bad boy. Make sure you lift the tires. Get the elevated. We're going mudding, boys. Damn, okay, so there's another one right there. We're going mudding. America. Where he at? Oh. Damn. America. Damn. All right, that's everybody, right? Oh, shit. What the fuck? Where he come from? I was about to loot. I shot his hat off. There we go. How it feels to drive a Ford F-250.
Okay. Let's get Sean.
We'll get coming to save the motherfucking day. America. You know how it is, brother. We're here to not mind our own business, but to mind your business as well. I'm here to spread democracy to these poor folks. Put the F-250 in the memes. Okay. Democracy. You know what I'm saying? America.
Have you ever been beaten by a wet spaghetti noodle by your girlfriend because she has a twin sister and you got confused and fucked her dad? Well, that's how it feels to drive a Ford F-250.
Yo, what up, Lumpy? What up? What up? Wait, what does this mean? I gotta translate it just to see something real quick. Let me see. Detect language. Oh. Hi, Rado. I don't really know. I don't know Bulgarian, but hello. Hello. He said hello. I translated it. I was like, what if he just called me something crazy? So my curiosity got the best of me. He said hello. We're good. Hello. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, we're good. I just had to make sure he wasn't like calling me something crazy, you know. All right, yeah, Legate's just saying he's just putting random stuff. Hello, I hope you're doing well. I don't know Bulgarian though, so you wouldn't mind, since I'm the one gaming, if you would just run that through a translator for me, you know. Appreciate you coming through though.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Robin, duh. Fuck are you doing? You know what we're doing here.
I beg your pardon?
I mean, we might as well get used to it. True. We might as well learn at this rate. Oh, man. Good point. They're going to go play some games? There you go. Enjoy your games. Yo, Lumpy. How you feeling, man? Weren't you hurt last time you came through? Are you feeling better? I hate knitters. That's what you said. Oh, you never know. Shit.
Wow, that's a lot of words.
I hate knitters.
Too bad I'm not reading them.
Yeah, you never know in this world. Oh, shit. I forgot about you, my boy. Hold on. 1 second, Sean. Still a few more bodies. I'm good. Doc said I'm allowed to play now. There you go. I'm glad. I am glad. I'm glad it wasn't too bad. 1 second, Sean. I just unlocked an achievement. Take from the rich. 1 second, Sean. There's people. We'll cut them down. We don't need those last two.
Will one of you help me out here? Arthur.
Here we go.
You know, you're a lot less ugly from that other angle, Arthur.
Hey, I'll put you back up there, buddy. Let me see what this said. This last one I'm going to translate. Please, Fortnite V-Bucks, 1 million BBC love. Hey, you found Smitty. We did. We got him.
Do I get a hug, Arthur? A warm embrace.
I recognize him from RDO. I saw him in Red Dead Online.
For a lost brother now found.
So I like his accent.
You know, nothing means.
We need a shower. We're dirty as fuck. This dude's funny as fuck.
Real thing to me. I would kill for it. I would happily die for it. But in spite of all of that, I would have easily left you here to rot if Charles hadn't stopped me.
I don't believe a word of that, Arthur.
Get him out of here.
You're a
I don't believe a word of that, Arthur.
Kind of young whippersnapper, Kennedy.
By like my time when I'm, by the time I'm done streaming, like forever, whenever that is, I will be an accent master.
Be careful. There's patrols everywhere.
What about you?
I'm gonna see what's worth taking here. I'll meet you back there as soon as I can.
All right. Okay, come on. Have I got stories for you?
Yeah, I can't wait.
I imagine y'all missed me a lot, but fear not, the joy's back in your lives now.
Oh, you bet it is. All right. Let's see if there. Oh, good boy. Let's see if there's anything worth stealing. Huh? Anything over here? We'll take the gin. Where's the gin at? We'll take that. Yo, what's up, little Jet? Appreciate you. Yo, get out of the fire, bro. Get out of the fire. Jesus Christ. Cops will come if you wait here long. Oh, that's right. Okay, let me just loot up here, and then we'll get out of here. Hurry up, Arthur. There's nothing. This is a water tower. Go back down. Yeah, let's leave. You're right. We just paid a bounty. A cab, I'm saying. Oh, shit. Get out of here. Put on a mask. Good point. I always forget about that. Let's cross the river, shall we? What the fuck is coming now? Oh, that's cops over there. We need to go to Riggs. Going this way. Fuck them turkeys up. Hello, Sean. I'm really enjoying this game. The characters are good. Story's fun. There's lots of stuff to do. It's like my perfect ADHD game, you know? All right, we're good. Okay. HD ADHD. It's going to get even better? Oh, I believe so. I understand why people say that this game is a 10 out of 10. Oh, he's back. So let's go there and we'll travel. The side mission's back, I just noticed, yeah. We were thinking the same thing. There's a station near that mission. You can take a train there. That's what I was thinking. So we're going to go to Wallace. I've never even played this game, and I think it's a 10 out of 10, and that's crazy. Yeah, I had high expectations, and it's lived up to them, to be honest.
All due respect, you better remove that mask before asking for
Oh, that's right. My fault, bud.
service here.
Oh, okay, then.
That's better. Thank you. How can I help you?
Take me to Wallace. It's 420. 420, buddy. Like that NPC, at least he was honest and not rude like some of them are. True. The rude ones make me want to like keep the mask on and just, you know, blow the place up. We don't mask up in here. Heck the CDC, brother. Let it spread. Let it spread. That's what good Americans do. That's what we do here in America. You understand me, boy? Okay. Here we go. Is Arthur smoking again? Oh, I forgot you can smoke inside vehicles at this time period.
You ain't supposed to be here.
I like the training tiers in this game. The rude NPCs I encounter in games will never see the light of day again. That's kind of how I feel. The training tiers are cool. I know you was trying to come over here. You can smoke anywhere in 1899. That is true. You can drive the train, like drive them, not just like rob them. That's cool. That looks like one I took my son on recently. I haven't been on the only train I've been on was in New York. You can rob and drive them. That's actually cool. How did he like the train? Coach was 98 years old. It's kind of cool, actually. I've only been on the one in New York. I forget what it's called, though. He's 6. He loved it. I would have loved that as a kid. That's a cool experience. A lot of kids are obsessed with trains. Yeah. That's true. I think especially because it's one of the first noises you learn as a kid. Fuck did I just run over? Oh. I would have loved it as an adult. Yeah, I was thinking like, have you seen that? There's like a super exclusive and like you have to set up an appointment like way ahead of time in Japan that basically takes you across the entire country. It's pretty cool. I enjoyed torturing lizards, snails, etc., and tearing up action figures. Yeah, I didn't. I was a very simple kid, you know. I was a very simple kid. But I wasn't like, you know how kids love, like you'll see like little kids who I liked killing things. Were your parents ever like worried? Were they worried about that? Because I could see like me, I'd be like, what the my mother was worried? Yeah. Me, like, I was kind of the opposite in that I had him watching the old Thomas with George Carlin as the narrator since he was a baby. Those were cool. Get this man a psychiatrist. Like me, I see like especially because I take family photos and stuff. I see a lot of them when people walk by with their dogs. Like kids will be like, "Oh, it's a dog, it's a dog." Me, I was not like that. I'm actually becoming a psychologist. There you go. I was not like that. You know, I was never really like. I think they're cool, but I was never like a super big, except dinosaurs. Not a psychiatrist though, a psychologist. Yeah. Oh, he's right here.
We're fine. Hello again. Hello. Oh, hello. How are you, sir?
What's the difference? I'm ignorant.
Morgan, Mr. Morgan. I'm sorry, my nerves. I'm not quite the outdoor adventurer I thought. This is God's own country, and I feel I'm in purgatory.
God's country.
I hope not.
What you trying to take?
We need to take a shout. We need to find a lake after this.
Greedy coyotes?
We're kind of grimy, huh?
Wolves.
Whoa.
Psychologists actually speak with people, and psychiatrists have medical degrees so they can prescribe antidepressants. Oh, so like psychologists are more like the therapist, right? Like just the one that you like book an appointment, you just go talk and you talk. Yes, okay. Dirty McGurk. I'm like he's pretty grimy right now.
I left the meat over there. I thought I'd be safe, given the wind.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
At least intelligent wolf.
Well,
I'll stay with you a while. If anything comes, I'll protect you as needed.
You are a gentleman.
You don't know me very well.
Well, to me, you're a gentleman.
Usually, I'm worse than the wolf.
Take the shotgun out.
Any dealings with wolves, Mr. Morgan?
Sure.
But you've never been eaten.
Not through lack of trying on their part. A while back, I helped a friend from getting devoured. Usually, they are not great fans of man.
That they are not.
Me neither. Hey, shh. There's one. Looks like we got company.
There's two. Two of them vermins.
Yes, there they are. In the trees. Now, don't do anything. I'm going to take a few photographs.
Oh, Legate. So in RDO, I have like a vermin gun, right? Like a vermin gun. Is that gun good in the story? Like for hunting smaller stuff? It is good? Actually, we need mid-range. Let's use for hunting birds, bunnies, etc. Is it worth getting?
Hungry boys.
Use the shoddy.
Come on.
Post some photos in general? Okay. It is worth getting? Okay. Because I have it. I got it for like $30 in RDO. It is? Okay. Yo, this is actually cool. Like, this is the cool one. Like the lake. Being in the train looks cool. This is something like I would have done. That's really cool. That's actually really cool. That's something like, even now, I'd want to do. Okay, the mega. Thank you. I see the mega, Legate. I saw it. Saw the link.
Can't have a man in the frame. They'd think it's staged.
Yeah, sort of is.
Magnificent creatures.
Especially when clawing at your eyeballs.
Come on. Stay still, my beauties.
You can push the back of those chairs so they sit both ways. Wow. He's fucked. Oh, there's a whole pack. I just bought Stories at Midnight. Is that the name? By Edgar Allan Poe. Well, the book is by another person, but the stories are by Allan Poe. The only Edgar Allan Poe poem that I know is The Raven. And hi, Phyllis, how are you? And the reason I'm aware of The Raven is one, because of English class. But my teacher, my English teacher, was the sort where you could either write a paper or you would memorize the poem and you'd have to say it in front of class. And for me, in that situation, and only that situation, it was easier for me to memorize the poem and say it in front of my class and just get the 100 than risk writing the paper and not getting the 100. Good, thanks. How are you? I am pretty good. Pretty good. I think that is, and isn't there a Robin Williams movie? It's kind of based off of Edgar Allan Poe. W Logic? I think so. It was way easier. Wasn't there a movie that was kind of that like tied in with it? I can't remember what it was though. I'll remember it later. But I vaguely remember him doing something kind of tied with it.
They don't seem to be fans of modern technology.
Yeah, they're gonna fuck you up, bro.
Looks like
Yeah, you're dead.
wanted wolves. You got wolves, Mr. Mason.
Don't eat me.
You're good. They're dead. The shotgun is fire. I like that. You were right. Good get.
My whole futile existence flashed before my eyes.
Yeah, they can be.
That's a good gun.
What a way to literally a dog's dinner. Still worse things happen at sea?
Do they?
Well, I imagine. Perhaps wolves do better at sea. Are they good swimmers? Well, who knows? You have saved my poor foolish skin once again.
Well, the newest one I can remember is The Pale Blue Eyes starring Chris Bale.
Debt of gratitude.
I have to figure it out. Hold on. Like, his cutscene's not important. Well, I have to figure it out. Glad Kanye's unreleased music still at least exists to be listened to. I agree. I had something similar in English class. They wanted us to recite a poem, and if we did it in a Southern accent, it was an automatic B. But if you didn't do it in an accent, you had to write a longer poem. I took the Southern accent. Way better. That's such a way better choice. I'd be there. Well, it was the worst of times, and it was the best of times, buddy. The Southern accent's way better. Robin Williams. It's not the Raven.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I can do a Southern accent and I'm not even American. I feel like that's one of our more distinct accents that we have here. I think. It was the worst of times, buddy. It was. I feel like it's like our distinct, like one of our more distinctive ones. It was like a Robin Williams movie where they were thieves, I believe. I think it is the easiest one. It's easier than like New York. Yeah, New York is like the New York one is a little more difficult. Pan? No, it had like I'm trying to think. It's gonna bother me. Why am I getting King of Thieves? No, not the King of Thieves. It's not that movie. It's going to bother me. I have to think about it. I should have known King of Thieves would have happened since he was in Aladdin. I'm not going to find it, but I will find it eventually. I can do English in many accents. Most of them are stereotypes, though. Yeah, that's kind of the only thing I know. I mean, Southern I hear because I live in the South. But, you know, like my British accent's based off like, you know, the super posh stuff, I think is what it's called. I have to look at his filmography. It wasn't Pan. I don't believe it was Pan. Yeah, most of mine are like based off of stereotypes of what they usually sound like. Just kind of want movie filmography. The Survivors? Is that it? Welcome in, Yeti. Is that it? I think that may. Let me see. No, that one's too old. That was a good one, though. I can't remember for the life of me what it was. I'll figure it out. It'll randomly come to me. We'll keep going. It'll randomly come to me as we go. How are you, Yeti?
Mr. Mason, I do. You take care now.
And you too, sir.
Let's
Just checking this equipment. If only my hands weren't shaking quite so much. First I was scared of the wolves, and now it's hydrophobia.
Good. How about yourself? I'm pretty good. I am pretty good. Oh, I thought it would tell me the quality. I guess it won't. I guess you only can do that when they're alive. Pretty good. It's been a pretty good day so far. I'm enjoying it. There we go. Map. Let's see what we got going. What are we doing next? All right, let's try to find... I think it's been enough time where we may be able to find this now. Is there a lake on the way? Yeah, we're going to cross one. Let's go this way and then we'll loop around. We need a bath. Badly. We're grimy. Yep. And not in the cool way. Bought Red Dead 2 for like $100 3 years back. I couldn't play it because my PC was shit, still is. If I have to spend $700 to get my money's worth, damn it, I will. I think you can play it on a 2060 just fine, right? I think Curse said you can. I believe you can. I'm not 100% sure though. You can play it on a 1050. Oh yeah, then you'll be good. You'll be more than good. You can play it on a 980. Yeah, see, like, I don't know stuff like... I'm not, like, the biggest computer guy, you know? Wash that shit off your face. 420? Best card. Didn't work. We need deeper water. We need deeper water. Yep, boy. Let's run through these open fields. Biggest problem for me is my AIO is ancient and it has like 4 gigs of RAM and Rockstar will not let me play into the game. That's annoying. Need at least a GTX 770 because the minimal is like 8 gigs of RAM. Yeah, that's annoying. That is annoying. 2023, you need 16 gigabyte for new games. I think I have 32 gigs of RAM, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I do. That's why I'm getting 16 gigabyte one. Good. Good. Look at this environment. They did so good with this. Good job, boys. Good job, Rockstar. They did really well with the environments in this game. You even play Red Dead 2 on a 1030, which is like a $50 card. Watch this guy. I am.
Come on. Hold still.
Oh, his horse is gonna kill him. I think I've seen this.
Just my luck.
Oh, never mind.
Hey, whoa! Now you got to be kidding me.
I'll get your horse. Oh, it's gone. Oh, no, it's that way.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Gotcha.
Get that horse. Come here, boy.
Hey.
Normally it kills him. Yeah, I've seen one where it kicks him in the face. Oh, shit. No. Let's go.
Hey, now.
So I'm buying... So mine I'm buying is 8 GB RAM dual channel. Can some computer nerds answer what a dual channel is? Oh, yeah, I think that means it just runs two sticks. Gotta call me, man. It's not giving me the option to. Yeah, bring your ass this way. I'm not your punk ass owner, horse. You will do as I say. You understand me? You damn right it's your horse, boy.
Oh, thank you, mister. I can't tell you how grateful I am. I'm sorry. I ain't got nothing to offer you in return, but I'll make it up to you one day, I swear.
That's all right.
You ain't got no money? I should hog tie you. I should hog tie you, boy. Probably like the last guy who gave you a free gun. I hope so. I've seen one situation where the horse actually killed him. Where it like kicked him in the face and killed him. Good karma, you know. We're trying to be good sometimes. But to be fair, we're going to have to do a little evil soon. We're getting a little too high up on the honor. I've seen it too. I've never got that outcome. I'm also buying a 24-inch monitor because my old one is in... Oh, my bad. Wouldn't listen. Oh, my bad, guys. We're good? We all good? Whoa! Whoa! Hell no. This is your fault, bud. That's your fault. They started it. They started it. They started that. That was not my fault. Funny, I said we had to do some evil. Crazy how this is American 2023? Yeah. It is. You're not even wrong. Might as well loot. He started it, to be fair. You know? Teach you. I don't know who you thought you were, but I'm him. Oh, there's... Oh, they didn't actually see. Okay, we're good. They don't mind that I'm looting the bodies. There we go. Let's keep it pushing. There we go. Keep it going. What resolution? I kind of want to upgrade my monitors. I've been thinking about it. Well, at least the one that I play games on. This one over here, I don't really care too much about. You know? Because these are 1080p, 144 hertz. Which is good. Like, I'm not complaining. They've worked well. But I've noticed there's a little bit of screen burn in. Like a little bit. Was asking you? No, I know you weren't. I know you weren't. Okay, we're in the territory. Oh, there it is. We did it.
Here we go.
It's butt fur.
This could take a while.
Gotta track the gold trail. No, I know. I know this part now. Over there. I don't need my bow for this, right? Okay, Arthur. You can't just climb over a fucking... God damn it, Arthur. Sometimes I swear. I don't need my bow for this, right? Did you forget about the jump button? No, I was, and he wasn't doing anything. Like, I was pressing it, and he was just standing there. So I had to go around. Up. There it is. Here we go. Found some dung, boys. Just deadeye it till it fills with every round in your rifle. All right. So we'll use the... I have the Lancaster right now. I have the wrong one. Oh, I do have... The Lancaster's good. Okay. That it right there? The rifle has 1 bullet, not very good for legendaries. Okay. What the? It moved? That's backwards. That's what I thought. It was going this way. I don't know what's going on with my voice. Where's the other? Now you have to look for it. Okay. It was that one that went over there, right? I was just making sure. There's a golden trail. It went this way, did it not? No, it's going this way. It's up there. I see it. Yo, what's up, Cass? It's up there.
Nice and easy.
Use the track button. Oh, over there. That it right there? That it? Let's see. What the fuck? I did that eye it. How did it? It's bleeding now. I headed it 3 times. I thought 3 headshots would just take it. Where is it? That's all it gave me was 3 shots. And I figured 3 would take it. Where did it go? Now it's... Hi, Beck. How are you? Just shot the rest of the body? Oh. Oh, well. Happy Tuesday. Where did it go? You lost it for that mistake? Oh. We'll reload. We'll reload. I'm pretty good. There we go. No, it's not gone. Oh. I mean, I still see the trails going this way. But then it loops and then it ran. Let me go out a little bit. It should be like... This it? There we go. We got it. We got it. Yep. We got it. Yes, sir. We got a legendary buck pelt, boys. Yeah, I knew it couldn't get too far away. But I'm pretty good, Beck. It's a good day. Gotta get the pelt and the body? Yeah, I'm waiting for the horse to come so we can get both. Here we go. Hey, stow this way. Let's grab the, I told you we was hunting today. It's a big day today, though. NBA play-ins. Now we gotta go to Saint Denis Trapper. I have to just ride there, right? I can't fast travel, right? We have to just like ride all the way there, which is fun. Oh, you can?
Come on, pal.
We done did it, boys. I had a big day too. How was it? Did you have a good day? I've been reading in the rain all afternoon. That sounds really peaceful. Not gonna lie to you. That sounds really peaceful. We need to go to the post office. And then we'll go to Saint Denis. So do most PC towers have an HDMI port? I'm assuming they do. I've never owned one. Mine did, I believe. I built it like in December though. I don't really remember. But mine has multiple, so. But I use DisplayPort. I don't use HDMI. It was truly? That's good. That sounds like a really good way. Yeah, most motherboards have them. I use DisplayPort. That does sound really peaceful though. That's a good way to spend the day. You know? That's a good way to spend the day. Still need to type up my, I haven't been on Twitch in a minute, but I'm here now. Welcome, Dagger. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? I read my EA book. I should get on that. That'd be a good read too. I gotta find out what movie that was. I have a sunroom, sort of industrial plastic and glass roof, and it's roasting when it's sunny, but when it rains, that's my jam. Yeah, I wouldn't be in there when the sun is out. That's like a magnifying glass. At the hospital in the morning, and that was a lot. Did it go well? Hope it did. Hope it went well.
Easy boy.
Easy boy. I need to get more sugar cubes for Lil Jit. He deserves sugar cubes. You know? He deserves sugar cubes. Eh?
Okay there, boy.
There we go. Doing good. I beat Postal last night. Now I'm on the DLC. How are you enjoying it? Did you actually name him Lil Jit? I did. It didn't go badly per se. I mean, that's good. You know, not going badly is good. May not have been like the greatest, but yeah, his name's really Lil Jit though. I don't think you can see it. Yeah, no, you can't. But they haven't like moved the goalpost. That's good. You can have some corn too. Eat some corn, boy. That's good though. The weekend days of the game have more of a story, but it isn't story driven. It's fun though, and the DLC is funny so far. No, they have moved them. So now I'm home and I feel a little overwhelmed. Oh, sorry, I read haven't. My bad. I can see that. Hopefully it's not like too big of a move, I guess I would say. But, you know, I'm glad that it didn't go badly. I named my horse Kodak Jack. I love that name. I love that name, Jack. Jack Director. That's a good name. Damn, why don't I even think of names like that? To be fair, it was Broward. We have a viewer named Broward who comes through here who thought about it. So that's what we named it.
You got some fine transportation here, That's my boy.
Oh, last time we went here was... Oh, look at him. Look at him. It helps when you have other people to recommend names, you know. If it was just me, I'd probably name it something like... I don't even know. Lil Jit has been an accomplice in multiple murders and drive-bys. Yeah, he has. Multiple murders. What are we gonna do to this fine-ass carcass? We're taking it to a... We're taking it to Saint Denis to a trapper. Oh, can you only use the... I don't think I can fast travel from the mailbox thing here. I think we have to go somewhere else. We have to go to Riggs. Yeah, we have to go to Riggs, I believe. Right? Let me check. There's a trapper close by. Horsey Horseface. Yeah, that's probably what I would name it, to be honest. That's actually probably what I would name it. There's a butcher. Is there a trapper nearby? You don't have a bounty? You can use the cart thing? Oh, I forgot about those. Turn around. It's near where you killed the legendary animal. Where? Here? I mean, I don't see it. I name it Mr. Nay, and that's not very creative. Honestly, I'd probably do something like that. The shaded area to the left. Don't worry about it. I think we'll just take it to the one that's marked. That way I don't have to, like, look at it. You know what I'm saying? I'll just take it to the one on the left. I'll look for the other one later. Go back to the... But at least I know where the one in Saint Denis is. Oh, we're coming back for you, buddy. We'll be the five-finger fillet champions. We have to win 5 games in a row. Don't you think? We have to win 5 in a row, right, Legate?
I'll give you a good prize.
The stagecoach is currently unavailable. Wish they had do-rags in the game. Arthur needs drip, man. I'm saying, bro. I'm saying.
You take me to Saint Denis, please.
Okay. We got a lot of trail ahead, so settle in.
Well, I'm settling. A do-rag would be cool on him. You know? Let's go, Lil Jit. Let's go. Let's go, buddy. Let's watch the whole ride. I mean, I'm down. Fuck it. I've never seen this animation, so I'm good with it. A do-rag on who? The horse? Could you imagine if we put Lil Jit in a do-rag? The game didn't like that suggestion? Yeah, it just kind of took us... Did Lil Jit just... You hit my... Hold on, buddy. How dare you? Red Dead Redemption 3 Detroit. Why did Lil Jit spawn in front of the cart? I have no idea. But he just fell. Thank you for the ride, sir. I do appreciate that. Yeah, he just spawned and fell. Dropped the carcass and everything. Newspaper seller. Butcher, general store, gunsmith. What's the icon again? Photo studio. Trapper. Got it. Yes, the paw. Yeah, he just spawned in and we about to spin the county on the ops. Exactly. We about to spin the county, boys. Go to the general store, wait a day and go there. Bet. Absolutely. Let's do that. General store. It's right here. Last time I was here in Saint Denis, I got robbed. I mean, the 03 do-rag where they used to hang the side strings all the way down with the cowboy hat. Tell me that wouldn't be hard. Yo, I think that would. Also, one of the challenges I recommended unlocks a legendary animal. What challenge did you recommend? What animal is it? Hold on, Lil Jit. Master Hunter. Django type fit. That would be hard. You right. I like that. Okay, now let's go to the trapper. Where my horse at? Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Hey, get your hands away from my horse, buddy. Here we go. Howdy, ma'am. How you doing? Hello. Morning. How you doing? I think there's a mod that adds like thousands of new clothing. I think it's called Limes DLC or something. Bathhouse. Yes, we do need to take a bath. That's a good point. We need to do that after we do this trapper.
Morning.
Morning. How is everybody? Bath amphetamine.
Oh, I'm sure next month will be better.
Well, it's been a little while, eh? So, buying or selling?
Arthur's in a drip crisis.
Let's take a look at it.
Okay. So you said they can craft stuff. Wait, before I sell it, they can craft things to give us bonuses, right? Some person's being racist towards Chinese people. I think it was him. Right? They said we could craft stuff, right? So what do we... Not him. Who do I take it to? Who do I take it to, though? Like, do I keep the pelt? Pearson?
If you want a unique garment,
This is Pearson, isn't it? Who is this? Oh, that's a shot. We'll take it to Pearson. And where's Pearson at? Pearson is in the camp, right? Guess I can't see while I'm out. No, it's not the antler you're supposed to sell. I'm not selling the antler. You're not selling the antler, you're selling the pelt and the meat. Oh, so the... Okay, so I was worried that the pelt or the meat would be... Okay, so we can sell it. Thank you. Thank you. That's better.
all right, let's have a look.
The antler is an inventory item. Okay, so don't sell this. We're going to sell... this. That's a badger pelt. When the fuck did I get a badger pelt? I mean, we need to sell this. That's perfect.
I hope you make good use of that.
Bring your horse closer. Okay. When did I get a badger pelt?
Thank you for your help.
When the fuck did that happen? I don't even think I've seen a badger yet. That I remember. Let's bring him just all the way in. Excuse me, ma'am. Did you see what happened? Oh! Yo, thank you for reminding me. Let's look. Good look, Sora. What happened to her? See what happened. Looks like she's back. Let's see. Let's see. Looks like she's back. Like, it looks like it's normal again. It was this one, right? I'll go to the other link. Let me go back to where I was. Let me look. Let me look at my history. Look at the game for a second. Oh, yeah, let me just go through my history and look. I clicked it. We'll have to go back through it. It's just this now. Hold on. I'm waiting for it to load. All the Vanderling gang needs is an Asian. They have Latinos, Black, and Irish people. Yeah, then we'd be the best of multicultural. It's just this. Let's go back, though. Whoever's running the Lo-Fi Girl account is running an infinite money glitch. It is. Let's see. Okay, so it was around here. So let's see what happened. Oh, so then the timer ran down, right? So the timer runs down. One more. 6, 5. Scratch, yes. Yes. And then we wait. Email came through. There we go. There we go. Baby, there we go. There we go. Congratulations. Oh, hold on. Killmonger. Hold on. My boy, congratulations. Did you set it up? Did you set it up? I'll sub right now. Let me know when you sub it up. When you set it up, and I'll do it. What's the email? He's affiliate now. We affiliate gang, nigga. Yes, sir. Congratulations. I will sub right now. I'll sub right now. Let me know. Let me know when you set it up. Hell yeah, I got to set it up? All
Look
right.
at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
I got all these tabs open. Hold on. Let me close some of these bitches down. Do it right now. Let's have a celebration orgy. A celebration. I don't know if we're I mean, we're excited, but like, you know, like, I don't know what to. Yeah, we ain't there yet. Thank you, Alf. Thank you for some like we good, but you know what I'm saying? Like, speak for yourself. Okay, Beck's down. Beck's down. Okay. Here we are. Look, I'm right here. I'm pressing the button and I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna switch immediately. Just so I don't get my card leaked. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to all the homies in here. I love y'all, man. No, we love you. There it is. Oh, you can't see it. There it is. Congratulations, my boy. Congratulations. Congratulations. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. It fucked. I sub first. Video proof where it didn't happen. Got him. Let's go. Check DMs. Got you. Oh, there you go. That doesn't tell me a timestamp, though. That doesn't show me a timestamp. Show me the timestamp. I got a video clip of me doing it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Also watching episode 2 of My Home Hero. Don't spoil. I haven't seen it yet. Let me know if it's good, though. Give me a rating. It's lit? Okay. Off topic, but Return of the Jedi is re-releasing on the 28th of April. Really? I will. Okay, perfect. Congratulations, man. I could not be happier. Like, well deserved. My sub was on top. I ain't see it, bro. I ain't see it. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't count. Does not count. Don't count, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't count. Okay. Well deserved, though. You know? Killmonger's, you know what? Is it because I'm list of series of racists why you hate me, huh? I do not. I do not hate you. You know? But, you know, we have to. Shout out. Very well deserved. Content's incredible. The TikToks, if you don't follow them on TikTok, top tier. Oh, help! Oh, God, help me. I love that that's your top clip.
I don't want no.
He works hard. Streams are awesome. Give him a follow. Congratulations again. Could not be more proud. I could not be. You know, you've built an incredible community, and I'm just glad that I get to be a part of it. I don't have a clapping sound effect, so it's just going to be me. You know? It's just me. It's just me. Okay. We are finding out what happened to her. So the whole time, I appreciate it, man. Big love, bruh. Big love back. For real. Jump up and down for the clapping sound effect. I mean, I don't think I can right now. You know? I don't think I can. Not at the moment. That was a good one. Thank you. Someone got to give me props. It was good. I got to give it to you, Sora. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, let's find out what happened to the Fit Girl. So let's do a recap. Let's do a recap of what has happened with the Fit Girl. Let's go to the TikTok. Let me close some of these fucking tabs. Sun Bears, we don't care about that anymore. CNC machine. That's the map. Playoff picture can close. This YouTube tab can close. Okay. So last time we checked, this is where we were with the fit girl. Okay. Let's just recap for everyone who missed. Like, if you don't know what's going on with Fit Girl, this will tell you.
A few hours ago, on April 10th, something happened to Lo-Fi Girl on YouTube. She just completely disappeared. Nobody knows exactly where she went or what happened to her. No, seriously. But what we do know is that a blue window in the dark city started to blink, and viewers noticed
there's a video on their profile that said what's happening in the distance too.
This blinking, a message in Morse code, as if it was a cry for help. This might sound shocking, but another stream appeared on the channel's page, which
and
just
so that's where we are.
An empty room.
That's where we are right here. We're right. That's where we are right here.
The door and nothing else. The Lo-Fi community reacted immediately, and if you go to the chat today, you will see people spouting random numbers and then immediately deleting their comments. But why? There's something unsettling about empty rooms, and Lo-Fi Girl knows exactly
Girl lore
how to
getting
frame
crazy,
a mysterious
isn't it?
Event. However, others have suggested that the disappearance is a sign the stream is ending for the last time. But anyways,
So this is what happened. As time was counting down, you're right. The Lo-Fi Girl lore is getting crazy though. We got 7 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's up the sound. So nothing's happening. We're still waiting. Like we're waiting. Okay. We hear some key noises and a dog. Okay. Oh, and there she is. Back into the room. They really made 2 streams saying, you know, we had to double it. Yeah, it's not her. This is somebody else. And there it is. There it is. That is what the mystery was. Whoever created this is a masterclass, right? That was boring. It wasn't as exciting as we thought it was going to be. So basically, if you go to their channel, oops. If you go to their channel now, there are 3 streams. The regular one, and because of Scraps, thank you. Thank you. He makes me act up. So we got multiple. Because as entertaining as lo-fi content could get. Exactly. You know? Big ups to them. That was creative. They shook it up a little bit. But this is synthwave. Yeah, this isn't lo-fi hip-hop. So they made a synthwave, and then they made like a one to study to and one to chill and really relax to. I think this one was already up. They just added this. But there it is. That is the mystery of the Lo-Fi Girl. I do kind of want to make a mid-journey version of this, but it's me. I don't know how I'll do that. I'll figure that out, though. I'll get it figured out. Anyways. They need to make a gunshots to relax to. Like, I can't sleep without the shots. I need them. Imagine they created analog horror off of this. Reminds me of my hood. I just watched a TikTok about that. Isn't it crazy? Like, they set that up really well. Chicago citizens. Try it. Okay. So let's see if we can sell this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's see if we can sell it now. Or do I have to actually bring it to him?
Hello. Is there something else? Right, let's see.
Legendary buck pelt. I'm in Brooklyn. It's the same, but with rats. Same thing, but with rats. This pelt can be sold and used for crafting. So it's right here. I don't need to get him closer, but it says I can use this for crafting. Sometimes I gotta box the rats. So which one do I sell?
Tall trees, big valley, Roanoke. I run this stall just about everywhere. Best way to source the skins.
Brooklyn activity, herbivore bait. We got that. Sell them. You can't craft anything for these ones. Before I do, you can use it for crafting after selling them. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, I'd pay just about any
There we go.
for this.
Bro, we got $15. Okay, so then how do you use them for crafting? Who do we go to? Oh, now we have Master Hunter 2. So now we need to get 3 rabbit pellets. Wait, what is it saying? So you live in Brooklyn? Are you affiliated with any of the 5 families? Ask him to buy something and you can buy the craftable item. Oh, shit. That would have been bad, huh? that could have got really bad. Legit, are you good, bro? Are you good? You good, bro?
You watch where you going.
Watch where you going. We're getting a full-on... Is the delay really bad?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nothing quite like wearing your best day's work.
Now it's fixed. I reset the page. Okay, so we need... Is it... Oh, look at that. I was like a minute behind waiting in pain for my message to show up. Oh, my bad. My fault. Sometimes stuff like that isn't normally said to be said. It's like the trophy buck that you can get currently. That's all. Okay. Oh, I just saw it. This? Ew. I don't want that. Oh, so as you... Okay, I get it. I get it. That makes sense. As you sell things to them, you unlock things. Okay, I get it. That's actually cool. A man of taste. I don't like the animal hats. Yeah, they look crazy. Yeah, like you would not catch me in one of them. The holster's kind of fire though. Kind of like that holster. I'm not buying it. Okay, I get it. Cool. Cowboy hats make me feel racist. Josiah Blackwater vibes, right? If you get an animal hat, you might as well get mutton chops at that point. Yeah, we're just not fucking doing that. Mutton chops, I'll be damned before I get some mutton chops.
Tell me, how are you doing?
That's why I wear beanies, do-rags, etc. I only wear do-rags really when I'm at home, because I kind of just wake up, you know? What did he say? And hoodies, I love hoodies. Hoodies are one of my favorite things. All right, what we doing now? You want to go do John? Or do-rags whenever I get my hair braided, basically, so not that often. Show? You want to see a show while we're here? We can see a show. Sora, do you get cornrows or do you get them where they hang down? Not that one, the other one. Okay, this one. Travis Scott's ones. I've been thinking about trying out. I don't trust helping people in this city. I'm actually not helping. I'm not helping. I don't trust them. I don't trust people in this city anymore. No, I know he's over there. I just don't trust it, Legate. I got PTSD from yesterday. We're going to go see a show. I've heard people pronounce Saint Denis like it's written. It makes me sick. So the only reason I'm saying Denis is because I heard it. I heard it said. Go help the homeless man? Fine, bro. Where is he? If this gets me robbed, I'm mad. He's not in here. He's back there? Yeah, he's back this way. He's on the other side of this. I see him. Right. Around Saint Denis. Oh, not Saint? My bad. I was close. Saint Denis. Saint Denis. I got it.
Will you help a fella out? Get yourself some real food, huh? Listen.
Oh.
You have to take this.
Woo. I thought he was trying to rob me, Legate. I was about to. Woo.
You're the only one that weren't true to me. Once I had a good life, don't you make no deals with the devil. You hear?
I'll hear. You missed your mouth, bruh. You missed your mouth. You missed your mouth. Good helping you, though. I thought he was going to take you to Pound Town. So did I. The way he grabbed my arm, I was like, oh, hell no. My hair is long enough for cornrows. Remember I told you a story? Oh, yeah, you did. I told my friend about kinds of braids, and they didn't know what cornrows. Yeah, I remember that. Wendy said she repeated the hairstyle back to me, and I gaslit them about making them think they were racist, and the braids weren't called that. And they said it was because I'm Hispanic. Damn. I do remember you saying that. Let's see if anything got it. I can't greet him. I can steal his money, though. When he grabbed my arm, I thought I was going to have to pull out the gun. I thought for sure. I thought for sure I'd have to pull out my gun. I was. Ooh. Sorry, it was wild sentences. How messed up can you be to rob the homeless? There's a lot of people that do that. And a lot of people who fake being homeless, like we found earlier. Remember the fake blind guy? Who would steal the guy's last 25 cents? Hey, man, that's a meal. Was about to pull the shotty. Yeah, 100%. Had he been like trying to rob me, it was up for him. He was getting shot right there. I have a method to robbing the homeless and making them go into severe debt. It's great. Aren't they already in severe debt? He wasn't faking being homeless. He was faking blind. That's true. Go ahead. Walk across.
Good day.
Go ahead, bruh. He was still homeless. Yeah, I guess we had to deal with him, though. You can't fake blind, bro. That's fucked up. Not a lot of homeless people. A lot of homeless people can't pull loans to put them into debt because of lack of home address. That's true. Landlord Simulator. Have you seen those videos on TikTok of landlords trying to get people to feel bad for them when they're evicting people? Have you seen those? I hate having to travel to Saint Denis. I like Saint Denis. I just don't trust people here after yesterday. I have a little PTSD, you know what I'm saying? After I got robbed. It's so slow. I like making people feel bad. Just don't trust kids. You damn right I can't trust them kids. I love Saint Denis. It gives me vintage New Orleans vibes. It does.
Hey, the
Yo, what's up, Through? Yo, what up? Thanks for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Did I say your name right? I eat kids specifically. Whoa. Having to move your horse. Yeah, that's true. Did I say your name right? Is it Through? Thanks for the follow.
Well, let them know you're in. Curtain's just about to come up, so why don't you take a seat, then come back and see me after the show.
Bet.
All right.
It does give off vintage New Orleans. You come back to see him, you get payment. Oh, we're going to see him. We spinning through. Did I say it right? Is it Through? I love the emo choice though. The emo choice was good. Thank you. Oh, bars. Remember that short guy you helped because you did that free show and payment? Yes. Vaguely. All right, what are we doing? Are we being mean? Are we booing?
Abington,
I love tomboys. Same. Antagonize through the whole show. Got you. I'm just gonna spam B. Man of culture.
and fortitude to bring you
So Scratch, have you ever been to an opera? I have been to an opera, yeah. I actually saw Phantom of the Opera, to be honest with you. Have you?
of amazement for your emotional, spiritual, and
I like mentally ill girls that are obsessive and clingy, like a yandere or something. Great taste. But yeah, Rogue, I have been. I actually like stuff like that.
proprietor of a tiny dog circus, which tragically perished in a
That's crazy.
Yes, thank you. Oh, my little babies.
Well, no, I haven't. Don't think I could last. I think it depends on which one you choose. I heard Phantom of the Opera is amazing on Broadway. I've wanted to see that, but I've never gotten the chance. Took my wife to a showing of Carmen years ago. How was it?
Forsaken place, entertaining cretins.
I have heard that Phantom of the Opera is like incredible. That's one I'd want to see.
Miss Marjorie and her medical miracles.
Great. I actually like really enjoy stuff like that. But I want her to low-key tie me up in a basement, not letting me leave, but giving me whatever I want, whatever I ask for. Here's those people you helped coming out? Okay. Oh, let's go first person for this. There we go. That's better. We gotta wait. All right, I'm good with waiting. I was gonna say something very provocative and step back on it, but Sora's comment really made me reconsider. Go ahead. Let it fly, Alf. Let it fly. Why are they still clapping? Nothing's happening right now. What are y'all doing? Yeah, let it fly. New episode was a 10 for sure? Yeah, where the fuck are they? I gotta watch it. I love that show. Scratch will proceed to say double it and pass it on, and I'll make it twice as bad. Alf, this chat is the wild fucking west. Let them shits blast on me. Yeah, you know? Let it... Yo, where... Do I leave now? I want girls with honkers so big that it limits her quality of life. I swear I'm not like this IRL. Let's leave and claim the cash. Okay, let me hit B. Like, what happened? I swear I'm not like this IRL. I want a girl with honkers so big I can use them as a personal crown. You want them rocket titties? Invisible show. Neat. I'm glad we paid for that. I can't even... Is it glitched? You gotta go back in? I guess so. Guess it's not over. Oh, perfect timing. I just hear a whip. She just flinging a whip around? People have been so used to talking shit online and not getting punched for it. That is true. I saw a video about that on TikTok. PTSD, my mom, and the extension cord. Oh no. I thought you wanted a yandere. Here, I'll go closer.
Let me present Miss Marjorie's medical miracle, Bertram the Pinhead. These ain't no medical miracles.
This is a crazy show for you, homie.
He ain't even as smart as he looks.
Why are we so close? I was showing the lady with the whip for Sora. I'd rather her threaten me with a knife, fuck a whip. I personally believe that assault shouldn't apply in the event of whooping someone's ass to teach them a lesson. I agree. Not in white chicks. Oh yeah, that's true. My bad. Double it and pass it on. I got you. I got you.
You look like a strapping young lad. I want you to hit him. Right here, right in the breadbasket. Go on,
Get these weirdos off the stage.
Ah, the only danger is breaking your arm.
Double it and give it to the next person. We have to.
All right.
Go away!
Oh shit.
Hey, sometimes he gets carried away.
Bertram was about to kill him.
It's all nonsense. Your freak nearly killed me.
Oh shit. Damn. Bertram is an accurate depiction of a circus in the 1800s. I heard he's actually based on somebody. Smash his bones on the ground. There you go. Bro, my friend said an Asian version of that, and she said, if it don't taste like rice, then she ain't nice. I have never heard that, to be honest. Like, never. Never, that's a new one. That's creative. My wife is Japanese. I've never heard that. There's that magician again. Yeah, I hate him. Shane Black gets to go back. Apologies. I've heard a version of that, right? But I never heard the other one.
Telekinesis.
To be honest with you.
Telepathy. And escapology. And now for my next feat.
I hate this little magician.
Miss Marjorie of her frock. This
Shoot the little man? I can't. Whoa! Bubble butt. Bubble butt. What's up, ghetto? What's up? This Robio. That's a magic trick. He relieved her of her frock. Hey, what's up, ghetto? How you been, man? How you been? That dude just dead on stage? If it tastes like chicken, keep licking. If it tastes like trout, get the fuck out. Yeah, that's one to remember. Shane Mexican, you will never have to have sex again. I've never heard that one. Good, man. How are y'all? We're pretty good. I don't think it's over. Yeah, we'll stay. We'll stay a little bit.
They are a delight and can make you
Pretty good, though.
So, before you snuff out that oddly shaped baby,
Pretty good overall, I'd say.
From my time in France, I met these lovely girls who would dance and
We actually did a main quest for the first time in days.
a piece of molasses candy. Oh, what a delight. I bring you the girls of Petite Flaneur in
Only Red Dead Redemption 2 can make you sit down and watch a show. I'm saying. They should do this in the new GTA. Wait, you ain't do no real hunting though. We got the legendary buck. I did do that. I got one. I hunted one animal. You know, that's about it. So that counts, right? Just imagine what GTA 6 would look like. It's gonna be crazy, right? I wasn't here for that part. Yeah, we got it. We hunted that. I messed it up the first time, but luckily it was like bleeding out, so I got to finish it off. You know? It'll either be Morbius or the Bat. Could you imagine if it's fucking Morbius? I love the Playboy Cardi. What? Hairy ladies. Okay, good cartwheels. Solid. Make it a round off. Make it a round off. I do like that Arthur's the first 1899 certified hater. He is. He is. This is the hub for 1899. Yeah, people are like, damn, can you believe what we saw with that show? Can't wait till I get back to my home. He likes nothing. Yeah, he does hate everything, doesn't he? Pretty frisky show? I'd say so. A GTA show would be crazy. Have faith, Arthur. They getting a standing ovation? They peg him later. They do. It's 4v1. That's what people really come to the show for. This is a genuine question. Are there like live porn shows you can go to? I feel like that's a bag maker for some reason. I don't know, actually. I'll be honest with you. Legalize incest. What? Reminds me when Theo Von told that one story about the guy that draws provocative things on paper for like $5.
I can tell you.
Someone does that?
I bring you the most incredible singer of serpents this side of the swamp.
Nah, it being illegal makes it hot. What?
Battered tongue, but
I've been to one live porn show. Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing, to be honest with you. Amsterdam Red Districts and burlesques. Oh yeah, burlesque shows. That's true. Oh, we've seen her before. She lights up. She lights everything on fire. I've seen people put snakes around their neck. There's no way I'm doing that. I would never put a snake around my neck, but that's just me. You know, it's just not my bag. Sit, please. You cannot convince me burlesque shows or anything other than that. Choreography is cool and all. Not getting nowhere near a snake in the first place? True. True. I've had one encounter as a snake, and I was 9 years old. And I tried to catch it in a bucket, and it snapped, and I dropped the bucket and ran in my house. So that was the last time I've ever been like, yeah, snake is cool. Rap Snake Niches is the best motherfucking Doom song. My sister-in-law has snakes. I don't really want, like, no offense to snake owners, but if you have a snake in your house, I personally don't want to go to your house. You know what I mean? For me, it's like snake owners and bird owners. At least you don't have cockroaches. True. Snake owners and bird owners, I'm pretty good on. Don't be paranoid while sleeping. True. Only snake I got's in my boot. For only been to her house twice? Yeah, like snake owners and bird owners, I just don't want to be at their house. Especially when the bird owners are like, I let mine just free fly around my house.
That ain't a real snake. That snake loves you.
You love birds? I'm not a big bird guy. Have you ever listened to MF Doom? No, I have not.
Seriously?
If I could alt tab, I'd alt tab to. Will it still play? Let's see. Oh, it's still going. Okay. Birds ain't too bad. My mother-in-law has a cockatiel, but he hates everyone, so he keeps to himself. Doom was great. Mad Villainy. Let's see.
Oh my goodness.
I've never even heard of them, to be honest with you.
I assure you, she's fine. She has lain with snakes for many moons.
Really? Is it? MF Doom is a goat? I've never heard of them. I have the album up right now, though.
My olfactories were disturbed by a
It's one dude? Oh.
manure cart in front of me.
I'll listen to it. I have the album up.
Surprised to find it wasn't pulled by a beast of burden,
This, right?
but instead
This right here?
by a mighty woman as strong as an ox. I present
He passed almost a year or so ago. All right, I'll give him a listen. Yes? Okay. Whole Cakes is my shit. Oh, shit. Yo, Arthur, sit your ass down, my boy. We're not going anywhere yet. All right, I'll listen to it.
Do something better.
Accordion. When gang rap was popular, he was making food.
Give us a refund.
He's strong as a baby. She gonna rip this book in half? She's gonna rip this book in half. Ice Gang rap is goofy sometimes, bro. Two must listen to albums is Mad Villainy and Food. Okay. He was in some Adult Swim promos. Was he? I may recognize once I hear it. Here we go. The fuck is that?
She's a beast.
She'll beat O'Driscoll? I believe it. He's gonna hit this shit? Oh, no. I didn't mean to leave. He just wouldn't let me boo. Sit your ass down. Listen to Rap Snitch. Niches a little bit. Who cares if the stream gets partially muted? I mean, I'll put it right here. Hold on. Which one is that on? The O'Driscolls are one of my favorite factions in the game. I've only seen them really when they're trying to rob me, to be fair. Is it on Food? Oh, Rap Snitch, here it is.
Yo, MF Doom.
Oh, I have heard this.
What up, nigga?
These are $18.99 CrossFit checks. Chicks, they are.
Rap snitches, man. This shit is bugged out, man. What the fuck, man? Niggas running their mouth. Telling everything.
That means they're doing something right? Yeah, that's true.
Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the
I have heard this song.
Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around. Get the whole label sent up for years.
Or wrong because Arthur isn't dead. True. Yeah, you'll remember a lot of his stuff. I guess I just didn't hear the name.
Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around. Get the whole label sent up for years. Tight profile, low. Like 8 and paid in full. Attract heavy cash. Cause the game's centrifugal. Mr. Fantastic. Long though like elastic. Got my life with twin Glocks. That's made out of plastic.
Check out Hoe Cakes. All right, I'll listen to it after this. We can listen and walk around the city. We'll just listen to it and walk around the city.
The stickiest street nigga, stamped and bona fide. When beef jump, niggas don't get me cause they know I ride. True to the ski mask, New York's my origin. Play a fake gangster like an old accordion.
The Vandular gang out here though?
When the D's rushed in,
them too. I don't know if I've run into them a ton. I haven't like paid attention. Like if someone shoots at me, I just shoot them without knowing really. Cordy's another great one? Okay.
Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label sent up for years. Rap snitches, telling on their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around,
$40.
get the whole label sent up for years.
True, there's rules to this shit. Fools dare care.
Oops.
Everybody wanna rule the world with tears for fear.
And the game is Duchess, so you may have ran into them. Okay.
Running up their mouth bill. Everybody doubting still.
Let me queue up the next one. You said Hoe Cakes. What CD is that? What? Oh, this one's next. We'll add it to the queue. And then the next one is Accordion. Accordion is on a different album. Okay, let me see.
Spitting on enemies, get the steel for 10 men with no brains but gum flap. He said his gun clapped, then he fled after one slap. Son, shut your trap, save it for the bitches. Delicious rap.
Okay, they're queued up. We'll just walk around for now.
Crazy, man. I'm just analyzing this whole
I love the surprise. It's so sweet of you to come and see the show. Blessed. I hope it is a good one for you. Audiences can be terrible here. Boys, well, they're simply thrilled to know you're in their own special ways. Here's the cut of the proceeds you brought. Appreciate that.
Fake hustling, nigga.
That was nice. We'll just vibe around the city. Dominoes? Bet. Let's go play some dominoes.
Keep your hoes in
right across the street? Yeah, I see it.
Look out! I'm feeling fine.
God Saint Denis said night is atmospheric as fuck. It really is.
I told her I'll come scoop her around 8. She said,
it really is.
That sounds great. Shorty girl's a trooper. No matter what I needed to do, she'd be like, on his own throne, the boss like King Cooper. On the microphone, he flossed the ring. Average MCs is like a TV blooper. MF Doom, he's like DB Cooper. Out with the moolah. I let her get out.
MF, yeah, he is. You can tell by the style.
I wonder
am I going first? Arthur has the highest double or
can't live without it. And can't live with this. Handle your business. Villainous stay on a scandalous whole shit list.
You can.
One pack of cookies, please, Mr. Hooper. It's fun smacking rookies. He is the look like a black Wookie when he let his beard grow weird. Brown skin, it always
fridge has been fixed. Is your fridge broke?
It's an S-curl accident.
Oh yeah, that's when you called the landlord, right?
Some say
I think Addy told me about that on stream.
A lot of guys wonder where their stacks went. I call her thunder thighs with the fatty swoller. Only mess with high rollers, do what daddy told her. No matter the city, she with me.
Sally Crafts Rifle is a dying art. It is. The thing I love about games is that it allows you to explore the past. That's why I love the Assassin's Creed series. I agree with that.
Really don't trust her, but I treat her like a daughter. Taught her how to bust a nut and the heat to turn beef to horse meat chalupa. Teach her how to hold it. Of course, he is the. See, most cats.
Yeah, it was broke for 5 days. That's annoying. Glad it's fixed though.
You need to make her feel cuter and lay down the.
I'm glad it's fixed.
Everything will be. Do for her, keep her in a new fur so she looks sweet when she go to meet
I just hopped in this Fortnite 1v1 lobby. I joined the lobby to a dark map, so it was a nighttime, and motherfucker sitting in the dark skin, I think Batman on a light post, and he just beats my shit in. It's interesting. 5 whole last days. That is crazy. That's 15. He is the night.
Be a father to your child like the. He keep his hoes in check, sends them out 20. To get glows from more frozen necks.
That makes it 19.
Clothes, leave him posing naked for real. Better yet, get him for the check off the record deal. Find out where he keep the tech and the blue steel. Make sure for extra rec, let him know how
10,
you feel. And while he's running down to All-Star Weekend to ball.
Now we just need an out. We just need to get rid of the rest of our pieces and we're good. Wish I would have clipped it. That's actually kind of funny though. Fuck. Put a 2. Fuck. Yeah, we're fucked. Yeah, I didn't get to finish it. Damn.
Nice.
Damn. I had 1 tile left.
Has the laser cannon been loaded? Everything has been prepared as you ordered. But how
Random times through the day, my brain. Super. I like this. What other song?
It's free enterprise.
I hate all the auto-tune bullshit. I like the natural sound, and if you don't got a good natural voice, don't rap. What other song should I listen to from him?
But Doom will be my guest on my private estate on Long Island. There's nothing you can do about it.
What a song. Should I just put it on shuffle?
You know what you're doing,
or no?
don't I always?
I'm feeling the vibe. Pretty sure I said accordion. Oh, it's next. It's next. My bad. Sorry, can you lower the music a little bit? Yeah, I got you. About there? Yeah, accordion's up next. I'm looking at the queue. Yo, one day we could do a like a media share. This is the outro. Yeah, it's got like 8 seconds left. We could do like a song request gambling stream on here since I'm doing this anyway. Where you just like put up a queue. As long as it's not crazy, we'll be good. Partner, what am I hearing? I'm sorry, Illy, I forgot. He makes songs about comic books and food. I love it. He used a lot of Hanna-Barbera cartoon splices. Good idea. I think that'd be cool. It's at 10 right now.
Living off borrowed time, the clock tick faster.
That makes it 7. Let's see my comic book and my food. I have sausage. I don't have very many moves to make here, so we'll just go there.
He sold scrolls, lo and behold. Know who's the illest ever, like the greatest story told. Keep your glory, gold and glitter. For half of his niggas to take him out the picture. The other half is rich and it don't mean shit.
That's at 9.
Mixture between both with a twist of liquor, chasing with more beer. Tasting like truth for dear when he
makes that 12. Makes that 7. Doomsday next.
Like they know what's about to happen. Just keep your eye out like I capping. Is he still a fly guy?
Go back.
If nobody can hear it, and can they testify from in the spirit?
Add the queue. What about 1 beer? Is 1 beer good? I'll show you like the top recommended ones so far. Good? Okay. 940s? What'd you run? What's your time?
Right up on my government accumulate, either unmarked or engraved. Hey, who's to say? Doomsday.
It's 10, right? Yep. Got one piece left, and we're probably losing here. Unless that stays. My baby mama cheating on my other baby mama. Am I good? I won. Domino, boys. My time was horrible. Damn. Damn. I'm fucking with Domino's. We can just sit here and chill. I'm not cheating, I'm spreading my love. Ah, I get you. I see you. Spread the love, you know. Alright. Started quick with 10. Spread it with 10. Love, aka herb. Yep, he's got the herb. He's spreading it, you know. The more the merrier, I guess. The more the merrier. So we're at 5 right now. That makes it 4. Love a little swing to it. That's 5. We're looking at. Make it 3 for now. This is a vibe, though. Anyone else relate to hating Breggers? That's a vibe. I'm fucking with it, for real. Oh, that makes it 5. 10. Give me that. 100. We won. Let's go. You can see I'm kind of you can tell I kind of played last night, right? Just a whole vibe. You can't? I mean, we're winning. So we've been winning. I played a little bit. We played some 7-7-2. I'm a go. Okay, there you go. 7v7. Go odd. Put 10 down right there. We're up 450. Oh yeah, you're in spring ball now, aren't you? You're in spring ball? That's 6. That'd make that 8. Is that 4? There's nothing I can really do. Just put that there.
I get a kick out of brew. There's only one beer left. Rappers screaming all in our ears like we're deaf. Tempt me, do a number on the label. Beat up all the MCs and drink them under the table like it's on me. Put it on my tab, kid, however you get
we're at 9.
Got a 5. Leave it on your face, forfeit. Across the mic, hold it like the heat. He might toss it. Told
That's
him
10.
they stole it.
Yeah, but he's playing against each other.
She told him get off it and a bunch of other more shit. Getting money, DTs be getting no new leads. It's like he eating
20,
watermelon. Stay spitting
14,
this the weed, give me some of what he drooping
12.
on. As soon as he wake up, choking like it was whooping cough. They grouping soft. First hour at
Should
the
be
open bar,
15.
they trooping off.
Yep.
He went to go laugh and get some head by the side road. She asked him autograph her derriere.
That's
Red
19.
to wine low. This yard bird tastes like fried
14.
toast. Turd love villain. Take pride in
20.
code words. Crooked eye mode, nerd geek with a cold heart. Probably still be speaking in rhymes as an
I have
old
no choice.
Study how to eat
Jimmy
the
Uncultured
guy
and Q?
by the
Let me see.
No, he's not too fly to skeet in the squeeze of eye. Squeeze a thigh. Maybe
I don't see it, but I could put it in Q. I got you.
Still, they call a super when they need their back plumbing fix. Howard's only one left. The pack coming 6. Whatever happened to 2
I got you. It's in Q now.
Slide with 4 and 5 and got caught. Like, what you doing, G? Don't make 'em
How'd you do, Snow? How'd you do in 7-7, 7v7? 26. Yeah, we've been playing dominoes all night. Damn. We're getting points like crazy here. 23, make that 25.
Few can do it, even fewer can sell it. Take it from the dude who wear a mask like a tarted helmet. He plots shows like robberies.
Football to Snow play? Like actual football.
Run the cash and you won't get a wet sweatshirt. The mic is the shotty.
Snow plays college football. Did you end up playing RD off stream? No. I played Red Dead Online, but I haven't played the story. But I played just like on a website. Just a little bit. I've gotten better though. You can tell I've gotten a little better at dominoes. Now that I know how the scoring and stuff works. I did good. I didn't feel a man ram into me. So. Wait, are y'all practicing padded? Or y'all, you picked it up quick? Yeah, like I played like 2 or 3 games yesterday, and now that I get the scoring, kind of makes sense. We're at 22.
My plan is foolproof, but just in case.
Now Snow really be getting guys off rubbing his feet on football players' ball. Let's go.
Now you keep your eyes open. When I tell you, start snapping.
You see? Yeah, don't dox them? Yeah. So it's like this. I don't know if you can see it very well. But hell yeah, it was cool. It was cool. And so the one that was in the red, Fire Bro, thank you. The one that was in the red, I did her wedding like a year and a half, 2 years ago, almost. That's how I'm having 2 kids. And so I've been doing their family shoots ever since then. They're kind of the ones that got me into doing family stuff. It's cool. Did I tell y'all I'm having 4 kids soon? What?
The rapper, tell him bring what little he got. Up against the village.
Yeah, it's the only move I really have. I can't do shit with this one. Yeah.
When it come to wreck,
You cheating in my face. Oh shit, we won again. Look at us.
Be the host with the most. When it's on, space holes coast to coast.
You think I'm just gonna hand
How you doing, you little
to you,
food?
Doom? Have you lost your fucking mind? Listen, I'm not gonna hand my show over.
Yeah, Scratch did the photo shoot for my 2 baby mamas. They told me.
Mine, not yours.
Let me look at the queue. Uncultured's next, Legate. So if you have another song, let me know.
Yeah, sure. Here are the keys to the show. Why don't you drive for a while? Yeah, America's craving.
If you have another song, let me know. By FHY. Got you. By Tyler, right? Yeah. Titties, I got you. Riz. Oh, with Tech 9, I got you. Yeah, by Tyler. Okay, it's on there. We got the queue updated. We're just winning at Domino's right now. I'm actually enjoying it. Watch me jinx myself. 12. That'll make 14.
I challenge
5.
y'all to go and smile more. In
9.
America, they do us dirty like the tile floor.
5.
If it ain't a racist motherfucker, it's my own kin. The skin light, but
10.
inside is heavy like a strong gym. Code leader.
It's from Ghetto Land?
Until your neck's hurt. Comment section turn
Yeah, it is.
dumb niggas into experts.
You little tramp, stop spreading your seed.
Fuck up, nigga.
What we looking
wanted
at?
Something different, where did that go? Probably with my sanity. Front row
12.
at a Mac show. He don't
Takes
only
it down
that the children
3.
should've listened to.
That makes
At
it
least
9.
Let them know not to be like him. Real G's
I have to
moving
put this
silence
down.
like. So don't listen to these loud motherfuckers.
Yeah, we don't have
on
a
the
choice.
internet. Who you think is running shit?
Okay. 10.
Pan the camera to the bottom
10.
of the upper third. Rookie and a
8.
veteran.
Damn,
I'm
we're
better
doing good
than
this
your
game.
top 5. Hip hop now a popularity contest. This is how you separate yourself from
I need to sub to whoever has that emote. Yeah, that emote's too good. That emote is so, that emote is so good.
in the driveway. Driven by.
Makes it a 9.
This is how to be a better person. Find what makes you happy, make
We're
it
playing from
happen
behind
till
this
it's
time.
working. And if it isn't working, keep on doing it anyway.
5.
Dying on your sword is the reward
9.
for your hard work. We living in a world full of pyramid schemes. Everybody want the money, so they'll sell you a dream. I make Ghetto Land because I want to
Wait.
sell you one too. Only difference
5.
between us is that I'll tell you
8.
the truth. More than half of all my
9.
fan base is white. I
Scratch
exploit my trauma in exchange
threw it back
for
from me
a life.
earlier. He hasn't found the camera I installed behind him yet. Damn, I got finessed, didn't I? I got finessed for real. Damn. Damn. Let's put that there for now. 7.
Most rappers tell you anything to gain your allegiance. That's why we look like fucking idiots defending their demons. We
10.
want freedom. For the love of God, stop
8.
idolizing rap niggas. You want culture.
Here we go. 10. All I have is this. What up to? I can look at the. I like Jimmy. And it's inside one of the Funko Pop eyes. That's so many eyes. 816 boys? Okay.
You ain't gotta be a boss, you ain't gotta be a star, you ain't gotta be hard.
Boys.
Daily reminder that
Good luck figuring out which one. That's what I was saying. There's so many.
we don't say that enough. Everybody got a item on.
That's so many eyes. That's like damn.
Everybody got demons.
Okay, there we go.
Everybody got reasons.
Like which eye would that?
When I see Gen Z looking up to
So many eyes. I'm gonna start posting footage once I get my mojo back. I'll do it. Post the highlights.
generational commas.
It's in all of them. Oh,
This is generational.
it's in every eye. Damn. Damn.
Generational purpose.
Okay.
Generational wordsmith. You can do
We're gonna go 4-1. We got 5. I tried a quarterback in 7v7. Our quarterback's way better than us. Damn. Bastard.
Look at them flames lighting up the sky. I ain't never
Bro, be
seen
precise as fuck.
so high. Are you listening
All right, I got
to
it.
what I'm saying?
It's on the
But
queue.
It sure looks to me like them niggas ain't playing.
It's on the queue.
Them niggas ain't playing.
It was expensive, but worth every cent. Yo, I hope you're getting your money's worth, you know. I hope you're enjoying getting your money's worth. What are we looking at? 5? That snow was pounded in that 1v7. Actually, I'm not sure if Twitch would like it. All right, I'll take it off. I'll take it off for now. Remove from queue. I'll listen to it later, though.
Y'all, can't you see what I'm saying? Sure looks to
I'm telling you, like, we have the music thing in Discord now, so if you have songs, suggestions or something like that, if you throw it in there, I'll actually listen to it. Like, legitimately.
Is anyone listening to what
Yeah, they
I'm
took me to
saying?
Pound Town. Wait, Snow, did I ask you if you're playing padded or not? Yelling pads?
I never would have thought that feelings could get thrown in the air, because I accidentally caught that. Need some new boxing gloves.
Okay.
Shit got hectic whenever.
Gotta try to score 40.
For example. 10 minutes can't go past without you brushing my
Stay
thoughts
getting
like
sacked.
40 a day. So
Duh.
I say 144 times I think about you or
let me
something
look.
like that. Lost man.
He wasn't really hitting. I'm just being homoerotic.
Somebody else, I don't
No, I was asking, like, if in spring ball they actually make you wear pads. Because in Texas, a lot of times, like, at least in high school ball, they were making us wear pads. Like, full. Like, we was, like, full on hitting each other. 15. 25 more. See if we can do it. Just looked it up. Twitch allows music with slurs in it. Yeah, but I know there's some people in here, like, there's some people who may come through that are a little uncomfortable, so I'll listen to that off stream, because I know, like, some people may not like it, you know?
Yellow.
Yeah, just so I don't make, like, you know, people super uncomfy. And we have no other real moves. Oh, I can do that. Okay. Put that right there. Yeah, Bastard's a Wild song. Yeah, I don't want unwanted reports, and I prefer, like, the song isn't comfortable, you can skip it. This one? My request make someone comfortable. Let's see. These are more like techno. It's fine. It's different if it's like not super big slurs. Ultimately, besides nigga, like we don't care about that one. You know, we don't care about that one. I'll let these play though. Even if it's allowed, you don't want some random Twitch guy like look at that knitter here. Yeah, that'd be like what's that Kendrick song in a different way? Yeah. Like that one of the newer Kendrick songs that people get mad. A Horny Way is fine. I'm good with that. You know, yeah. Like if I were to play Auntie Diaries right, like whereas it's allowed, people would get like it makes some people are mad about it. You know what I'm saying? 17. I make it 22. Yeah. So whereas I thought it was a good song, but like you know, some people just not fucking with it, which is fine. It's fine. I'm not like mad about it. That takes away 12, so that'll make that 9. Here's some old Tyler. I'll make that 24. This song, I actually like it. I like this song. Let's hope no one touches that 6. And we are officially, that's 25 too. Oh, we got 100 and we ran out. Look at us. We've run 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Look at us. Twitch be getting pressed over some minor shit, but we'll let Amaranth Bensley strut around with 3 sticky notes over herself. Yeah. This is going to be the Domino's playlist? I think so. I should make it into an actual playlist, huh? I'm fucking with it. Oh, let's go back. Let's go. Oh, I'm back in. Wait, so we can't say racial slurs? It's not really the racial slurs in these songs that's the issue. It's more the other ones. You know what I'm saying? I mean, racial slurs are an issue. I'm not saying they're not, but you know what I'm saying. In music, only really one slur goes around. But we cool with that, you know.
Come here.
Yeah. Riley Reid ruined it. She did. Holy fuck, did Riley Reid ruin it for everybody. Riley Reid. Who's Riley Reid? Have you not seen this song? Wait, do I need to play it for you, Sora?
Look.
Google her? Harold. Yeah, Google her first, and then I will play her rap song for you.
Until you stop breathing. Spend the rest
Look,
of my life.
after this round, we gonna play something else? I think so. We've been winning too much.
So you could breathe.
You know?
Or we could die together.
5. We've been winning too much.
Look.
Oh, I should never heard her song. Is this someone I can... you'll have to clear your search history. You'll have to clear it. I'll just show you her song. I got you. Let me pull up her song. Because you'll have to clear your search history. I honestly never understood the hype. Me neither. Life was better when I didn't know it. I actually love this song, by the way.
I fucking hate you.
Let me do this. Let me, I'm gonna put her song on, but I'm gonna keep it. I'll just play it. Fuck it. Let me put a marker so I know to slow it down. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, Riley. Hold on, Riley. Riley, hold on, bro. Damn. Hold on. She high-key mid as fuck. You love Riley Reid? No, I do not. I do not. I am not a Riley Reid person. You said you love Riley Reid? No. The song. The song.
On your mustache,
You know what I'm saying?
100 G's, Louis duffel bag. Paying pussy, make that dick have a heart attack. Who that is? Riley Reid with my booty fat. Leslie, less swag.
You know the song.
Okay, I'm damn.
I don't know if you heard it.
That bitch, women and the men. Got the money out the flick, headed to the trap. Pussy getting so wet from the money stack.
This is the song.
Triple stacks, bitch, we clean out 100 pack. You ain't heard what I said, nigga.
Chrissy
Run it
McWillis,
back.
the goth
Maga hoe,
record.
maga
I feel
nigga,
you.
whip a trick, hit a
I see
lick,
you're a
wanna
man of
pussy,
good
ass
taste,
cold,
Gravity.
bad fuck niggas. 305 Dade County, yeah, we know for getting rowdy. Spit stringing from my mouth, but you fuck my face. Send the bitches nuts on deck, nigga. Eat me out, nigga. Eat me out, nigga. Beat it out, beat it out, beat it out, nigga.
This is on a Moist Critical video, was it? That's not how I found this. I heard this because Rage played it. So cringe. Yeah. Yeah, and then after that, last time we showed it, I showed the podcast clip where she said that she too wants to be considered a nigga, you know? And yeah, that's how that went. Bad cringe. Yeah, like real bad cringe. You know? But I mean, she had enough black meat inside her.
Such a fucking dick.
How long are you streaming? Not much longer.
He's in such a bad
Not much longer.
He's only here because he ran away.
I'm just chilling. After this Domino's round, I'm getting off Domino's. Let me get away with it. Where we at? That'll give me 10. Don't log off on me. I said it was Black DNA. You did. When you said I love this song, which song were you talking about? I was talking about the Pharrell song. I was talking about the one that we were just listening to. I wasn't talking about like yeah, IFHY. I like that song. Listen up. I'm listening. I'm listening. Is it Tyler? Yeah, but I just heard Pharrell, so he came to mind. You got more black DNA than me, and I was born black.
They showing cleavage and they flashing headlights. They drinking KCTs. They get their heads right. I love more than the areola. I love the over the shoulder, boulder holder that I can show you better than I can told you. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
She coming too. Make me wanna chew. Oh, that's in front of you.
Okay. 9.
I'm an algebra. I'm loving what's in them now.
Broadcast whole stream. I'll be missing too much of y'all. Oh, you good. Remember, Snow, you can always find, this is a great song. You can always find me on, if you want to watch the VOD, it's on YouTube. But I'm here. You know, the only day I'm missing is the 19th. It's the only day I'm really missing. I'll run anyone on Game of Bones. I'm just learning it. I don't really have any other moves. No. That makes that 10. Like, I just learned how to play yesterday, and I'm just kind of getting the hang of it. Makes it 8. OG Power Rangers came out on the 19th, did they? What we're looking at. Nothing I can really do. Have to put that down. That'll make it 12. That'll make it 8. Let me see if Petty has a service. He loves Tech 9. Okay. Make it 12. Fortnite ODM gear is fire. It is. I like that one. Mom's side of the family forced me to learn to play once I turned 21. Okay, he won. That's fine. Let me feel free time after the season. I'll never forget you. Oh yeah, season's gonna come. You're gonna be busy when season comes. Good memories getting drunk and playing dominoes. I've only, like, literally only played yesterday. It's fun though. I actually really enjoy this game. Driving? All right. Got you. Even if we lose, we're up. We're up total. Wait. How's it 15? Oh, 12 plus 3. Okay, got it. 12 plus. We'll expand it down. So it's 4 now. 5. 8. 12.
You wanna know what really fucks me up, man? What fucks me up is that we
12, let me see.
You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. Yeah, man. And these motherfucking niggas, man, they make $1 million.
YouTube rapper? Okay, got you.
Off of some stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep it gangster, baby. You know what I'm saying? We really put our hearts in it.
Token got bars?
See, that's that bullshit right there. I hate that song.
There we go.
Hold on. That's one of the motherfucking bootleg cats right there, man. We gonna fuck with this nigga. We got our goddamn shit.
Okay, what are we looking at? 15? Damn, we're about to lose this one. This guy's actually got like a good.
What y'all doing, B? You got that Psychology 101?
Yo, son, nah, I ain't got that, man. What is that, tech out? Nah, but yo, check this out, son. I got that fire, B, you know what I mean? 816 boys, areola, son. Yo, them niggas hot. No, son, trust me, B, trust me. Them niggas ring Grammys, son. They win Grammys, and they get you mad ass, B. Like, check it out. I played that shit for my girls the other day.
Okay, Willie's got 85.
I got some ass on her and her friends, son.
That Martian Ultimate theme?
That's how I do it, B. That's how I do it. Y'all, check this out, right?
They got Grammys?
Y'all hear this, y'all mean? Y'all like that? Y'all come back and y'all spin with me, all right? So y'all check this out. Cool. I mean, no.
It's not on here. There's a playlist, but it's not on here, Legate, so I can't add it. I have to go to YouTube. Ten. 65. 15. Fuck. He's gonna win, isn't he? No. Okay. 22. That's 21. Okay, we're close. Let me know when to watch this whole stream. Yeah, in a little bit. Like after the queue runs out, damn. He got me. All right. We're good on dominoes. We're still up total. Okay. Music down, by the way. Got you. There you go. Better? Yeah, we got one more song after this, and I'll cut the queue. We'll be good. So it's after YouTube rapper. I'll just walk around for a little bit. Do like this song. You still talking about voting over there? Let's ride the tram. Oh, right there. You got a fresh fit for Arthur St. Denis. Up, hop on. Up. I thought I could just hop on, my bad. She's up those stairs. Didn't we already talk to her? We already talked to her, didn't we? Yesterday. Yeah, we already talked to her. Hello. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. I can't use my binoculars. This girl in the blue? Holy. Not the tram running for over and stuff. This girl in the blue? Yee. Yee. Why are they all looking at you? Probably because I got hit by the tram. Oh, Areola. Yeah. Good song. Good song. Chick in the blue looked like she the one who got hit by the tram. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's go over to the barber. We do need to go to the barber.
Grammys, nigga. They win Grammys, B.
You want to really know what we think about?
Yo, tell me what y'all think.
Let's see where it's taking us. Is it going to turn right or is it going straight? It's going straight.
Music.
A wild swamp carrot has appeared. Let's get out. Like, look, bro. Good. I need to leave. We're just going to jump.
When I was younger, I didn't know what to do with myself.
I'm just gonna jump. Thank you.
Freestyle, proving myself. Started focusing on a mission more than spitting.
That was crazy.
That I was missing was the one to kill everybody else.
Here we go.
I just need to be protected now. My boy just got
This last song, right? Yes.
shoot it at you. Who am I after? Anyone I got a sticker put in my purple platter. Use the chatter, but I get way too much pussy to be a
My nigga hates that man, Atlanta. This guy's crazy. Yo, he does have bar sounds like for real. Wait to talk to him in a second. Okay.
But I gotta choose me to try to hoot too matters. Guess I'm the truth that I boost to Zeus who's gasser. But Buku flashers on social media say I do truth backwards. Fuck your
Buy the book. I gotta wait for him to stop talking. Stand in front of him. Maybe that'll activate his dialogue.
I'm way too cold. I'm 2 degrees. It's like I'm switching college. But ain't no need for school if girls can teach you trigonomics. Curb stop. The only way I'm kicking knowledge. I don't preach. Ladies say I love you when you sort of pop it.
Oh shit.
Word and then they take you for your wallet. How many syllables can you fit within a second with no content? Use your own logic.
Sometimes you have to leave for a few days and come back for a new dialogue. The book is $50. I bought it once and got nothing.
I got my hand on the button still. Don't know why I'm running, but I'm running still.
$50? So let's buy it. All right. Fuck it. The book is useless. Fuck it. If I don't make money off this book, I'm coming back, my boy. I'll see you. Yeah, I'm just not reading all this. The only book he'll ever sell. All I see, the first thing that stuck out was the Hebrews.
Hey, I don't know why anybody
You know.
would come and get it from Dante. That thinking is dubious Sam Vesuvius Pompeii. Telling me coward, I'm coming as crazy.
Exactly what I said. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, that's a lot of words.
I'm just not reading this.
Too bad I'm not reading them.
I'm just not reading all that.
And I'm glad it's night. Grammatic geist gets status wiped. Coming against me is bad advice. You don't want to lay up in the poison predicament. Gonna wait just in the sort of maleficent dorm. Say this, I'm the
Need a shade. Arthur's probably proud of that purchase. Probably. He probably is. The hair's good, right? I think the hair still needs a little trim. Trim it. Actually, Styles. I forgot what it was. Sweat back fade. Cut that back a little bit. About right there. Buy it. Perfect. Let's get the beard back. 2 is perfect. I think so too. Really, I think if we trim the beard back, we're good. So like, keep the mustache, get rid of the chin. Probably like that. I think like we trim that. That's too long. I can't get it to. I'm gonna switch over to mobile and lay in bed in my tidy whities. Ooh, comfy. Comfy. I feel like this is cool, but it's a little too much. Which one? One or two, Legate? Which one do you think? There we go. That was a good cue. Comfy. One. Like this. I guess it'll grow back. Yeah, it is kind of scruffy. It's kind of what I wanted. Comfy. I think the chin has to go too. It'll grow back.
Oh, that's a bit better.
There we go. We're back, brothers. We're back. There we go, brothers. Ugh. Look at me. Look at him. Nice. I'm crying. That was funny as fuck. Comfy. Okay. Anything else to do? There's a question. There's a side quest mark. Where? AL? Where? Did I miss it? Zoom out really far. I'm back. Had to get some sleep. Yo, I hope you slept well. Oh, damn. It's way up here. It's Albert again? God damn. We need to go to Emerald Station. All right. Yeah. Emerald, like. Hope you slept well, Trip. You know? Let's enjoy the city. Get the horsey. Yeah, we got him. I just like walking down the city sometimes. Hello, ma'am. Howdy.
Don't be afraid, don't be shy. I promise great riches in exchange for a book. Read this book, follow my simple guidelines.
Interesting. I just like kind of walking down the city. They did the cities really well. They make you want to actually like look at them all, you know? Good job sweeping them streets, boy. Sweep the streets. Let's greet antagonize someone. Am I gonna go to jail again? There's a cop right there. I'm not doing it in front of a cop again. We did that last time. Let's go. Let's talk to him.
Hello, sir.
Saludos.
You know what? I'm feeling good today.
Me alegra oírlo.
Oh, he doesn't speak English. I can't understand him.
Hey there.
Hey, partner.
Good to see manners ain't dead yet. But you will be if you look at me like that again.
That ain't even called for.
I'm only joking with you.
He says it's so weird. I'm glad to see manners ain't dead anymore. But you'll be if I see you looking at me like that again. Like, damn, Arthur. Me and Scratch did some strange in front of a cop one time. True. It was... The risk really made it better. You know? I'm only joking with you. It's only a joke. Took our pictures and gave us our own private room with no windows after. That's the best kind of room, you know? Only the best. That sounded more like a threat than a joke. It really did.
It's nice to see a returning face.
Nice to see you, sir. Nice to see you. We're going to Emerald, right? Do some strange shit in front of me, but let me grab lotion on my camera first. Only a prank, partner. All right, y'all can start. It was on my table. Got you. Got you. I got you. We've actually been kind of productive this stream besides playing dominoes, huh? We found out what happened to the lo-fi girl. We hunted. We did a main mission. We played some dominoes, and actually we're still in the green. You know? Still in the green. Pretty good. Did you get that elk? I did. I did get him. I almost lost him, but I got him ultimately. Most people would have been to chapter 4 by now. Yeah, but you know, this stream isn't about progress. It's about enjoying the game.
Look, be frank. Are you in some trouble?
Oh my God, there's more bounty hunters. It's only 2 of them. I forgot. Oh, there's 3 of them. I forgot about them. It was so peaceful not having to deal with them. Oh, we have to buy ammo too. We've been meaning to do that for days. F progress. I'm saying, you know, we're out here just side questing, enjoying each other's company. Where the fuck y'all at, boys? I'm walking right up on you. Where's your partner? Oh, there's 4. Hold on. Oops. Hold on. Oh shit, someone else is coming. There's people behind me now that want. Oops, I didn't mean to, horse, my bad. All right, bounty hunters are done. Brother, no face, gotta put. Oh yeah, that's right. My bad. Don't fight with people behind. Yeah, we're not. We're not fighting with the people behind me. We are gonna loot though. Still gotta loot the bounties. Fight the people behind you, get a bounty. Yeah, we're good. We're good. They're not coming over here, right? They better not. I keep forgetting to put my mask on. I should just walk around with that permit.
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
Thank you. Got it. Appreciate it. Why did they start? Is it just because they heard gunshots? Shit scared me. It did. Was that just because they heard gunshots that they started getting active? Yeah, I would guess. Because that was like it had nothing to do with them. To be honest. Yeah, there's just a bunch of enemies right here. My side quest disappeared. So I guess we gotta get away from the enemies. Let's go, boy. Let's go, boy. Just to ride out a bit and the side quest will reappear after a bit if you sleep at a camp. All right. Let's get out of here, boy. Your body needs water, so drink that shit. We can get a camp now? All right. Won't bounty hunters reappear, though, if I go to sleep? That's kind of been one of my issues. That they won't leave me alone. You know? Sometimes. I guess we'll find out. Sleep till morning. We got to pay off that bounty. Yeah, I know. We're going to have to pay off like all of them eventually. I just don't want to. It's just annoying. You know? You got to keep that bandana handy. True. Oh, yep, here they come. Here comes the bounty hunters. Tear this down. The longer you sleep, the more likely they're to spawn. Oh, okay. How many of them are there? Like, damn, leave me alone, bro. I need my horse. Oh, is that them right there? That's them right there. After killing them, we should go to the mailman. Yeah, let's just pay this shit off. That is them right there. I missed him. Damn.
Wow, that's a lot of
That's
words.
a lot of words.
Too bad I'm not reading them.
Love that. Oh, I just want. They want money. Yeah, they do. I remember doing a social studies class assignment, and it was like we were making what the generic pirate would look like, and we had to fill in the blanks. And one of the answers was a bandana, and I thought it said banana, and I drew a banana on a pirate, and my mom got mad at me. That's tough. You always equip the wrong guns. No, I did that one just so I could Deadeye. I didn't do the sniper because I didn't want just one shot. That one was purposefully. I love you. Don't leave me. That one was perfect. That one makes me laugh whenever that redeems. That's the second time it's happened like that. That's it, right? Yep. Yeah, I equipped the gun that time purposely. Let's just go to the fucking mailman and get this done with. I'm sick of these fucking bounty hunters. Let's go. Let's loot. Rotten wheel. Okay. As long as the gun shoots bullets, they all unalive the same. Yeah. Like normally if it was less, I'd probably use the more longer range one. But I needed more shots. You know? That's literally the only reason why I didn't use that other one. Unless I equipped the wrong one on the horse. Is that what you meant? That kind of acted fast because they were like right there. You know? That's my father not to leave, and he did. Maybe I should have threatened his life. I think that would have made him run more, right? Oh, you're right there. Good boy. We need some sugar cubes for this boy. Should just chain him to the fridge like I did. Oh, okay, we can do the quest now. He's back.
Hey, fella.
We'll do the quest, pay off the bounties, and that'll be pretty good. Let's go talk to good old Albert. You get my shotgun back. Is it that one, or is there another one? That one. Not the double barrel. Good jump. I thought he was gonna jump and he didn't. Oh my God. You good, boy? I'm not. That fucking hurt. I thought you were gonna jump that shit. Thank you. Wasn't strong enough? That's why I keep the blick on me now. I thought for sure he was gonna jump that fence. Over here. Let's go across the field. Gun jam. He got beat with the mop. Oh, here we go. What animal are we doing now? This motherfucker never learns, bro.
You're still alive.
Mr. Morgan.
How are you?
Indigestible, apparently. Aside from that, very well.
How's the project going?
Well, this is God's country, and I am his
God's
faithful servant.
country.
Although perhaps not his most talented one. I have been trying to capture the grace of the wild horses here for weeks. Only the buggers can't stand me.
Mm-hmm.
That is a silver dapple pinto.
Oh, we're looking at horses this time. I don't need a gun.
Near me, of course. He can smell my stupidity.
How about I drive him over?
Oh, that might help. Can you be bothered? I feel like such a blunderer.
Sure. Wait here.
Does he give me something for finishing all these quests? What? Does he do something? He will give you something? Okay. Because if, like, I'm just doing this just to do it, I'm not a fan. Watch, one of these days he's going to want to photograph an alligator. He shows you what that mouth do. Ooh, say less. Say less. Where are these damn horses at? You just predicted one of his future quests? I fucking knew it. Yo, what's up, JT? I knew it, bro. He's going to. I need to catch me a gator on footage.
Keep moving. Get up. Go on now, Ollie.
What's good? Chilling, you know? Doing pretty good. Pretty good. You got a herd? Yeah.
Come on.
At least I don't have to use my gun. He gives you a show of butt naked jumping jacks. Damn. I'll go get a gator for that. You know what I'm saying?
Make y'all famous.
Let's go, horses. Let's go. We can shoot. Okay. Run. Damn it. Get to moving. Shooting there, they run faster.
Come on, horses.
Run. Press up on the. Oh. I thought I quite literally had to just aim up. Let's go. Oh, damn it. Get your ass. Let's go. Let's go. Run.
You want your likeness taken? Go then.
Let's go.
Now run. Yeah. Go on.
That should be a good picture, actually. Sounds like you fucked it up, though. I'm not going to lie to you. Kind of sounds like you fucked it up. In the future, he also gives you all these pictures and some money. I'm more interested in the money. I don't care about the pictures.
You are a genius.
No, but I can ride a horse.
Well, in my world, that makes you a genius.
You're too kind. So how are the photos coming along?
Oh, amazing. Here, I have a print.
Oh,
of
there you
the
go.
wolves before they tried to eat us.
Or they try to eat you, my boy. They ain't try to eat me.
Real fine.
Well, thank you.
Take care, Mr. Mason.
You too, sir. You too.
Are you the guy I had sex with in the KFC bathroom? I thought we were going to keep that a secret, Leandro. Like, that was supposed to be between me and you. I'm going to say no here just to save face. All right, so just ask again. And then, oh, you're 14? We definitely didn't. Nope. No, we didn't.
Come on, pal.
Not here. Not here, sir. Hell no. Not me.
You what?
We didn't. He's lying. He is lying. We need to take a fucking bath, bro. Oh, pay off the ding. Are you from Japan or Indonesia? We only do it in BK bathrooms. True. Q Usher caught up. Good song choice. Yo, let's pay off these bounties, bro. Let's pay these off. Not me, bro. Not me. I don't even go to KFC. KFC is ass. Yo, what? We know you did it. I did not. Me at KFC? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Popeyes or Bojangles? Yo, don't say Bojangles to Snow. You can't hide from the truth. This con young man just told us. That man is lying. Yeah, it's Popeyes. Popeyes. Snow told me that Bojangles wasn't it. That just was not it. Oh, let's pay off these bounties. How much you think all these bounties together are? They can't be that much, right? How much we thinking together? Well, yeah, he said it wasn't it. He did not like it.
I'll be right over. Clear this right up for you. What you need.
Oh, that's it? Let's just pay the bounties.
I ain't here to judge no man. That is God's work.
This Mario Party? Yeah, it is. It is Mario Party. You know,
Have a good one.
just a graphical update. We now have had a net loss today. Yes, we did. Bojangles is my shit, but probably because I'm in California and get it like once every 3 to 4 years. Yeah, Snow tried it for the first time yesterday, and or 2 days ago now, I think. Was it yesterday or 2 days? It was yesterday. And he posted the picture in the food Discord. Where is it? He posted the picture here, and he got the biscuits as well, and he said, wasn't good. He was mad, actually. He was not happy. Oh, he went to a bad Bojangles? I guess it does depend on where you go, right? Like what neighborhood it's in. That photo Snow posted looked disrespectful, didn't it? I was like, this looked like a tiny ass chicken sandwich too, right? I was like, this does not look like a, like a solid one. Disrespectful ass slider. That's what I was saying. I'd have been mad just off that. By the way, Killmonger, these fucking tacos looked incredible. But like this, I was like, this looks like too much, right? This looks too much. I also noticed he's got a lot of Solo cups in the car now that I'm double looking at this. Oh, it's because he went to Target. And then, yeah. It didn't look as good as the Popeyes one he posted. That's one of those Hawaiian sweet bread. Like this one, Popeyes. You can't go wrong with the Popeyes. They were fire, bro. Cooked them myself. They look so good. Did someone say tacos? Yeah. Yeah. I can vouch for Xenia. I played through all Red Dead 1 at 4K with anti-aliasing and a few other things at 60 FPS throughout the whole game. No crashes, and it was achievement suit. Okay. Yeah. These shrimp tacos right here with the mango salsa. Oh my God. Good shit. That was good shit right there. Good shit. This though. Hi, Oni-chan. Hello? Hello, Sora. I don't know who you're talking to in the chat, but, and then he posted this with this giant ass marshmallow. Xenia does have a lack of menu, though. Currently, all it has is .ini. The disrespect. This giant ass marshmallow looks like a biscuit. I think Killmonger said that. That slider is some bull, right? Like, look at it, bro. There are 10 Popeyes in walks length from my house because I live in Louisiana. Oh, I'd imagine so. This little ass chicken sandwich, the marshmallow looks fuckable. Don't fuck marshmallows. Like, he stole the Lunchable, the pizza Lunchables, and then he got this giant ass marshmallow. The food Discord overall, though, pretty good. Also, Phyllis knows, ignore the oatmeal one. Don't look at this one right here. Ignore that one. These cookies right here. What do you mean he stole the Lunchable? From his niece, I believe. This was his niece's. Them some big ass pepperoni. Yeah, they are. Yeah, don't look at the oatmeal one. These though, these cookies, the carrot cake one. How old is his niece? She's old enough to still wet her pants at movie theaters. So, yeah, ignore this one. That's the oatmeal one. But this one right here, the carrot cake cookies, fire. The carrot cake cookies are so good. I'm not like, he steal Lunchables from her? Yeah, he did. He said he was going to. Bro, y'all here stealing Lunchables from kids? The disrespect. Not gonna lie, the oatmeal one was fire too. Was it? I'm not the biggest oatmeal cookie guy. Yeah, she was lacking. Like, she should have been watching her Lunchables, you know what I'm saying? These two right here, though, I gotta vouch. The oatmeal crumble from last week was fire. Was it? All I had last week was the carrot cake. I love stealing from kids. Stealing from kids is great. Oh my God. It looks terrible, but it was up there with the carrot cake. Really? And was this one lemon? Was this a lemon one? I had that one. I've only had this one. You have to try the oatmeal when it's back next? Okay. I had a terrible ass dinner last night. Yeah, lemon bar. Okay. So I know Petty didn't try this one. He didn't try this one. He does not fuck with lemon, from what I've heard. These were the stars. The carrot cake cookie was so good. I love the carrot cake one. He did not. You were correct. Yeah, I knew it. I knew he wasn't fucking with that one. I just had a feeling. We paid off bounties. I think we're good. For today. Yo, when John Cena lost at WrestleMania, it was the best stealing smiles from little kids. Fully allowing stealing from kids now. Fuck them kids. Leave lemon alone. I don't hate lemon. I don't hate it. I don't love it either, though. Just depends on what it is. Like lemon meringue pie, I don't fuck with it. I don't like lemon meringue pie. But like lemon cake is cool. I like lemon cake. Lemon rules. I'm gonna go back to camp to set up tomorrow's quest, and then we'll be good. Like I don't really like lemon meringue, but I like a lemon cake. You know, but I also don't like. We'll just ride there. It's fine. You know, so it depends on what it is.
That's my boy.
You know, the meringue isn't good. Yeah, it's not. Okay, we're saving her this time. Hello, ma'am.
My legs all numb. Please hurry.
Lemon bread is good as fuck. Yeah, it is. Lemon bread is good.
Yes.
I fuck with lemon bread.
As hard as you can. Oh,
There you go, ma'am.
Thank you. You saved me. Oh, that was bad.
Sure.
You're welcome.
I could have been stuck here and starved or eaten. Oh, you
No payment though.
dumb animal. Oh.
Yeah, he's dead as hell, man. How do I tell you?
Well, I tell Mildred. Well.
You need a ride home, ma'am?
Maybe you can give her a ride back. They normally pay when you take. Yep.
Thank you.
Up on.
Do you know Valentine? I live there.
No problem.
Why is she roasting the horse? Probably because it ended up on. Come on, ma'am. Hop on. Red Dead Taxi. She lives in the projects. Oh God. Damn, your horse really is dead as hell, huh? Let's go as fast as possible. Ended up in a pack. It did.
Easy, boy.
Could you imagine if I hadn't have paid off the bounty hunters and they started chasing me with her on the back of the horse? How do you use her? I send an image in Discord. Slow down.
I was off inquiring about a possible new line.
We don't care. Hold on. Oh, you put it in the food. You're heading into bloody territory. She worked for the ops. I feel me about to get robbed. Nothing wrong with that. Where the blood's at? Yo. Cumburger, exclamation mark twerk, exclamation mark twerk. It's not working. I don't know what kind of burger this is, but it doesn't look great. Here we go.
Kind of work?
Nah, yeah. It's a Legate. It's a Legate one. Nah.
Well, it's just me and my boy now, and it's hard to find work.
I'm sure it is.
A good opportunity. That's what I'm looking for.
Why is she talking to me like I'm about to give her a job?
I won't work in no saloon, but I've got sharp eyes and quick hands.
Quick hands, you say, huh?
Get a job working as a seamstress.
Hold on. Stop talking. Oh, we're riding a little too fast. Hold
A
on.
wealthy man's and pay me for the work.
If she offers certain services, she got a job.
Also doesn't
True.
sound real.
Oh, you may be right, I suppose.
At McDonald's? Yeah, let me get the McNut. You know?
To meet me first.
Extra?
I'd be careful with offers like that, ma'am.
I can't afford to dismiss offers like these, even if they do seem odd.
Just be careful is all I'm saying.
I may not have another opportunity.
Why is she talking to me like she knows me, though?
Now I'll have to pay
Zoom, zoom. She asked me to slow down. I can't. She said slow down. You think if I asked the night shift guy if he's horny enough, he would? I don't know the night shift guy. Probably not. Probably not. Doesn't matter what she wants. You're her only option. Oh, my bad. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, you all right there, boy?
You all right, boy? Sounds like a fireable offense. That's what I'm saying. Probably not. You know? Think about the money if you took your time, though. She can't get an Uber. That's true. Not if I don't tell. We'll just zoom in.
Slow down, please.
No. Yeah, we'll slow down a little bit. Oh, we were gonna hit a wagon anyway. Okay. Just seeing his ball swing in the wind. I did not even notice that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been looking at the mini map. I've been looking at the mini map. Wrong at. Watch them jiggle back. I did not even notice. I did not even notice.
We're close now. Just a little further.
This is where I was when the hackers came through. Why I saw on a list, he added, instead of adding you, he added Leandro. AKA Gengar. Yo, what up, bro? Can't stay. Just come to say hi. Now goodbye. Yo, I hope you have a good day, YK. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for real. Thanks for stopping through.
We're here. Thank you for all your help. You're a good man.
Glad I was able to help. You take care. Appreciate it. You be well.
Are you gonna walk off or what? Like, damn.
Yeah, you're a strong
What'd she give me? I don't know, actually. Like, have a seat. You know what I'm saying? I think she gave you a gold ring or something. Yeah, like, I don't want that. I want actual. I mean, we can sell it, but. All right, let's go ride to camp to set up tomorrow's quest line. We'll be good. Start an Uber business with your horse? I mean, we could if there's enough people who want the service. Thought I heard someone begging again.
Real hungry here.
It's him again? Damn, bro.
Partner?
Hey, buddy. Can I get a buck, mister?
He doesn't remember me? This man eating off you. He really is. It's like the third time I've seen him.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, mister.
One-arm Willie. I don't think he remembers me. This is the first time you've actually given him money? Didn't I give him money the first time? Now he's going to get a drink. I thought I gave him money the first time. The second time I didn't, but I thought the first time I did. Oh, he just hugged you and said, you can be my king. That was the second time. This is the third time I've met him. He had to the opium house. He finna forget you again. He hugged you the first time? Oh, I guess the next time he said, I guess it's because I talked to him. I'm gonna walk this way. Excuse me, I'm cutting you off, sir.
How you doing, boy?
I feel like being a cartographer during... Who's that dead body over here? Being a cartographer during this time would be crazy annoying. There's somebody... They're on the tracks, but what was that hanging? Someone say dead body? Yeah, I saw it. Did it fall? Because it was hanging. Damn, look at all that blood. What the fuck happened? Guys, can I see some of your work sometimes? My photo work? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you want me to whisper you the link right now? I'll DM it to you. Holy shit, yeah, he got... There you go. There should be a head on the ground with a scroll. Well, that's the leg. This is the head? What's this? No? Looks like the head... Did the head get chopped? Jesus Christ. Yeah, the head's gone. You're right. Up on the other side? Yeah, it's over here. Damn. What happened? Damn. Look on my works.
Ooh. You poor bastard.
Me. That's one piece. We need the other one. Is the other one around here? Killing clue one piece. We need the second piece. Collect the matching torn pieces to uncover the map. Read the text on the wall. Look on my works. Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I read that when I was over there. Damn. Is the other piece around here, or do I have to find it elsewhere? You can find more dead bodies around the map from a serial killer, eventually finding him and turning him in. I knew you wouldn't leave me. I mean, I'm leaving soon. It's elsewhere. Okay. I was making sure I wasn't. Damn. That's fucking crazy, bro. I kind of want to hunt the serial killer, to be honest with you. There are a few more of these bodies. So they're going to be along the train tracks, right? Right? They're all going to be strung up? Nah? Oh. I was going to say, tomorrow we can just follow the entire railroad. And find them.
Yep.
I can tell you where each one is. Oh. Can we do that tomorrow? Serial killer hunt? That'd actually be fun. Oh, Ben, we can. Sora, did you get the link? Did it work? Should have worked. I love cereal. Write that down. Let me try. Okay. As a kid, I used to love trains, and for the record, ain't nothing changed. All right. Yeah, it works. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Serial killer hunt stream tomorrow? Yep. That's what we're doing. We're hunting a serial killer tomorrow. You know, eventually we'll get to the main story.
Yeah.
What mission do we have to do for it to get to chapter 3? I send you arch pics? No, you're good. You're good, man. Like 4 to 5 more? Damn.
You can rest now, boy.
There we go. All right, we're in camp, so we'll start the other quest tomorrow, and then we'll hunt the. So, I missed where the fucking quest was. I thought you said something about a stimmy earlier. I don't think I did. Check Discord for the next thing. Okay. I thought there was a quest over here. There's a party at the camp. Talk to the people. Oh, there's also a no stimmy for snow. Yeah, I don't think I said anything about a stimmy today. I don't think I saw any stimmy. Okay, awesome. Damn. Okay, I see this one. They're celebrating. You can take beer packs. Okay. I'll talk to them and then we'll end the party.
Hey, listen. I just wanted to say, I know you bastards missed me. Even you, Arthur. Even you.
You listen to Karen and Sean do it? What? Where's the party at? Is it over here? It's in the tent? There's a fire over there. It's not that way. I saw the fire and was going to see what's over by the fire.
And don't you worry, Mr. Pearson, you drunk out shit.
No directional hearing? I do not have directional hearing, no.
But the finest game in the pot. Now, Arthur. Oh, Arthur.
You seem in a good mood.
I am, son. I am.
You back up, bro?
Tonight.
Bro, back up. Damn.
We having a party?
Maybe. Just a
For photography, do you leave the state ever? Rarely. Rarely. I do sometimes, but not a lot.
I just can't get rid of you, can I?
I'm in New York, so I can clap you up.
You're looking lovely as ever, if I may say so.
Oh, stop.
No.
Imagine riding with him all the way from Blackwater to here. It's stupido.
Sadly, Sean has Karen. I know, bro. That's tough. After we saved her and everything. You do newborn shoots? I do. Hold on, let me find one. I do. And so May and July I have one scheduled because the sisters that I did. You do OF shoots? No. Start singing? Got you. Let me see if I can find one. How would you like a 7-figure salary for my OF? When I get preggo, we'll fly out to you. Good? Yeah, bet. Bet. Or it's probably easier if I fly out to you. You know, because newborns on planes are kind of nightmares. So it's probably easier if I come to you. You know? Let's go talk to someone else. Eddie Scratch is coming to Florida so we can frolic down the beach in our G-strings taking pictures for our OnlyFans. Yes. I didn't know you knew that. You know, I thought we were... Who else were we talking to? Hectic? It is. The sisters I be doing is crazy too. Oh, let me stop singing.
Did you miss him?
You know, I think I actually did.
Ground for other people?
Me too.
What are you doing, brother? Okay. You're absolutely wasted already. Bro, last night was a banger. It was so fun.
Leopold? Arthur. Ah, that reminds me. I got some debt money for the box.
We're G-string. We doing G things.
It'll take more than that to take down Sean McGuire. 100 bounty hunters there were. Oh, is that right?
Let's sit down. Throw the money in the box. I will. How many subs for a maid cosplay stream? I don't think I'd ever really... I don't see me doing like a maid cosplay. We need to plan on a Discord Among Us game night or something one weekend. We do. I agree. Oh, I guess I've already talked to them. They were singing. Southwest has flights from Cali to Texas for 54. What's the catch? It's Southwest. You know, Southwest. Discord Among Us? That'd be fire. Why did... The catches you may or may not land. Yeah, you know how it is. It's like, there's another one that I've flown called...
What do you want?
Frontier.
I'm not quite sure. Oh, this keeps happening.
Like, I've flown Frontier. It's not very good.
Okay, well, let's talk more later.
Yep, and all right.
Who's speaking Spanish? Look at everybody dancing. You speak Hispanic? But I'll still fly them because I'm cheap fuck. Same. I'll be on the flight. Dollar Tree of Airlines. You can dance with Mary Beth? Hey, Mary.
Will you dance with me, Arthur?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Sure, but I ain't much of a dancer.
Damn.
See, Arthur, it's okay to dance. It doesn't mean we won't stop thinking you're angry and sad.
Is that what you think of me?
Sad in a good way, like a
Damn. Gritty on this all I'm saying. Damn. Oh, with the dip. Damn. If I ever die, can you do me a favor? Depends on what it is. If it's within my abilities. Catch tomorrow for sure. Can you request they put on my gravestone? If only she wasn't white. I feel like you could just put that in your will. If you have one. Yo, Mary Beth, what you doing after this? You know, I'm just getting over my ex that I saw and had to put her on a train with her cult-loving brother. But you got to be there for it. Hey, Mary Beth, watch me gwitty across the grass. Hey, Mary Beth. Got a few more X missions. Oh, so we're not over her yet. Damn, Mary, you ain't got nothing else to say? Hands kind of low over there, huh? I see what y'all doing. Them hands kind of low. I see you. All right.
Okay.
It was a good dance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Taking her to a 10 or what? I'm trying to, bruh. Jose?
But of course. You okay, Hosea?
Well done, Arthur.
Arthur's ex is a whole ass lame head ass bit. Like, our first meeting with her, I'm already like, I don't fuck with her. Can you please do this for me, Arthur, please? Wasn't good enough for you. Now you want favors and shit? Like, I don't fuck with that. I've already met her once. She like, let me take these teeth out and show you my nickname Lil Uzi. I mean, Mary Beth, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm available for real. I don't got high standards. You know what I'm saying? Arthur says himself he's not good enough for her, but still.
How are you doing, Mrs. Adler?
Not really in the party mood.
I could put you in the party mood. One of the times I've actually laughed out loud from a text. that was the good one. That it? Anyone else?
You ain't joining in?
There is little joy left in drinking for me.
Okay, then.
He's a drunk reverend just like that one in Vinland Saga, huh? We can save and continues tomorrow? Okay.
Suddenly you seem much better, Marston.
Don't feel too sudden to me.
All right. Good party. Good party. Why did I have Lightroom open? Oh, I was going to look for newborn pictures, but I forgot. But I do them. I do take newborn pictures. Okay. Awesome. Let's save. Can't save. Lightroom is fire. I love it. 11 boards, they taste great. I can't save. Is it because they're in a party or do I have to leave? Let's just finish the party, then we will. What's Lightroom? It's a photo. So you know Photoshop, how you can like manipulate photos and stuff like that? Lightroom is basically like a photo archive where you can catalog all your photos and you can put them in specific catalogs and stuff like that. And you can edit them in there. And if you need more advanced stuff, you just move them over to Photoshop. Hit me up if you need any Photoshop, Lightroom editing softwares. Mine's a tax write-off, so I just pay for mine, to be fair. You know. Need them write-offs. I used it back when I worked at the pawn shop and did photography for our jewelry. Ring dang do. I like it a lot. It's really good now. Like the improvements they've made recently, it's really good. All right. Is there anything else I need to do here, or want to hop into bed, but I should go to the gym? I mean, you can always go to the gym a little bit later.
Well, we got him.
You did very well. All of you.
And now we're stuck with it. All right, well, I should be getting on.
Sure, Arthur.
I've only done product photography in one wedding for free. It was a really good friend. My first wedding was free. Yeah, get to the gym, take a nap. I think that's the better one. My first wedding was free. And I'm glad it was free because I felt a lot of pressure.
Sure.
Hear them? Hear who? Go back to this tent. This tent right here. There's nobody in here.
Well, thank you, kid.
I'm sorry, Arthur. I didn't mean.
When I should eat / make for dinner, I will buy the ingredients or order.
Because I love you, Arthur. Really, it is.
Who was I supposed to?
Anyway, I won't disturb you.
Whatever you say, Morgan.
Oh, this person right.
You all right?
Better out than in.
Yeah, it's. I can't manually save yet.
Take it easy.
We just gotta wait the party out. Burgers are so good. Just exit. Yeah, but then it'll reset us, won't it? You don't gotta worry about it. If I come back with a party, yeah, the party will read. I mean, I don't mind doing the party again, but the only reason I didn't have any pressure was because she hired another photographer, but I told her I'd do my own thing on the side for her to get more natural shots. Yeah, that's always cool. It'll just skip the party. I mean, we can just finish it out. Is there anything else I need to do? Or do I just go to sleep? But yeah, like my first wedding, they booked me off Craigslist. Go to sleep. All right. Was there any other Easter eggs I need, Legate, that I'm missing or no? If there's another Easter egg, like I'll go see it before I put Arthur to sleep. There's a few, but this part is a while longer. Oh. Looks like the... Actually, it doesn't look like the sun's coming up. What other Easter eggs were there? Is there any interesting ones? Like, super interesting ones? Because I don't mind waiting it. There's a few tent ones. All right. Which tent? It's later in the night. Oh. I mean, I can wait. I don't mind. I don't mind waiting a little bit. Wait there, I think. This tent? I low-key really want to get back into photography because I don't have any hobbies anymore and I really enjoyed it. You should. The thing that I love about photography is a lot of people back tent. That a lot of people think you need like fancy shit to do it. But most of the photos I take, I never actually use my actual camera. You know? Like, I mean, obviously my paid shit I do, but like, I take photos all the time. And I use my phone for most of them. I want to get one that I kind of carry around. That's how I feel about, hold on. The email made it. Feel about streaming? Yeah. Streaming is like a good hobby for me too. But like photo stuff, I want to get like a little side camera that I carry around. Everyone thinks you need all this gear, but work with what you got. Exactly. I'm very much a work with what you have type person. You know?
Look after your boy tonight.
He's not my boy.
Okay.
Damn, she pushed me. I think a lot of people like they make it seem like just because they have gear they can't do something. I don't stream just because of my work schedule. Everyone is asleep when I be able to stream, so I'm just supporting my wife's stream right now. Yo, what's her? I mean, if you're comfortable sharing it, I'll follow. I will follow. Watch them. All right, I got you. If she got the girls out and shoulder checked you, she did. I checked the device from my cock, but 9mm ain't much. Ain't too much.
I hate you.
I'll tell you them late night streams. That's the secret time to pop off. It is like a lot of people say, like analytics wise, it's a good one. You know.
It's all right, Sean's tent, isn't it? Hasn't seen any action like this since 9 months before young Jackie popped out.
Wait, is Jackie his kid?
What are you doing?
I'm trying.
Back. Welcome back, Yoru.
I'm so sorry.
Welcome back, my boy.
Oh, there they are. Look at them. Magnificent, like the peaks of the Derive.
Oh, that just says that. Jack is John's kid.
Come here, you.
Run up in there shouting. So I'll be like, hey, what's happening here?
What are you doing?
There's an old trick me dad taught me.
No.
Don't ever do that again.
Okay. Well, here we go.
I should just shoot.
Meet McGuire.
Just, hey, get out of there.
You wait. He's a fighter. Oh, okay.
Don't say anything to it. It disturbs it.
No, that's not. There, no. Oh, glide me in here a bit, will you? Oh, yes. Oh, you're a lovely woman.
That's a 2-man. He's ordering a McNut right now. He is. This Shrek.
Yes. Oh, Miss Jones.
Will you shut up?
How you think it's going in there?
Are you close?
Nowhere near.
Yeah, she's not enjoying this.
There she blows.
There she blows. She's nowhere near. Wow, this isn't going well at all. It's not.
Hey.
There she blows.
Where are you going?
We're done, ain't we?
At least he got his, you know. At least he got his.
You certainly are, darling.
We certainly are, darling.
What are you doing there, you old creep?
He called it McGuire Jr.
Oh, excuse me, Karen.
Damn. She's mad as hell.
Welcome back, Sean. I owe you one, Arthur Morgan. The drinks are on me.
I'll DM you her Twitch script. I don't want to self-promote on your stream. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Just type her name in so it doesn't put the asterisks. We can sleep now? Okay. Just like type the name and I'll shout it out. You know? He lasted a good 30 seconds. Hey, man. At least he's happy, you know? She was not enjoying that. Where's my fucking... Oh, it's back here. Man, gave her that henny dick. I'm saying, yeah, I'm sure she regrets it. You know? I feel like almost everybody has one they regret. You know? Everyone has one where they're like, damn. Miss Sticky Key, got you. There we go.
Can I twerk on you, B? I'll twerk on you.
Handmade soap. Still here after 10 years.
Here we go, you know?
Actually, no. Can you vice versa? Can you twerk it on me? Please?
I'm following right now. I'm following right now. Yeah. Follow. Follow. If you do not. That's a great clip. Yeah. Follow. Follow her if you do not. Why the voice changer? Do I have a voice changer on? Why am I using a voice changer? I didn't know I was, to be honest. That was an accident. I legitimately did not mean to use that. How long has it been on? Has it been on this whole time? Has it been on this whole time and I didn't know? Oh, 20 seconds. I'm crying. I did not know. Oh, for 20 seconds. Okay. Because I legitimately did not know. Just now. Okay. That I legitimately had no idea. That was... Could you imagine if it was on all stream? And just all stream, this is it. My TikTok's going to be wild. I followed. If you don't... I thought it was a bad joke. No, it was just a bad accident. Chat's lying. It's been the whole stream. Oh, God. We'll have to watch the VOD. Yeah, it wasn't even a joke. I just didn't know. You know? I had no idea. Let's sleep, Jack. Not Jack. I read Jack. 3 hours. 3 hours. I'll be sure to let her know. Big love from y'all. Scratch Army for life. You know it. Yeah, so I'll be in the... When does she usually stream? Hello? Thanks for the scare there. Was not ready for that. Okay. Let's save it here. Is this the game where Dutch is from? Yeah. Yeah. I still can't save it. Did it autosave when I sleep? Eternal W for Scrats. I appreciate that. Just need to burn some points. Eventually, I'm thinking about some other ones. Sorry. What do you think about this? I'm thinking about putting like a like 50,000 channel points, right? And it'll be like play a scary game. What do you think? She streams usually in the morning, morning Eastern, around 8 p.m. Eastern. She's still trying to find her niche. Okay. I'll turn noties on. I'll be part of the Noti gang. So when she's on, I can come check it out. You know? There we go. I got noties on. Right there. That way, I can just pop through. And I'll say hi. You know? Finding your niche is always... I feel like everyone's still kind of finding them. There's a side quest. Since my mom is mixed, I'm light skinned. Why do black mothers always use air fryers? My mom rarely uses an air fryer, so I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing. My mom doesn't really use air fryers, to be fair. My mom's more of a my mom is much more of a traditional fryer user. You know what I'm saying? Traditional fryer. Yeah. I guess it's convenience, I would say. I mean, they are convenient. You know what I'm saying? They are very convenient. I will give you that. Does it autosave when you sleep? I do like my air fryer. It's pretty nice. Oh, it does let me save now. Okay. Like, the air fryer is pretty nice. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong. It's quick. It's quick and it's easy. You know? Can't really hate on that. Who whispered me? Oh, Illy did earlier. Can't really hate on that, you know? Sometimes it's quicker and better flavored. True. Plus, I'd imagine if the air fryer is getting used for anything, it's black people making salmon. Uses less energy than the oven. True. It does. Just don't put chicken sausages in there. Air fryer salmon? Yeah. About to end? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm looking for someone to raid right now. I love my air fryer as well, but nothing beats a deep fried pork chop. I haven't had pork chops in so long. Like, it's been a long time. They love salmon. Oh my God. And fresh boil. Yep. You know, you know. My bad. I missed a couple hours. Oh, you're good. You're good. Never apologize for having to miss stuff. Pork chops was our struggle meal. What was my big struggle meal? I'll be back next stream. Spaghetti. Oh my God, spaghetti. Yeah, spaghetti. I feel like that's when they make that big ass pot of it, you know, it's for days. Like, you'll have spaghetti for days. But I appreciate you coming through, Yoru, for real. Like, don't apologize if you have to miss. Like, it's fine. It's not like required to be here. Facts, that spaghetti trying to last the week. Yep. Spaghetti, they spam that shit. Yes, they do. They do. Pot of spaghetti in the fridge, that's dinner for the next week. You'd see it too and you'd be like, spaghetti again? Oh, man. I hated it. That's why I'm not a big spaghetti guy now. Like, it's cool every once in a while, but I very rarely will be like, damn, you know what I really want? Spaghetti. Spaghetti sandwich. Love us bonding over our broke childhoods. Be trying to flavor the shit different. And it just never really worked, you know? Them broke kids meals. I was talking about that yesterday with my brothers. Broke kid meals. I hate spaghetti now. I had it for 7 weeks on end. Spaghetti sandwich on point, though. They can be, yeah. I'm not going to lie. I don't really eat spaghetti a lot anymore, though. I just can't. I can't. Just like I had a lot of hot dogs as a kid because they were cheap. So I don't really like them like that anymore. You know? Yeah, you've been scarred for life. Yeah, like I don't really like them. I'll be like, yo, what's for dinner? Hot dogs? Fuck. Spaghetti gets boring fast. Yeah, it's like a very rare thing. And I'd have friends, oh, I love spaghetti and meatballs. And I'd be like, and meatballs? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean, and meatballs? I just love corn dogs. Now I hate corn dogs. I don't fuck with them. Yeah, I'll eat links. Links are different. I will eat links, yeah. When me and my partner are saving for something, well, let's buy hella ground beef and make spaghetti. Yeah, I'll be like, meatballs? You niggas getting meatballs? What the fuck? What the luxury is that? Fucking meatballs? I never get them. I never get meatballs. The fuck? Hell no. We just don't get those. Meatballs get you real Italian food, having ass out of here. Exactly. Like, look, bruh, we can't afford that real shit. You know? The biggest add-on I had was that powdered Parmesan, because that shit was cheap too. You know? The spaghetti with a lot of powdered Parmesan. That's what saved it for me. You know? That was it. And bro kid meals. And so I just can't. And hot sauce. Yeah, hot sauce. Hot sauce helped a lot. I'm crying. I gotta go to work meeting now. Have a great day, everyone. Yo, have a great day, JT. I appreciate you, man. Have a great day. Who we rating? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I hate them school pizzas. Then you had the ghetto garlic bread. Yeah. The ghetto garlic bread. Sometimes my mom would just like put butter on shit and put garlic powder. You know? Yep, there it is. The sliced bread with butter and garlic powder. Yep. You see, like, I know, man. I have a friend who streams. What's her name? Yep. You see, we know it. She's streaming right now. Let's rate XQC. Yeah, let's just rate XQC. Let's see if he'll notice. You know, let's see if he'll notice. Put your friend's name in the chat and I'll rate her. We'll make a huge difference. Yeah, I'm sure he'll really appreciate that. You know, how many people are in here right now? Like 8, 9? You know, like 8 or 9 people. He probably has raids off. I'd imagine so. It's Reese Rice, 13. It's not bad. We've been having good weeks. XQC will be like, who the fuck? Yeah, he won't even say my name right. And he probably won't even, like, I won't be able to understand him saying it. Oh, we can change his life? Reese Rice. Is there like an underscore? Oh, thank you. Reese Rice underscore. Yeah, he'll spell it out. Yeah? All right. What am I rating? She's playing The Last of Us. A bunch of knitters pull up at XQC stream. Drew the dude. Ooh. Drew? Let me see. Let me see who we got. We got options here. What's Drew playing? He gonna panic. If only XQC would rate us. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, we'll rate Drew. Drew just started too. If XQC rated us, it'd be a nightmare, bro. Like, look, I watch XQC every now and then, but the juicers, bro. Horror games, I'd pass away. Yeah, like the juicers. Holy. The juicers are different, bro. The juicers, I'm a little scared of the juicers. You know? I'm a little afraid of them. We need to change XQC's life with this raid. I'm just saying, bro, like, the juicers found out he was getting divorced, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Like, they found the documents. Yeah, if we got raided by XQC, it would be interesting for sure. Yeah, we'd need mods out. Like, I don't even know what we do. I don't even know what we do. Like, I like it. I've been watching XQC since Overwatch days. Like, every now and then. I'm not like an avid one. When he raided too many nodders, like, my God, that'd be crazy. I don't even know what I would do. I don't even know what I would do in that situation, you know? Yeah, we can raid Drew. I'm hungry. We talked about Popeyes earlier. I'm getting Popeyes. Switch to emote only chat? Yeah, we'd have to. We'd have to, like, fast. You know, fast. Hit an ad. Oh, yeah, we'd hit an ad break. A full 180. I'll be like, here's 3 minutes right here. Get the strawberry biscuit. I do need to try it. I love it here. I love having you here. For real. This is my safe space. Yeah, like we can't have the juicer. Yeah, 7 ads back to back to back. Spam them. Make a secret channel so the OGs can still chat. I'd have to. Like 100%. I'd have to, bro. It's your instincts. Get the spicy chicken. You know, that's what was in my cart already, Yoru. It's like you knew it. Didn't ignore the rest of the chat. Yeah, I'd have to. Like, we'd have to make a secret channel so I can see, like, everyone else, and then we're good. And everyone else can just kind of talk amongst themselves, you know? The juicers. That's a chat I'd be, like, low-key afraid of. Is it instincts to eat chicken? Yeah, it is. My instinct said spicy chicken sandwich. Because Snow mentioned it earlier. Or do I want tenders? Do I want a sandwich or do I want tenders? Mine is too. Racially motivated? JK. My instincts are racist towards me. They're like, you know your black self wants that chicken, boy. Popeyes be bussin'. Have you had the strawberry biscuit? I'm a proud melon muncher. I'm getting the strawberry biscuit. I'm adding it to the cart. Popeyes is good. Get both. Air fry the tenders for later.
This is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. All right. We got it ordered. I'm paying right now. I'm like starving.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
I love y'all for real. I really do. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, here we go. From how cheap your redemptions are, imagine the spam. Yeah, that's the other thing. We'd have to completely cut off channel point redemptions because could you imagine with the juicers in here? Just come back on the stream to eat the strawberry biscuits? Do I? Do I? See how long it's going to take. Okay, let's pay. Oh, I need to go to the bank too. I forgot. Constant sounds? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we'd have to go to Kick. It would be madness. Do it with no water? Yo, you want me to come back tomorrow or no, Yoru? We bond over food choices or fight if it's a tier list and how broke we were growing up and our love for wife.
What did he say?
It's really like the perfect chat. Yo, what if we just did a tier list? All the juicers come through and we're like, tier list time. Let's do this. Everybody vote. That'd be crazy. A tier list would be crazy. That KickPay post I showed you, that was, oh my God. I saw that shit and I was like, a waifu tier list with the juicers? I agree. I saw this shit. I was like, bro, what is this, bro? It'd be a Liddy tier list? I think so. That'd be the best one. My favorite waifu is Ostalop. That KickPay post was wild. Yeah, like, he's like, hey, man, this is life-changing, bro. Like, this changed my life, bro. Of course it, look at this. Look at this. Of course $900,000 does. Taxes are going to be a bitch, though. Fucking boosted. Yeah, like, bro. 200,000 gifted subs? Come on, bro. What did he make that off of? This is Kick. This is off a Kick stream. Kick won't last long, but yeah, especially with this shit. I just don't feel like it. Yeah, taxes are gonna be. Who streamed on Kick? Was it XQC? No, it was this dude. This dude. Right here. Gotta be the hub stream or a hot tub stream. What does he stream? Let's go to his Twitch real quick. Let's do this just in case real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Let's look at clips. Let's look at the clips.
I think he got clearance, bro. I think he's going for the pit. Look at him. He's pulling up on him.
Keck W. Okay. Let's see what the Keck W is. Okay. Okay.
Dude, I think he got clearance, bro. I think he's going for the pit.
Long-haired Native American. Okay, let me see it. Let's up the quality here.
Two dudes at a CCR show. Bro, I sucked two dudes at a CCR show.
Huh. Yeah, so 961,000. There's a streamer who put a fork in a toaster and almost died on Kick. Motherfuckers are so strict. Yeah, worth $1 million. Like, no hate. I'm just trying to wonder, like, what he does. Kick is only booming because of the TOS hype at the start, and they've since updated them. Everyone's flocking for the money grab, and it won't last. That's what I feel like 95.5 is just not sustainable. You know? Like, it's a cool pipe dream for now, but it's not sustainable. Like, I don't think people realize how much it costs to host streaming, right? Like, to actually host a streaming platform is expensive. Mixer vibes. That's exactly what I think. I want to dream about Jon Snow's pipe. I mean, if you will it hard enough, you will. You'll have that dream. You'll have that dream. It feels like Mixer. New COD update? I don't really play COD, I'll be honest with you, Yoru. Do you like it? I haven't played COD in forever. It's only a matter of time before they get sued and flip the script on everyone. Yeah. It's alright. Yeah, like, I don't know. All I've heard is people complain about COD. So I just don't play it, to be honest with you. You know, I just don't. I don't. You know? Maybe eventually if it starts getting good, then I will, but this is a crazy payout, though. Who the hell gifted 200,000 subs? Still waiting on the NFL to come down on that Super Bowl stream? Oh, you know they will. You know they're working on that. That Super Bowl stream is going to be crazy. That lawsuit's going to be stupid. Mike Tyson loves pussy. He does. Films ain't hurt, but I respect your opinion. No, like, I'm not, like, if you like COD, like, if you like it, I love it, right? Like, if you like it, I'm glad for you. It's just not for me right now. You know? They're going to circle back around, best believe. Yeah, the NFL does not fuck around. They give you that dream, and once your whole community is there and they have enough big streamers, then they'll change the payout. Yeah, I think what they're going to do with smaller people, too, is an exclusivity thing. You know? They're going to do, like, an exclusivity thing. They be like, you want this 95.5, you better not be streaming anywhere else. Hope they get that Tubi ad. Not Tubi, bro. Not a Tubi ad. No, bro. Not a Tubi ad. I hate that. I hate that the pussy big baddie viddy. What? Mike Tyson is getting a little soft these days, hanging out with Logan Paul and shit. Did you see him on Who's Boxing recently? Hold on. I saw him on a clip where he was talking to one boxer and the dude was trash talking, and you could see that Mike Tyson was legitimately getting hyped again. He's like, yo, talk some more shit. You see the thing where the chick had her kick name changed because a bigger streamer had the same name? No. What? It probably was UFC. I did not see that. Who? What happened? Let me see. Let's see if I can find it based off a Google search. A Twitch streamer claims that newly launched streaming platform Kick forced her to change her username to benefit a bigger streamer. Let me find the source. I think I just found it. This? Gamer Rant? Reserved yet. I was using it for 2+ months since the day the website launched. Yeah. Damn. Go Mike Tyson. That's damn. That's crazy. I'd be mad as fuck. I'd be mad. Damn. I would be mad as hell. Yo, Legate, I appreciate you, man, for real. I appreciate you. And your patience when I get distracted and we're not actually doing the mission that we said we were going to do. You know how it goes. I appreciate you, though. Amaranth was getting abused by her husband, was forced to do shit. Now everyone forgot. I think it's not that necessarily people forgot. It's just it kind of, how do I say this? It wasn't our business. You know what I mean? Like, I understand why she did it, but like long term, there's not really anything we can do about it. And it's not really our business. You know what I mean? Twitch CEO even tweeted talking about, let's get this sorted out. That's actually crazy. Plus, yeah, we have short attention span. Like, let's look at what LSF is saying right now, right? Let's go. I'm gonna open a new tab. Let's go incognito and let's see what LSF is saying. Let's see what we're looking at. Oh, it's actually normal shit right now. Call the cops, get a lawyer, and let's get out of here. My question is, Twitch, kick sucks and benefits. Yeah. I don't think there's very much on LSF. Like, it's just, consider Amaranth as a streamer in her history. Was it all a sham? It could be. It very well could be. Yeah, like, this is pretty normal. If it's true, I sympathize. But if it's not, like, I mean, I get it. You know, people have done more for clout. You know, LSF's pretty tame today. Pretty tame overall. You gotta look at everything at a slant now. Yeah, I never just believe stuff. I'm telling you, that Steph Curry video where he made like all those half-court shots in a row and it was fake, that, like, I barely had any trust for the internet. But after they said that was fake, it was done. I don't believe anything. Logan Paul, I think there's a guy in the woods. Yeah, Logan. Jesus Christ. Logan, bro. Jesus. Logan Paul. I just don't really trust stuff on the internet. So, you know. I could see that being fake, though. I could see that. Wait, who did I say I was rating again? I forgot. Scroll them out. Oh, Artist War is on. Heroes on. I hate PewDiePie. I never really watched PewDiePie, to be honest with you. I was aware of PewDiePie. Like, I'm obviously aware of who he is, but I never really watched him. Wasn't really my my vibe. Drew. Oh yeah, that's right. Drew the dude. Got it. Let me copy his name. Me neither, but I hate him. I don't know enough about him to be honest with you, but PewDiePie can miss me after that slur incident. That's the only thing I know about him. You know what the thing is that's crazy? That YouTube time, do you remember that YouTube time? When like H3, iDubbbz, who else? It's like H3, iDubbbz, Leafy, all those kind of YouTubers were just saying it. iDubbbz even made like a whole video arguing about how he should be. Markiplier, yeah, all of them. It was the wild, like they were all just throwing out hard R. I don't think Markiplier said hard R. Not that I know of. But I know like iDubbbz, H3, Leafy, those type of YouTubers. That's why I don't really fuck with H3. You know? Markiplier said it? I don't think Markiplier did. Yeah, Markiplier didn't say it. He was just a big YouTuber at that time. Yeah, not Markiplier. Markiplier's still good. Although if a tape came out, I would not be surprised. Because I'm never surprised by those. You know? I just never am. Oh, you're talking about big YouTubers? No. Markiplier's good. Markiplier's still good. But like, H3 was saying it. iDubbbz was saying it. Leafy. You remember those? I thought Markiplier wasn't white. I don't believe he is. I wouldn't be surprised either, but he seems like a good dude. Yeah, like, I would assume that he's a good dude, right? But I just, whenever like a video, they're like, oh, you said it. Like, who was it? Who was it recently? He was in OTK. Mark is one of the best probably out there. I believe so. I forgot who it was. Who was in the car? What's his name? Who's the guy who was in the car? I forgot what his name was. Because I don't watch him. That's how little I know about those. Besides Corey. What is his name? Who's in? Let me see. It's going to bother me now. What is his name? OTK. Corey's good. I like Corey. Mizkiff. That's who it was. Like when the Mizkiff tape came out, I wasn't surprised by stuff like that. I just assume that it's been said. You know what I'm saying? And I just wasn't surprised. It's hard to surprise me with stuff like that, to be fair. Bruce dropped him off. I fuck with him. Yeah. Bruce is one of my favorite streamers. Yeah, Mizkiff. I forgot about it. Yeah, I forgot his name. I'd forgotten it. But when stuff like that comes out, Miskiff looks like a hard R sayer. Yeah. DEO. We fuck with DEO. I'm telling you. Like, my favorite streamers, I've been saying it with no particular order, besides JoJo. JoJo the Mofo is my favorite streamer. I don't care what anyone says. Like, he's my favorite. But after JoJo, Bruce Rage. We love Brucey Woosey. Like, Rage. You know, all them. Dante. You know? Yo. Love Dante. Dante's so fucking funny. What's scary is they were always the kids screaming in COD lobbies in early days before streaming. They were. Trey Rags, he's so fucking funny, bro. TK, fuck with TK. You know? CJ the Champ. Have I heard of him? I don't think I've heard of that one. I'm gonna check him out though. You know? All of them. I'm happy that where we are on the platform right now, you know? We're all growing. Kai, Philly on Mars. Okay. Like, I'm pretty happy with how the WL community is growing overall. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to see. It's cool to see. Well, RDC.
So hold on.
Obviously. RDC. Love RDC. But you get it. You get it. Good, just good ones. Yeah, y'all saw the yes. The shoes was fun. Did you see Bruce's video about the shoes? That's my favorite one. Bruce is watching him get the shoes. Let me see if I can find it. Bruce, drop them off. Kai Sinat shoes. He dazzled the fuck out of them all. He did. Oh, here it is. So here's Bruce. Here is Bruce's reaction to it. Ready? Look.
Please be some fire shit.
Here, nigga. Shoes. There you go, nigga. Your shoes. Wear them, nigga.
You
like
glasses?
your shoes, nigga? Contract, nigga. Hot Top Air Forces, nigga. Yo,
man.
Ghost Energy.
That shit was funny. You can see Strange. Let me see him. Let me see the glasses. Bro, I missed that. It was so funny. They're purple. He dropped that shit like a disappointed kid at Target. Yeah, he's like, no, I look ugly? No, you don't. You don't. I already know you don't. Shoes. Here, nigga. Shoes. Watch a CJ. Wait, he does YouTube, right? CJ the Champ. Let me see. I think I may know who this is. I think I may know who this is now. The disrespect. I'm saying, bro. Oh, I do know who this is. You know, because I watched the Majin Buu video. I know who this is, actually. Why am I not subbed? I'm subbed now. Don't forget the Chimkin. Oh, it's on its way. Oh, it's actually here. Yeah, I'm about to. Oh, I got the strawberry biscuit, though. I'll try the strawberry biscuit real quick, and then I'm out. I'm about to eat my food off stream. You know what I'm saying? Ad. Oh, 1 second. Hey, you got here quick. Light Skin Monty is wild? Who's that? Light Skin Monty. I have not watched this. Yo, Reach. I'm gonna get the biscuit. Billy on Mars is funny to check out. He's CJ's brother. Okay. Celery juice? No. I was hell no. They taped the fuck out of this bag. Okay. I got it. I got the biscuit. It's hot too. Oh, you sent the DM? Let me see first before I do this. Wait. Okay. I'm waiting. Wait a damn minute. I'm waiting. Strange. The glasses look good. Oh, it looks tiny. It is. Celery juice. Someone put some water on this thing. Where the fuck the Popeyes come from? I ordered it. Remember? Oh, my brother handed it to me. He's back there. I just didn't get up. It was at the door. No, strange styling for real. Look at him. Look at my boy. Mm-hmm. Look at him. Look at Strange. I'm fucking with the glasses. I'm fucking with him. But I got it. Here we go. Strange about to get clapped. I'm saying, like, he looks good. Here it is without the top. You know? This nigga got magic snapping Popeyes. I told you I was like, boom, and it appeared. I show you what I look like real quick? Yeah, sure. There it is. Looks good. All right, here we go. Oh, it's got the strawberry bits in it. Here we go. It's pretty good. No drink. Right here. Wait, where is my drink? They didn't give me my lemonade. They didn't. Hold on. Is it as dry as a regular biscuit? No. It's not as dry as the regular biscuit. It's not as dry as a regular biscuit. They didn't give me my lemonade, though. Where's my drink? Send in the Discord? Okay. Okay. I see you. Do you want me to show on stream or no? My diet, Dr. Kelp. I'm about to have to. Yo. No? Okay. No, you good. You good. I like the cut. I'm fucking with the cut, Yoru, for real. The cut is fire. I see you. You know what, though? Keith was right. There's like a film. That you get afterwards. Thanks, bro. I'm fucking with it. I'm fucking with the cut. I see you. It's good, though. I say do the film. Yeah, as long as you have a drink, you're fine. But if you don't get it. It's good, though. I'd say like that film is my special sauce. Oh, 11 out of 10. That's just for you. 11 out of 10, Gravity. Thank you. 11 out of 10. You know? 11. But overall, it's good. I actually like it. I like it. What did Keith give it? I think I'd say like an 8. I'd give it like an 8. Solid 8. It's pretty good. I'm fucking with it. But all right. Get out of here so I can actually go eat and stuff. I'm out of here. We're going to raid. Drew. Drew the dude. An 8? I'm on my way. Yeah, grab it. Let me know how you like it. It's pretty good. I love it. He dropped it down because of the film. Yeah. The film kind of takes away. I'll miss you, W Stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Raid time. I love Drew. I'm going to raid. I'm going to get the raid started. Please don't do unraid. I love y'all. That's my stream. Yes, sir. Why he look moist? W Stream, see you later. Bye, man. See ya. Yo, I'll be back tomorrow. 10 a.m. Central. You know what it is. I love y'all for real. Thanks for chilling with me. I'll see you in the Wild West. Yes, sir. I'll see y'all tomorrow, all right? Peace, love, and chicken grease. You know what I'm saying? 10 a.m. Yeah. 10 a.m. All right. I'll see y'all.